Mr. Clerk, if you're ready, I'm ready.
Mr. Vice Mayor, we are ready when you are.
Thank you so much. I'm going to open this Wednesday, March 8th, 2024 City Council meeting. Today is International Women's Day. It's certainly an exciting opportunity to see so many friendly faces in the audience. Wanted also to just note why most of us are wearing purple for International Women's Day. And we have one of our own international women, Cynthia Esparza, who's celebrating her birthday today, our Chief Equity and Community Relations Officer. So I'll start off then with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'm going to ask Pastor Manera to lead us in the pledge. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you. We are taking roll for the Reno City Council meeting, Wednesday, March 8th, 2023. Councilmember Breckus.
I'm here.
Dewar.
Here.
Martinez.
Here.
Ebert. Taylor.
Here.
Reese.
Here.
Thank you. And Mayor Shivi is absent.
Thank you so much. We're going to start off with a somber moment, a moment of silence. As many of you in the community know, this last week there was a tragic accident just a little bit to the east of us, and our heart goes out to the families of the REMSA and Care Flight folks, the colleagues of Ed, Ryan, and Scott. Certainly, each of us owe a great deal of gratitude and debt to our first responders. Thank you so much for serving. I want to say that their legacies will live on in the lives that they touched. And so we'll just pause briefly for a moment of silence if you'll join me. Thank you so much. To my colleagues, please know that Madam Mayor will have some official duties today as it relates to the celebration of life related to the Care Flight and REMSA accident, and so she'll be on and off the dais a bit today, so just bear with me as I try to run the meeting as best I can. For those of you who are not frequent visitors of our chambers, and if you're here for the first time giving public comment, certainly you're most welcome. We are going to hear a couple of agenda items today that I think a number of folks are very interested in. And when we get to the moment where we're rearranging our agenda, you'll certainly understand why. But please make sure that you register with the clerk and are prepared to give public comment when your name is called. We're going to start then with public comment. And Mr. Clerk, the floor is yours.
Thank you. We are going to start with an opening prayer by Cesar Manera.
Good morning, Councilmember Reeve, and also all the City Council members. It has been a while that I haven't been here, and I'm happy to see new faces, and I look forward to working with every single one of you. As you may know, for several years I've been coming to do prayer at City Council. I believe that prayer is an important part and aspect of our lives. And if I may read just one passage of scripture that always inspires me when I come and do prayer. And it says, "Work for the peace and prosperity of the city where I have sent you. Pray to the Lord for it, for its welfare will be determined your welfare." And there is plenty of churches in our community that pray for you guys so that you guys can lead our community with wisdom. We pray for your families, and obviously we pray for our community as a whole, believing that we all need God's blessings. Heavenly Father, in the precious name of Jesus, we thank you, Lord, and we thank you for Mayor Shivi and every city council member. We pray for their lives, their health, their families, their children. Lord, as they lead our community, that you will guide them, keep them safe, protected. also for our community as a whole. We prayed, as it was mentioned a little while ago, for the loss of life from some of our first responders. We pray for their families as they may be experiencing pain and void in their hearts as a result of not having their loved ones. And we pray for our community. Lord, we need your blessings. We need your mercy in every member of our community. We place our community, our state, our government in your hands. In the precious name of Jesus, amen and amen.
Thank you for your
Thank
public
you.
comment, Pastor Monero. Always a pleasure to have you in chambers.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. As we move on with public comment, just a couple reminders. It should be noted for those in the audience that comments are to be addressed to the vice mayor and council as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the council's agenda. Please note that the council may not take action upon any matter not agendized on today's agenda. When you are called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you say your name, and you will be afforded 3 minutes. If you are an attendee in the Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time. And lastly, while in this room, please be respectful. Warnings will be issued by the presiding officer if there is disruptive behavior. You will be asked to leave chambers if the behavior continues. And moving forward with public comment, first we have Andre Mauro Perez with Dr. Sanchez, followed by Terry Brooks.
Good morning, council members. I'm Dr. Jafet Sanchez, Director of the Latino Research Center at the University of Nevada, Reno, and Associate Professor of Educational Leadership. I have with me one of the students that you all very graciously sent to the conference for the United States Hispanic Leadership Institute, so I will pass it to Andre.
Yes, good morning, council members. For the record, my name is Andre Arturo Perez, and currently I'm a sophomore standing at the university, majoring in finance with a minor emphasis on data analytics. So maybe sometime in the near future, I'll be working with you guys for the city. So today I'm very excited to be here today, to offer my appreciation for you guys' funding, for the opportunity for me to, of course, attend Chicago, the conference. So as a member of the Latino Student Advisory Board on campus with Latino Research Center at the University of Nevada, Reno, it is a pleasure to work alongside my peers in planning and conducting and orchestrating events on campus, all in effort in incorporating Hispanic representation and involvement on our college campus. Recently, of course, I was granted the opportunity to represent our organization, our university, and really our city at the U.S. Hispanic Leadership Institute in Chicago, Illinois. Councilmember Miguel Martinez, I just would like to say thank you. Thank you very much for providing me with this opportunity that came into fruition for me, Attending this conference was truly an unforgettable experience, and I was really able to learn a lot about myself and of the hundreds of other attendees that were also, very grateful to be there as well. And I'm one of the 7 students on the board who is presenting our organization and our campus today. And all because of your funding, of course, it wouldn't have been possible for me to attend. So thank you in that regard. So at the conference, we had the chance to hear from many key Hispanic individuals and leaders across the country. And one speaker that does come to mind is actually the president of the council himself. His name was Dr. Juan Andrade Jr. And Dr. Juan Andrade, for those who know him, he's a very impassioned individual. He's very fiery, but he does it all with a purpose, and it definitely makes him stand out from the rest. I remember something specifically that he did kind of tell the entire conference during his speech, and it was like a short story. So essentially, he spoke of a fallen war soldier following the Second World War. And since this war soldier was a colored man, he wasn't able to be buried alongside his white colleagues, his white fallen brothers. So with that being said, Dr. Andrade, alongside others, fought for his burial to be conducted despite the prohibition of it initially. And ultimately, the man was finally laid to rest alongside his fallen comrades. It's acts like these that open my eyes to what true advocacy is and true service is, which is advocacy and service for all. So that is one thing. If there was anything I really learned at the conference, it was that specifically. And being able to meet someone outstanding and highly accomplished like Juan Andrade Jr. was a fantastic opportunity for me, and it wouldn't have been possible again without your valued support. I hope you know how much it meant for me and the entire group to see how much the city cares and really just like funding and kind of really just accommodating our dreams and aspirations, no matter, I guess, how big they can be at times. And yeah, I just hope for like the future students that come ahead of me, they'll receive similar funding and support as well. And lastly, I just want to share a couple of pictures of the conference.
Mr. Perez, while we're waiting for the photos to load, thanks for coming and making public comment. I know that Councilmember Martinez was very honored to be able to participate fully. And if you would find that opportunity to meet with me as well, Dr. Sanchez can help coordinate that with my liaison, Mr. Shaw. So we'll have coffee and get to learn a little bit more about you.
Yeah, that'd be wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks for the pictures. These are just some pictures of the conference.
Yeah, that was actually like right outside the main conference hall, one of the main ballrooms.
Fantastic. Lots of future mayors in there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was,
Senators,
yeah.
president, maybe. Thank you so much. Appreciate
you.
you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Terry Brooks, followed by Jerry Mifsud.
Good morning. It's me, Terry Brooks again. And today I come here to face the act of discrimination when it comes to housing and race. I grew up in a Midwest town when there was discrimination of race, and it seemed that the majority was in control of putting minorities in their so-called place. At that time, if a house was for sale by a member of the majority, they could decide whether or not to sell it to a member of a minority. Or if a house or apartment was for rent by someone of a majority, they could decide whether or not to rent to someone of a minority. And as a result of what the majority decided, most of that town I lived in became racially divided. So for a long time, the town was segregated, but eventually things improved and that town became more integrated. Then when I moved here to Reno, Nevada and learned more about this state, I learned that there is a similar history here when it comes to real estate. Long ago, if two people of different races practiced cohabitation, according to Nevada law, that was a violation. And I learned that many real estate deeds that were owned by the majority race had restrictive covenants preventing them from being sold to another race. So for a long time, there's been a lot of division. But more recently, we've learned to try some revision. The more we live together, the more we get to know each other. And the more we know each other, the more we learn from each other. When we are divided, does anyone benefit? When we come together, we all benefit. I've heard that it's birds of a feather that like to flock together. I've also heard that it's right now that we all need to come together. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today. And the more time I spend with you, the more I'll learn how to say. By the way, this is chapter 2, and just so you know, I've only got 44 more chapters to go.
Next, we have Jerry Mifsud, followed by Mark Markel.
My name is Jerry Mifsud. I'm a senior activist and advocate. I've done many things to bring safeguards in the district I live in for my fellow seniors. I did not deserve to be thrown out of this city council by Mr. Reese and Mr. Thornley on May 18th because my shirt was open. There is no dress code, was none then, but Mr. Thornley was quoted as saying in an article written 2 days later that he was going to work something up with the city attorney who's half asleep. So what have you actually worked up? Nothing. Because according to the ACLU, what you did to me on that day was troubling. Councilmember Jenny Bexis objected to the man's removal. Imagine you had a police officer remove me And I've never been treated like this in the 60 years of my advocacy in community service. I spiraled into a real emotional bad state and depression that has affected me tremendously. You people, you think you're going to get away with this? Well, we tried to negotiate something, but the mayor, I couldn't get to her because Carl was stonewalling any kind of an attempt for me to meet with the mayor until I put so much pressure that on September 27th, I had an hour meeting. Who gets an hour meeting with the mayor? Jerry Mifsud does, because she was worried about her reelection. It was supposed to be a good faith discussion about the damages that I incurred from May 18th, and they would not look at my medical records. Instead, they decided that they would insult me. For an hour, I sat there. 2 days later, after I was removed, I got a call from the city clerk's office saying, Jerry, you are barred from City Hall, and that was told to her, Cassie is her name, by a security guard. The security guard was illegally used, more than likely sent over by either Carl Hall or the mayor to intimidate and threaten me. This was done a couple of years prior to when I was going after a council member for something or another, and a security guard approached me and told me that I was on the City Hall watch list. There is no watch list. Again, security has been used illegally, just like the hiring practices where you are bringing in all your friends from the LGBT movement to work here in City Hall, and the only prerequisite is their sexual identity. There's nothing wrong with being any part of the LGBT movement. Don't get me wrong here. But bringing them in here and hiring them, how many people actually come out of our center, which is your epicenter for your reelection? You want to be the mayor stepping down in 2 years, and you want to be the mayor. It's not gonna happen. Have yourself a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Next, we have Mark Markel, followed by Rhonda Thiessen.
Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Mayor and City Council and City Manager. My name is Mark Markel, and I'm a Country Reno resident. I'm confused. I was told not to come to these meetings by the managers or the mayor's secretary. And I don't know. I collect SSI, so I feel it's my duty to warn you people and show you people what can happen when you get in the car with a drunk driver. And they told me not to come to all these meetings, and I did that because I wanted to show you people, I warn you people about getting in a car with a drunk driver. I had a car land on my head, so I'm not there. Anyways, back in '89, we were in the mountains of Southern California. We drank 4 gallons of wine, and we were on our way to get more, and we were doing about 100 miles an hour. And we rolled 8 times. I was ejected, and the car landed on my head, putting me in a coma for a month and in the hospital for 5.5 months more. Anyways, I'm not all there. I come to these meetings and talk because I want to warn you people and show you people what can happen when you get in the car with a drunk driver. And the Holy Spirit, God willed me alive, and the Holy Spirit gives me I don't know what he gives me. He doesn't give me much, but he gives me something. That's why I'm here, and that's why I could talk the way I talk. It's not normal, but it's the way it is. It's what it is. But Mr. Vice Mayor, how you doing? That's good. And Mr. Manager, hi. I gotta go now, people. I want you not to get in the car with drunk drivers. Thank you.
Next, we have Rhonda Thiessen, followed by Mel Minarik.
Mel, 1 second. Just let Ms.
bet.
Tyson speak first. She's up before you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I heard my name.
You
Sorry.
did. You're
Okay.
up. You're in the hole, so to speak. On deck, actually. You're on deck.
My name is Rhonda Tyson. I have spoken before this body a few times over the last few months about the calamity that befell my community on October 3rd in the aftermath of a fire on the 11th floor of our apartment building and the absolute destruction caused by the practices of the Reno Fire Department. I was here before and I showed you a picture of my apartment, which was so far away from the fire that the fire alarms didn't even go off, nor did the fire department bother to come to my floor to check out damage or the safety of the residents on that floor, the floors below me. This is our 3rd floor. We still have 2 more floors to go. The fire department damaged 11 floors in total. I have come to you asking for information. I've come to you asking for accountability. I've come to you asking for help. And I have received none. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. After all, it was last April when I sent a certified letter to both the city manager and the city attorney asking that in the course of the Booth Street Siphon project, you repair the malfunctioning culvert that is the primary source of water intrusion onto my property in the event of a flood. I heard nothing, nothing. And as a result, tomorrow we will be paying people to sandbag our entrance from the city-owned lot in order to prevent us from the effects of Reno's misfeasance. I'm tired of asking for something, so I want to offer something. I want to offer my apartment building as an educational tool for the city and for the city fire department on what it means to comply with the fire code, what it means when you don't take mitigating actions in order to prevent loss. I showed you my apartment. Yesterday, I got the rebuilding costs, $161,887.45. When you add that to the other mitigation efforts that occurred in my apartment, the cost to restore me alone, of the other 24 units, there's more, but the cost to restore my apartment will be approximately 4 times what I paid for it. And that's because the city didn't comply with the fire code and the city has refused any accountability. There's also a human cost. I spent Monday in the ER. Thanks to the careful shout out to St. Mary's ER, they restored my heart to sinus rhythm. You can't imagine what went through my mind when the doctor said, "Have you been under additional stress?" Yeah. I'd like also to introduce you to my 84-year-old neighbor who cries every day because she believes that she will never return to the home she lived in for 40 years. There's a cost. The question is, do you care?
Thank you. Next, we have Mel Minarik, followed by Lynn Kocher.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Reese, and thanks to City Council members and staff. I'm supporting the
Can you
$2.3
please
million
state your name for the
being
record?
allocated on item D5 of your agenda today, and I have 4 points I would like to make about it.
Can you please state your name for the record?
I'm sorry, Mel Minarek,
Thank you.
22-year resident of Reno. Okay, first point I'd like to make. The Reno Tennis Center is valued and valuable public resource in Reno, and we pay membership fees to be able to play there. During the pandemic, we were able to play outdoors where a lot of things got canceled. We took total advantage of that. Whether it's the weather or sunshine or heat or cold, we are out there, and unless it's snowing, which is what's going on right now. So this is a very loyal group of people. It's a very diverse community, ages, sex, race, nationality, and different play levels, okay? It's unorganized and organized. It serves a lot of people here in Reno, and you probably should know that these courts get more play than any other public courts in Reno. So yay, that's really great. And we're really excited about the city investing money in the courts. We are very, very excited. And investing it here makes most sense because this is where most of the play is. My second point is really safety, right? The cracks in almost all the courts really leave us reluctant to play there. We've seen ankle sprains, we've seen knee injuries, we've seen back injuries, we've seen people falling. And so people are hesitant and unwilling to play on those courts because of the surface conditions that they are seeing. My third point is that because the Reno Tennis Center is a community resource and provides social health to the people here in the community, we play with each other, we play against each other, we have tennis teachers, we have tennis coaches that we learn from. Guests come there from all over the area to play and compete. Family come to watch. Parents are there watching. We have kids clinics. We have all kinds of things. And you need to know, from my perspective, this is my family. Okay, and I have never come to a council meeting to talk about an item. This is it. This is why it's so important to me. This is my family. So we strongly request that $2.3 million that you are voting on today, that we hope you approve, unless you want to give us more today, and we're really open to that, not be used just to repair our courts, but to expand access for tennis players, meaning more courts and the community, so that our kids, our future tennis community, have more opportunity. Increasing access to public courts is important because more courts, we are increasingly having difficulty even scheduling courts on a regular basis because there's so many people that want to play. So the plans of the $2.3 million may not expand access to tennis, but could do so for pickleball. And I just want to remind you all that pickleball has been expanded exponentially with the convention center this year. They are getting extra courts. We are not. Lake Ridge fell apart. We don't have any indoor courts. And so we would really like to have input then into how that $2.3 million is spent, because we feel like we need more tennis availability. So thank you for your time.
Next, we have Lynn Kocher, followed by Kathy Fitzgerald.
Hello, my name is Lynn Coker, and I'm living in Ward 5, represented by Kathleen Taylor here on your City Council. I am attending this meeting along with other participants in the Reno pickleball community, many of which are members of the Truckee Meadows Pickleball Club. Many more members of the club would have been here today, but our club is putting on a special event this morning at Boys and Girls Club. In recent months, Truckee Meadows Pickleball Club has grown from 350 members to over 800 members. There are at least 2,000 pickleball players in this area. It is true, what the lady said before me, that the convention center has dramatically increased the amount of courts that we can play on, and we really appreciate it, thanks to Matt Williams. However, there are other events that happen at the convention center, and sometimes we cannot play there. Since 2020, the number of pickleball players in the United States has grown from 4.2 million players to 36.5 million players, and these numbers are increasing rapidly. According to the January 2023 app Pickleball Participation Report, 14% of Americans 18 years and older played pickleball between August of 21 and August of 22. Pickleball is the fastest growing sport in the United States and has caught on in many places worldwide. Last month, the city of Reno hosted the Winter Senior Games. 2/3 of the participants were pickleball players. Truckee Meadows Pickleball Club provided the manpower for running the 14 various pickleball events in these games, as well as in the 2022 Summer Games. Other members of Truckee Meadows Pickleball Club have, as recently as September of 2021, come before the City Parks Commission to share the fact that more pickleball courts are needed for the citizens and voters of Reno, as well as possible youth programs. At that time in September of 2021, Truckee Meadows Pickleball Club also demonstrated that 12 outdoor pickleball courts could be constructed at Miraloma Park on the tennis courts that had been out of commission for many, many years. These are the amount of courts that we have available in Reno. The city of Reno only has 7 indoor courts, 4 of them at Neal Road Community Center, which you can play 5 days a week in the mornings, 3 at Evelyn Mount Community Center 3 times a week. Boys and Girls Club has 8 courts, but we're only allowed there 2 times a week. The convention center is a godsend, and we've had 23 courts open daily. They're always full. City of Reno has 14 outdoor courts, which I guess I don't have time to enumerate, but Reno has 4 times the population of Carson City, and they have many more courts available than we do. Pickleball is a health benefit to people of all ages. Medicare Advantage is even trying to offer that as a benefit option, but they're having difficulty finding courts, and this could be an additional income stream for the city of Reno.
Thank you, Ms. Coker.
Next, we have
You'll be happy to know that I'm a member of the Pickleball Club. Councilmember Taylor and Councilmember Martinez have challenged the mayor and me to a friendly pickleball outing, and so we'll see you on the courts.
Oh, that sounds great.
Next, we have Kathy Fitzgerald, followed by Rick Rucker.
Good morning, council members. My name is Kathy Fitzgerald, and I'm in Ward 2, represented greatly by Council Member Dewar. I won't reiterate what Lynn just went over, but I'm also in favor of approving the $2.3 million for improvements at the Reno Tennis Center. We've been fortunate this winter, which has been a tough winter in terms of playing outdoors, to have the convention center that Matt Williams opened. But the real purpose of the convention center is for conventions. So every time a convention comes into town, it takes 2 days or more and lots of volunteers to break down the courts, and another time period during the convention where we're not able to play, and then another 2 days with a bunch of volunteers to reinstitute the courts at that facility. So it would be great to be able to improve the Reno Tennis Center and the old 8 pickleball courts on the north end, have repairs to some of those courts, and maybe put some additional courts along the backboard where the tennis courts are. That would leave us about 20 courts, outdoor courts, and it would be enough to hold outdoor national tournaments, pickleball tournaments, bring in people that would contribute to revenue for the casinos, for the hotels, and also for the city of Reno in terms of revenue and TOT tax. So the demographics changing in pickleball. It used to be you'd see everyone who was over 50 and retired playing, but now if you go to the Reno Sparks Convention Center, you will see young people coming after work, you'll see families playing pickleball, and there's going to be a lack of facilities because we have in the pickleball classes that we offer for free for beginners at the Reno Sparks Convention Center, we're getting over 50 people per session. One of our volunteers is here who does that work. So a few lighted courts for pickleball. I know there's one lit court or a couple lit courts at the Reno tennis courts would be invaluable to enable the people who could come after work or young families after school to be able to use those facilities. So in summary, I'm in favor of spending the $2.5 million for improvements to the Reno Tennis Center. Thank you.
Next, we have Rick Rucker, followed by Brian Thornton.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Rick Rucker. I'm also a voter and a citizen of Ward 2. Excuse me. Thank you for considering more money for pickleball. I think, as everybody has said, it's a growing sport. More and more people are learning it. As Kathy has said, we're having 40, 50, 60 people learning, going to beginners classes. It's incredible, the exponential growth that's happening. And the growth is happening of the participants greater than the number of courts. So maybe we can get that closer together. And it's important to understand that these seniors and the retirees, you got to get them off the streets. They're crazy out there. They need something to do. So pickleball's been a good place for them to go. If I could read what I wrote down. It's a lot of times we see visitors from out of town, and they're so happy to find a place to play. So it's something that when people come to Reno, they see, oh, there's a place to play pickleball, and that's a good reason. Maybe they can't go to Mount Rose today, but they come play pickleball. Or if they can't do this, they can't do that, but they can come and play pickleball. The demographics are educated. And we have, as somebody also said, it's a community. And I've learned about a lot of different people. It's real community-based. And these people are voters. They're smart. They'll vote with their pickleball paddle. So thanks for letting me share.
Next, we have Par Tolles, followed by Christy Halderegger.
Good morning. I think we've just decided to put 4 pickleball courts on the roof of Hopes, so it's exciting. My name is Par Tolles. Thank you for being a kind ear, Vice Mayor and Councilwoman Taylor. I'm a passionate pest on the Money for Hopes, and I appreciate you talking to me over the last couple weeks. As a proud member of Northern Nevada Hope's Board of Directors, I'm here today to urge the City Council to both provide a formal response to Hope's East 4th Street funding request, and I respectfully request that you allocate Hope's the $2.5 million requested in their proposal. This money will expand our reach and will provide medical, mental health, substance use treatment, and more life-saving services to an additional 12,000 Northern Nevadans. At our existing 5th Street Clinic, we have gone from serving 600 to 13,000 individuals, with 53% living below the 200% of the federal poverty level. 12% of those are homeless, and we currently turn away 40 to 60 people a day trying to establish primary care. There are wait lists for both behavioral health and psychiatry services, which are crucial to Hope's diverse client base. In reality, Hope's 5th Street Clinic has reached capacity with no current ability to expand. As a side note, while we love the HMIS system, we can't use it. For the same reasons Renown, St. Mary's, and CHA can't and don't use HMIS, we are a medical clinic, and the legal boundaries of HIPAA prevent all of us from collecting this semi-public information. We do have a housing assistant program at Hope's that does use HMIS because it serves the homeless directly. The new 4th Street location is ideal. The recent strong movement to end homelessness in Reno started with Hope's. Then we added the Downtown Reno Partnership. Then we added the Women's and Children's Shelter across the freeway at our place. Then we added 220 beds of transitional housing at the Village of Sage Street. Then Hope's added 30 tiny homes. Then COVID hit, and like manna from heaven, we received close to $70 million and did 10 years of work in 6 months to create a 600-bed shelter with a 50-bed safe camp, all within a half a mile from each other. At the end of 4th Street, Reno has created one of the most unique ecosystems of homeless services in the country. While San Francisco, LA, Seattle, Portland, and Sacramento are 10 steps behind and have essentially lost their downtowns, we are actually 2 steps ahead and are saving ours. You may or may not believe it, but we, the public and private side of Reno, might actually crack the code. 2 to 3 years from now, Reno might be known as the city that is compassionately but firmly solving the issue. Can you imagine if we put another 50,000 square foot clinic immediately adjacent to the CARES campus? In the most disenfranchised zip codes of 89512 and 89431, do you have any idea how powerful this will be? The impact that it will have on this population. This is a one-shot ask. Our project will be sustainable beginning in year 3 with a combined loss of less than $100,000 for years 1 and 2. We've successfully raised 54% of our total project costs in the first 12 months of our campaign. However, we need you. I really don't know of a more dynamic or more efficient way for the city to contribute capital to this issue. Thank you for your service and for your time this morning.
I apologize, I skipped Mr. Thornton. So we'll hear from Brian Thornton, followed by Christy Holderegger.
Good morning. My name is Brian Thornton, a Reno resident and retired mechanical engineer who worked mostly on building energy. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm concerned about air pollution from buildings. Methane, also known as natural gas, is burned to heat buildings and create hot water. This pollution causes climate disruption and smog and can be reduced through building electrification and energy efficiency. Reno has identified that 66% of climate disruption causing greenhouse gas pollution in the city comes from residential and commercial buildings. Based on global averages, about a third of that comes from burning fossil fuels, mostly methane, for space heating and water heating. Smog is a significant health threat. Burning methane helps create ground-level ozone, one of the most harmful parts of smog. Reno has a major problem with ground-level ozone and is graded an F for this problem, which seems to be getting worse. Fortunately, building electrification and energy efficiency can reduce greenhouse gas and smog pollution from buildings. Electric heat pumps and hybrid heat pump water heaters can provide space heating and water heating instead of burning methane. Cold climate heat pumps work in our cooler winters and are being used in much colder climates such as Minnesota and Maine. Building electrification can reduce greenhouse gas pollution by 50% or more. Ozone-causing pollution will also be reduced. Energy efficiency improvements can help. These steps can also reduce utility bills. All electric buildings that eliminate methane infrastructure are often cheaper to build, which will make the transition easier for the development and building construction industries. The massive incentives for building electrification and energy efficiency from the federal government's Inflation Reduction Act will further reduce costs. Reno can make a big difference in reducing pollution from methane burning in buildings. You can commit the city towards electrification of buildings through the local government pledge from Rewiring America. Working with business and community partners, the city should create a plan such as starting with incentives and zoning rules, moving to penalties, and eventually requiring building electrification and more energy efficiency. The Building Electrification Guide with 12 case studies and adoptable code language is a good resource for this effort. I'd like to close today by thanking Reno for securing a grant for heat pumps with Rebuilding Together Northern Nevada. I've included sources in my written comments. Thank you for your consideration as you work to reduce climate disruption and smog in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thornton. Thank you for your work with the Citizens Climate Lobby as well. Appreciate you.
Next, we have Christine Holderegger, followed by Randy Reynolds.
Nice to see you, Ms. Holderegger.
Good morning. My name is Christy Holderegger, and I'm the president, CEO of VOA. And as we're celebrating Women's History Month, we're also celebrating Founders Day for VOA. This is our 127th year of providing services to the most vulnerable in our communities across the country. I'm here today to say thank you to the City of Reno for their support of all of our programs that help move individuals from homelessness to independence through dignified housing, supportive services, and job training programs like Reno Works. I know you have on the agenda today a recommendation to provide operating support of the village at Sage Street and the expansion. This will greatly help us and our lodgers as we come out of the pandemic, repair damages from this year's storms, and prepare for the Village 2.0. This highly innovative housing was the first of its kind in our state, and there were many unknowns as we developed this site to address the lack of housing for those who are making minimum wage and cannot find safe and sustainable housing. The Village at Sage Street offers dignified housing to individuals to stabilize and save for their next step of housing. This project here in Reno is also being highlighted nationally through the Urban Land Institute as an example of innovative workforce housing. As leaders in our community, you all have made this possible. I want to thank you also for the generous support and investment in the purchase of Highway 40 Motel by considering an additional $350,000 to complete the sale. We look forward to addressing the lack of affordable housing through this project. And again, thank you for your investment in housing for those who are housing insecure in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Randy Reynolds, followed by Matt Williams.
Mr. Reynolds, welcome.
Hello, Mr. Councilman Reese, Vice Mayor Reese, and the Reno City Council. My name's Randy Reynolds. I'm the current concessionaire at the Reno Tennis Center, and I'm coming here today in support of the $2.3 million to improve the facility. I want to thank you guys for considering this proposal. We have a diverse community at the tennis center between tennis players, pickleball players. Both groups are equally as important, and both groups really see value in recreation. And I think sports as a whole is super important to our youth, our seniors, and everybody in between. It's a place where everybody can learn different skills. It's not just about playing sports, but it improves all aspects of life. So I definitely want to see the tennis center get improved, not just for pickleball players, but for tennis players. And we have a vision for the center that I've laid out with some architects, and this would be the first giant step to seeing some of our goals come true there. So I really just want to take a moment to say thank you. It means a lot to me, and it means a lot to the community. So thank you guys so much.
Next, we have Matt Williams, followed by Christy Cooley.
Hello, everybody. My name is Matt Williams. I've appeared to you many times before. Usually I'm here advocating for youth, which I am right now, and I'm advocating for you guys to really step up and help this Reno tennis and pickleball facility. The Reno Convention Center stepped up. Renee McGinnis and the RSTVA board, they stepped up. There was a need. They stepped up for the youth. They stepped up for the adults to provide a place during the wintertime for people to come in and play. Did not have enough space for tennis, working on it. But this is crucial for the community. We have improved the lives of people. We have improved the awareness of Reno as a whole. We've had events at the Reno Convention Center and for the Truckee Meadows Pickleball Club and the volunteers and some of the instructors that came over and tennis players that were sandbagging. Didn't think they could play pickleball, but I didn't get pickled. We've created something. We're asking you to help. Youth are now going to get involved in tennis and pickleball, but they don't have anywhere to go. The Reno Convention Center is just a temporary fix, but we've created something. This facility in Reno, the Reno tennis facility, is crucial. We'll have out-of-town events coming. That's one thing we're working with the convention center on, but this is important for the lives. Our kids need a place to go. Our seniors need a place to go. You have a bus stop right there at the convention center. Our kids take the bus there to play pickleball and basketball now, but we've created a monster, and we're asking you guys to step up and keep this going. We're asking you to step up and keep this going. We definitely want to be on that challenge with you guys. I've got Randy on my team.
No, you can't have
he's
Randy.
on my team.
Nope.
I've learned how to stay out of the kitchen. But again, I just want to thank everybody that stepped up and helped the Reno Convention Center. We have the ability to put in 175 courts. But we stepped up from the private section, the nonprofit section, and we're asking you guys to help us with this center, fund this project. It is needed. It is just a beginning, and we like to keep things going. So again, I just want to thank you guys for considering, and we hope you push it through. It's needed. Safety first. Those courts need to be safe. They need to look good. It's representing the city. Las Vegas has 10 more pickleball, 10 times as many pickleball courts than us. And this is Reno. This is our home. So it will help the economic impact. When we have our events, we're going to need outdoor and indoor. So thank you guys for considering this.
Mr. Williams, thank you so much, especially the years that you've served this committee through Jam On It, all under one roof. Always been a pleasure to be at your tournaments, and it's been fun to be out at the pickleball courts in the convention center. They're great. Thank you.
And finally, we have Christy Cooley.
Thank you. Hey, good morning. Thanks for letting me have the opportunity to speak to you guys. And my name is Christy Cooley. I'm a passionate tennis player. And when I found out a couple days ago that you guys were considering to put $2.3 million into the Reno Tennis Center, I was like, I don't care if I have 2 broken legs. I'm going to go there on Wednesday and say, we really need this. So thanks for considering it. And I just want to echo some of the comments that people have made already, just that I support pickleball. I play pickleball, but we don't have enough tennis courts either. There's a lot of passionate tennis players in Reno, and when Lake Ridge closed, I think there's just been a really big void. And with just no indoor courts to play on, and then also there's just not a lot of tennis courts in Reno. Coming from out of state and moving here a couple of years ago, I've traveled around and played on a lot of tennis courts and played in a lot of cities. And what Matt said about the Reno Tennis Center being a source of pride for Reno instead of going there and being like, oh, we have to play at Plumas again. The courts are not in good condition. I think you guys know that. And it's just not the most pleasant place to play tennis or pickleball. The people there are amazing. The pros there who teach and devote their days to the kids and to the tennis players are really phenomenal, and they really need just a great place to teach and play. And that's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to say I'm a Reno tennis player, and I hope that you guys vote yes on allocating that money to the courts. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our in-person public comment registered for this item. We do have 3 commenters with their hands raised in Zoom. If there are any additional, please raise your hand at this time. For our Zoom callers, we will begin with Rick Sue, followed by Robin Palmer. And Mr. Sue, when you are ready, please unmute and begin speaking.
Thank you. Mr. Vice Mayor, City Council, my name is Rick Shue. I have lived in Reno since I was 18 months old, and I'm no spring chicken. So 50 plus years. I started, and I'm here to speak about in support of agenda item D5 and the $2.3 million being considered for allocation to enhance the Plumas tennis courts and improvements. I started playing tennis when I was 13 years old. And where did I start? I started at the Plumas tennis courts. Where was my first tournament? As a junior, at the Plumas tennis courts. Where were some of my biggest heartbreak losses during high school and after? That was at the Plymouth tennis courts. And over the decades, I've seen the ebbs and flows of the construction or the deterioration of the courts, and then the resurfacing and the deterioration. And the bottom line is that we live in a tough climate here in the high desert with the snow and the freezing, and it's tough to maintain courts. So I fully support and encourage the council to vote yes for the $2.3 million in upgrades. I even remember one season where the courts were resurfaced. They weren't redone, they were resurfaced. And the next week, there was a wheelchair tennis tournament, and that had basically ruined everything that had been done. So I've seen some kind of Band-Aid solutions, but I'm very excited that there is money being considered, significant money to be considered for these courts. And I too, like some of the other people who spoke, I am now a pickleball player. So there's no better sense of community than having all these pickleball players come out and play. It is a lot more social. And it's just all in all a great service for the city of Reno to have, because you want to encourage recreation, outdoor recreation, and healthy living. So thank you very much for considering this. I ask that you vote yes on the $2.3 million and agenda item D5. Thank you.
Mr. Shu, thank you. How many of those losses at the Plymouth Tennis Center were to me? None.
I would say 0.
None. It's a bane of my existence, that man.
Next, we have Robin Palmer, followed by William Puchert. And Robin, whenever you're ready, please unmute and begin speaking.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Oh, mute and unmute was not showing initially, so I'm glad to be able to join. Good morning, Vice Mayor Reese and council members. My name is Robin Palmer, and I live in rural Reno. I'm sorry, I do not have a camera. I intended to attend this morning's council meeting in person and provide public comment, but unfortunately, my car slid off the road within a mile of my home and now sits in the ditch, much to the chagrin of my husband. So I appreciate the opportunity to participate by Zoom. Again, I do not have a camera. Mr. Messon said that there was no dress code. I was thinking how novel it would be to provide my public comment to Reno City Council without clothes. I am very concerned about the crisis facing our civilization, climate change. I'm an active member of the Citizens Climate Lobby. The city of Reno demonstrates that it can talk the talk with a sustainability and climate action plan. The plan lists 9 priorities for achieving sustainability. The 9th, or I think it's the number 3rd priority, is green building as standard practice. A recent status report shows the city falling short of its 2025 goal for reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. I share with you the mantra of rewiring America. And if I were there in person, I would project this mantra. When it dies, electrify. With agenda item B8, you will be considering the allocation of funds to the lowest bidder and responsible bidder for repair of the National Bowling Stadium roof. When it dies, electrify. I don't know the extent of the needed repairs, but it seems like this is an opportunity for the city of Reno to walk the walk. Please consider bidders for repair of the National Bowling Stadium roof who will incorporate installation of solar or solar capability into the roof repair. Thank you.
And next we have William Puchert. And Mr. Puchert, whenever you are ready, please unmute and begin speaking.
All right, can you hear me now?
We can, thank you.
All right. Mr. Vice Mayor and Reno City Council member, my name is Willie Puchert. I reside in Ward 5 in Northwest Reno, and I am with you today representing the Sons and Daughters of Erin, of which I serve as its president. My apologies for not making it in person. I wanted to thank you for your generous donation to our organization approved at the last meeting, and also personally to thank Councilman Reese, Councilwoman Ebert, and Mayor Sheevy's financial support. Your donations have made it possible last year and will do so again this year for us to hold the Northern Nevada Celtic Cayley, and Gaelic means party in Gaelic, on May 20th in the Reno Brewery District. The event carries on the legacy of the former Celtic celebration that used to be held at Bartley Ranch Park and was forced to shut down due to the pandemic. One of the things our organization is all about is preserving Reno's Irish history. A tradition we are proud to carry on is the Blanchfield Memorial Ceremony, where we spread shamrocks we received from County Cork, Ireland, on the grave of William Blanchfield, an airmail pilot who died in a freak plane accident in August of 1924, and whose mother started this tradition of following next St. Patrick's Day that was quietly carried on by the late Reno undertaker Silas Ross, and then local historians, until our organization created a formal ceremony over a decade ago. We plan to hold a brief rescheduled ceremony at noon Friday, March 17th, St. Patrick's Day, at Blanchfield's grave behind the cemetery office located in the veterans section of Mountain View Cemetery. Next year will be the 100th anniversary of this tradition, and my organization is planning several activities around Blanchfield. I have emailed you a PDF of a PowerPoint presentation I've created that summarizes the Blanchfield story and our plans for next year. I would also like to encourage you to visit Reno's Irish bars, most of them who are supporters of ours on St. Patrick's Day. That includes Shanty Dolan's on Keystone, Ryan's Saloon on Wells, and of course, Keole Irish Pub on California. In addition, the Sierra Tap House and the bars participating in the Tour de Brews event in the Reno Brewery District will be donating a portion of their proceeds to our organization. Sierra Tap House's co-owner Michael Connolly's grandfather and granduncle were charter members of the Sons and Daughters of Erin, or the Sons of Erin, which is our earlier incarnation of our pub. And Will Truce from Black Rabbit Meads, we honored this past Saturday, and he's done a lot of great things for our organization. And if you notice the shamrocks behind me, well, if I have some time, these are a close-up of the shamrocks that we just got sent from Ireland, and we will be spreading on the grave of William Blanchfield. So in closing, I just wanted to say thank you very, very much for your support. And I wish all of you St. Patrick's Day. And I've looked at the weather and it looks like we actually are just going to have partly cloudy skies that day. Woohoo! So thank you very much.
Thank you. That includes our in-person public comment registered for this item. For the record, we received 22 comments, which were general in nature or not directly associated with an agenda item prior to 4 p.m. on March 7th. These comments were written correspondence received via our reno.gov online public comment form or by email to our office. Copies of these comments have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are available to the public on the reno.gov meeting portal. They represented 11 in favor, 6 in opposition, and 5 concerned. In addition, we have 2 voicemails, which we will play for you now.
My name's Anita Pedersen. I work for ESI Security. I had a post yesterday at the Reno Event Center. Had full view of the corner of Lake and 4th Street. There's a lot of pedestrian traffic there, and of course there's signs posted double fines in this area for 20 miles an hour. There were so many people almost hit, so many people speeding over 20 very fast through there. That's just one issue. The other issue, I was driving home. I live south of the airport from up there where I was working in the Reno Event Center. I don't drive fast, and it's nighttime when I'm coming home. It's dark. It was 9 o'clock. There were several people walking across the street on Kitsky, dark clothes. You couldn't see them till I'm driving slow, and you couldn't see them till you're almost on top of them. And they just walk across. They're not in a crosswalk, and they're wearing black clothes. Maybe we need a public announcement for people to wear bright clothes at night, or carry something light, a flashlight, something white, a jacket with fluorescent, something. I mean, this is like stupidity at its. I mean, and a lot of them are just so out of it. So, yeah, and then it would be the driver's fault. But we need to do something about all that. Thank you for your time. Have a good day.
Hi, my name is Charlene Marks, and I'm calling on behalf of the 78 lots that. I'm calling on behalf of the townhouses that are proposed to be built at Grand Point Way and May Ann. I invite you, City Council people, to come and drive up Shadow Park Drive and drive up Grand Point Way and attempt to make a left turn onto May Ann from Shadow Park Drive. You'll run into conflict of traffic where it takes 2 to 5 minutes just to get off the street and onto May Ann, making a left turn. Between the middle turnout lane, the blind corner curve, when you pull up to the stop sign at Shadow Park Drive, heading northbound to make a left turn westbound onto May Ann, there's even a blind spot in the curve. And then as you proceed left, there's the bus stop. So the bus stop's blocking one lane of traffic. And then you have traffic coming into the middle turn lane again to pull into Rayleigh's, and other traffic pulling to the right to pull onto Robb Drive with pedestrians crossing, including students, at each one of these intersections and corners. Especially on icy roads, it is very difficult to pull out from these roads to pace between the vehicles that are coming. And I invite you to come and travel these roads to see what an impact would be for an extra 140 vehicles to be impacting these two blocks of roads. If you continue westbound on May Ann, down the hill between 7 and 7:20 a.m. or even 7 to 7:35 a.m., you will see the impact of all the traffic already heading to McQueen, with people trying to make U-turns in various locations to avoid long lanes of traffic, turning lanes that are backed up so far that they are blocking center lanes, making a middle lane in May Ann that doesn't even exist. That's just supposed to be a turn lane. And that blocks other people trying to pull off of Stone Valley Road and Ambassador Drive. So it's already impacted, and adding another 80 to 140 vehicles, assuming 1 to 2 vehicles per property, that would be a huge impact. Not to mention they're already building apartments over on Belmont and May Ann, and that will add traffic already coming from the west and people needing to drop kids off at school. This will really add to the commotion. I challenge you to come on icy roads at 7 o'clock in the morning and see how cars are already spinning out on May Ann, and how this does.
Mr. Vice Mayor, that is the end of our opening public comment period, and we're ready to move on to item A4, approval of the agenda.
Thank you. Before I ask for a motion, I'm going to go to City Manager Thornley. We have some changes to the agenda and one item that I'm going to move in front of. So, Mr. Manager.
Well, if you're going to move an item, I would recommend that we move D5 as well, so that it's
Yes, item D5 will be heard before the consent agenda, as we have a number of folks in the public who are here on that item. So D5 will be heard before the B items in consent.
And then I need to flag for the group that the city attorney has asked that item D1 be continued to the March 22nd meeting.
And what is that?
Item D1 is a resolution of necessity to acquire a sewer easement.
I'm sorry, could you say that again? B1 or
D1, Delta 1.
D1? Okay. And I want to ask a question. You know, the item you're removing, D5, is a very big item. Very big item. I'm going to ask when we get there a suspension of our rules, because we've heard more than 6 minutes on pickleball alone. And, you know, we only limit ourselves to 7 minutes a council member. And I just don't think that's due deference to, you know, the big job that was done in DC to bring this money to us. I think there's expectations that there's thoughtful deliberation. But don't we want the mayor here for this item, or did she not give any guidance to ask to be
Ms.
a part of
Breckes,
this discussion?
We'll move forward as I've identified as D5. When we get to item D5, if you wish to have additional time for comment, please let me know, and we'll see if we can accommodate you. As to item D1, Mr. Hall, do we have to open the item at all? Okay. Item D1 is removed from the agenda. Item D5 will be taken before item B. Item D5 then would come to us before the consent agenda items. Can I get a motion on the remainder of the calendar?
Before we do, I have a request.
Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, I would like to either remove and put back on the next agenda or continue, whichever is the proper. Item G2, which is the appointment of the Historic Resources Commission members. I haven't completed my interviews, so I don't know whether we need to wait till the end of the meeting, continue it, or just take it off now.
Yeah, I don't think we'll have any objection when we get to there, but normally when we have a continuance requested by a member and it is your liaison role to it, we'll take it at that time.
Okay, so, but just in case anyone is here, I want them to know
Understand.
I'm going to recommend continuing that.
Understand. Thank you so much for that note. Can I get a motion, Councilmember Dewar?
Yeah, I'll move to approve the agenda with the changes noted.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Dewar, a second by Councilmember Martinez. Any further discussion at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Mr. Clerk, for the record, are we voting on our screens today?
There might be some technical difficulty, so I will record and I will clarify if I need it.
Thank you so much. I know that we're working through some of those issues. Okay, the next agenda item is item A5. I'll need approval of the minutes. Any questions from my colleagues?
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Dewar, second by Councilmember Taylor. Any additional
I'm
discussions?
sorry, I didn't hear what was the motion?
To approve the minutes from February 8th, 2023.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay, if there are no additional questions, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Item D5, Mr. Hodge.
Good morning, Vice Mayor Reese, members of the council. Reese, I think I need to get a haircut like you. Looking at the back of my head on camera, it would look better a little bit more bald. I'm here today to talk about three specific things as they relate to ARPA, and the presentation will come up in just a second. But to highlight those three things we're going to go over today, we're going to talk about where we are in the timeline, what our plan is to reallocate to 5 specific projects that are already underway, and a plan for 19 new projects as directed by public engagement.
Mr. Hodge, I'm going to ask you to pause for a minute because I understand we do have public comment on the item, so we'll take that public comment before the staff presentation. Thank you for that.
Thank you. We do have several in-person registered public comments. We will begin with James Fewens, followed by Ian Anderson.
Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, James Fewens. I'm here to say support of D5. I'm a board member of the High Sierra Lacrosse League. High Sierra Lacrosse and lacrosse in general is one of the fastest growing team sports in the United States. And one of the biggest challenges that we have every year is finding flat fields for our youth athletes. Truckee Meadows has grown a lot over the last years, and flat fields have not kept pace with the flat. Current capacity of flat fields is around 170%. So flat fields are definitely a challenge to get. So new fields are in dire need. The current High Sierra Lacrosse has over 800 players, which generates about 500 families in the northern Nevada area. And myself having a youth athlete, in the lacrosse, we go to many tournaments across the western United States. And I would love to see that economic growth and economic money that we send to our other municipalities around the West Coast to come to northern Nevada. All those things fill tons of hotel rooms, fill restaurants, fill all that thing. And by having the youth fields, we'll be able to build our young people, have them join teams that build character. And then second of all, I would like to say that I am obviously in support of it, of D5, and then many municipalities across the West that when we go to see these flat fields, they a lot of times they use flood areas, flood designated areas for flat fields. And I think it's a great use that those municipalities do use for flat fields. So I'd love to see the flat fields, the $2 million on D5 for the flat fields, and thank you very much.
Next, we have Ian Anderson, followed by Randy Ritter.
Mr. Fewens, thank you for your service on the Sparks Planning Commission. Appreciate you very much.
Hello.
Mr. Anderson, good morning.
Hello. Good morning. My name is Ian Anderson. I'm a resident of Ward 1 in Reno. I've been a youth coach for the last 8 years. I'm on the board of the High Sierra Lacrosse League, and I'm also on the board of the Reno Youth Sports Association, which is an organization that this group created to help with collect user fees for youth athletes that then get used for the maintenance of the Reno playing fields. And it also allocates the fields amongst the member organizations. Currently this year, Reno Youth Sports Association is going to have over 6,500 youth athletes on the fields in the city of Reno. The city conducted an audit several years ago that noted that there's a shortage of about 60 flat fields. That's soccer and lacrosse and football fields in the city. And as we've known, the region's only grown since then, and we haven't kept pace with adding new fields. So in item D5, there's an allocation of $2 million to support the development of flat fields, and we're in great support of that. We think that it's very, very needed, and we think that it will help all the youth organizations that are providing team sport opportunities for the families in Reno to better meet those needs. Currently, there's significant negotiations that go on between all the leagues to try and get access to fields. And so by adding to the inventory of fields that we have, we're going to be able to better meet the needs of the families. I'd also like to say that I hope that this group views this as a first step, that the development of these fields is sort of the first in the step of the development of many new fields. Jamie, who just spoke to me previously, mentioned about the ability of using dual use where we have flood abatement lands also used as fields is a great opportunity for us in this area to expand the number of flat fields that we have. So thank you very much. I want to just mention again, it's the support of the $2 million for the flat fields in the ARPA money. Thank you.
Next, we have Randy Ritter, followed by Kathy Gilbert.
Good morning. Vice Mayor, City Council. My name is Randy Ritter. I'm here today wearing two hats. I'm the Vice President of Fields for the RYSA Group and also the President for Great Basin Youth Soccer League. As the Vice President of Fields for RYSA, I'm representing us today. We all know that there's a shortage of flat fields for organized sports in Reno. We are 46 flat fields short in this city, maybe more, as Ian said. GBYSL represents about 50% of all of RYSA membership. I've been the president of Great Basin Youth Soccer League for 12 years now. Great Basin has over 8,000 registrations per year. GBYSL, we call it GBYSL. GBYSL is going on 38 years old. We've donated over $100,000 of our own money to help city and county with repairs and sod restoration. No other sports organization could say that in our city. I'm here to talk about the much-needed sports complex that we need here in Reno, Nevada. I run multiple soccer tournaments in Northern Nevada every year, and a very large tournament in the city of Las Vegas. That tournament is the 6th largest tournament in the country. Our Vegas tournament brings in 1,300 teams over a 2-weekend period. Some of the revenue, we account for 20,000 room nights in those 2 weekends. And also, it brings over a $40 million impact to the city of Las Vegas. The city of Reno is a destination just like Las Vegas. We are missing sports facilities for the youth in our city. Even Carson City has a 10-field sports complex that I'm forced to use, and that brings the revenue to their city and not mine. We are building houses and apartments here in Reno with no plan on creating a needed sports infrastructure. We have up to 60,000 people moving into our area, and we do not have one multi-field sports complex in this city. I'm asking you to approve this project and let GBYSL partner with RYSA to build this complex. At Moana, our parking lot and a third of the field has been taken from us to build our public swimming pool. 800 soccer players have been displaced because of that. Great Basin maintains those fields to the highest standards and has not asked for one penny from public tax dollars to maintain or care for this complex in the past decade. GBYSL has proven with the Moana project for the last 10 years, we built a beautiful field where drug dealing once took place. Now the surrounding businesses flourish because we built a beautiful complex where these kids play every day, and it has helped the businesses around that area. Pembroke, along with Mill Street, will allow us to host large soccer tournaments, not only for soccer and lacrosse, but all other sports. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ritter, and thank you for your service. Both of those bodies, GBYSL and RYSA, are very important components of the community, so thank you for your time.
Next, we have Bill Kozitsky, followed by Dr. Hillary Lopez. Do we have Bill Kozitsky in the room? Okay, we'll move forward with Dr. Hillary Lopez.
Good morning. For the record, Dr. Hillary Lopez. I'm the Executive Director of the City of Reno Housing Authority. I know you're in receipt of our letter on this item, so I just wanted to say that we are aware that there are many competing needs in our community, and we greatly appreciate your time in evaluating these myriads of projects. It's no easy task, and the Reno Housing Authority is appreciative of all of the support we've received from council. Your partnership is and remains important to us. The lack of attainable housing in our community remains a critical need. And as I'm newer to my position, aside from today, I look forward to scheduling time with each of you to discuss RHA's mission, our plans for the future, and how we could best work together. So thank you for your continued consideration.
Mr. Vice Mayor, that concludes our in-person public comment. For the record, we did receive 13 comments directly associated with this agenda item prior to 4 p.m. on March 7th. These comments were written correspondence received via our reno.gov online public comment form or by email to our office. Copies of these comments have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are available to the public on the reno.gov meeting portal. They represented 10 in favor, 1 in opposition, and 2 concerned. That concludes our public comment period, and we're ready to move forward with...
Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry. We do have a Zoom attendee who has raised their hand, so we'll take their comment. This is Tracy Wilson, and whenever you are ready, feel free to unmute and begin speaking.
Hi, I just want to make sure you can hear me.
We can, thank you.
Okay, hi. Good afternoon, everyone. I think we're almost afternoon. I guess we're still morning. Apologies. My name is Tracy Wilson. For the record, I'm with American Wild Horse Campaign. I've worked closely with some of the city staff members regarding wild horse issues and in this I did submit some written comments, but I wanted to reiterate on the 500,000 listed for Virginia Range horse fencing, what our boots on the ground perspective is of the priorities for that money. In the immediate need is kind of a double whammy in the needed wildlife fencing to create a wildlife preserve that allows natural access to a water source, not only for Virginia Range horses, but also for all wildlife. As we lose more and more access to water sources with development, this would allow a natural access that doesn't require a lot of maintenance other than the fencing, which is really a key piece that's important to consider. The other big one is the area where there is no fencing, and that's down towards Geiger Grade. That is a multi-agency project, but it directly impacts the city of Reno and the city of Reno streets. We've done a very good job working with developers in the city to close off fencing in the city limit area, but just south of that is a huge gap that's allowing horses onto the city of Reno streets, where the grass has been planted right next to the street for an easy meal and creating a bit of a public safety hazard. And then again, a wildlife corridor up that hill that allows for human movement, for human recreation. People love to go up into those hills for recreation. And so allowing that recreation corridor, which would also allow wildlife and horses to move through that corridor safely. And this project's been on the books for a while. I know Councilwoman Dorr has been working on something like this, and a project coordinator to head this up and also look at these fencing issues would be really important, I believe, to get these things done and action moving. And then lastly, replacing fencing that's at risk for failure should be addressed once the open areas are closed off and we've reduced the risk to the community. So thank you for your time and consideration of these issues when it comes to this funding, and congratulations for the funding and the good that will come of all of it. Thank you.
And that concludes our public comment on this item. We're ready to move forward with the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Hodge. Welcome.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Reese, members of council. Again, J.W. Hodge for the record. We're going to do three things today. We're going to briefly talk about where we are on the timeline with the state and local fiscal relief funds. We're going to talk about two important outcomes from today, and that's reallocating some funds to some underway projects and then allocating funds to additional projects identified through the public process. We'll start with a brief timeline. Back in August of 2021, this council accepted over $51.5 million from the state and local fiscal relief funds. At that same time, this body directed staff to go out and engage in a robust public engagement campaign to identify what is important to the city of Reno to use these funds to recover. We came back in 2022, and council directed immediate priorities, 7 of them, that said that these were important to the community as well as this body to make sure that we were funding projects and finding projects that met the needs of our community. At that same time, council began allocating funds. So today, on March 8th, we're going to allocate some additional funds, hopefully to projects that are currently underway, as well as the new projects that I already talked about. There are 2 important dates to keep in mind as we discuss today. December 31st, 2024 is the date we must have all funds allocated to projects. And December 31st, 2026 is the date we must have all funds spent. As I mentioned, council approved and chose 7 key priorities based on that public engagement. These priorities align with council's strategic plan, what the public has asked us to spend money on, as well as the federal guidelines established by the Treasury that says this is how you can spend these dollars. I'll highlight just a few. We have 24 projects currently underway. As you know, council in October allocated $6 million to public safety to improve technology and some of the infrastructure related to public safety. We have almost $8 million in affordable housing projects already underway. And we have 5 parks projects currently happening. We also have some allocations that have not been allocated directly to projects, but to categories. The senior category, as you are aware, those projects are going to the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee in the next few weeks and will come back before this body for final approval. 2 major things today. First, we have 5 projects that we need to allocate additional funds to complete. And then second, we're going to go through a list of projects contemplated for your approval.
Can we pause that status? Because we're doing 3 things, and it's a status update, and I have a question on the status.
Well, we'll wait until after Mr. Hodges' presentation, and then you'll have the floor.
Okay.
Okay. First, let's talk about the reallocation projects. We have 5 projects that are currently underway that require an additional funds, mostly based on the increased cost for labor, supplies, and expenses. The first one in the council's priority of pandemic response, wrapping up the remote work technology program, allowing city staff to be fully remote capable when needed. We need an additional $137,000 to finish that project. In the Parks and Rec category, as you can imagine, those are big infrastructure building type projects, including the California Building, HVAC, Mayor's Park, and the Idlewild Pond rehab. Those projects have come in at an increased cost due to supplies and labor. Overall, we're asking for $1.477 million to cover the expanded costs of these projects and continue to make sure that they're complete based on your original direction. The exciting part is now talking about new projects that have been identified both through the public input process as well as council's guidance. All projects fit within the categories or the priorities established by council, and I'll go through them briefly and talk about what they are so we can have a conversation. First, access to healthcare. One of the key things that came out of public feedback was how does the city respond and provide improved access to healthcare with the dollars provided through the American Rescue Plan Act. One way we can do that is through a building that we purchased, or the land we purchased in 1991, the building we built in 1999, that we have leased to 3 different occupants over the last 20 plus years. And that's the expansion of our Neal Road facility. This is a direct investment of $5 million into our city-owned infrastructure to expand a space that we lease to a current healthcare provider that can then turn around and lease additional space from the city of Reno and provide improved family practice care, access to pharmacy services, access to behavioral health, and food pantry access. We have just over $1.3 million proposed to allocate to 2 more affordable housing projects. You heard some public comment on these this morning, but these will allow the continuation of these projects and allow us to make investments that will finish these projects off and ensure their success in the future. The community programs is a really exciting area for the city. As you know, we're growing our economic development team, and we're making strategic investments in pushing things out so that we can improve small business, downtown, other corridors of the city. So some of these projects include our tenant improvement and lease support project, which is a concept to allow our economic development team to work with small businesses to identify areas where they can open a small business or a small restaurant with support from the city of Reno and help them be sustainable. City Hall accessibility and improvements. We've talked about it in this meeting a couple of times with ADA access to the building and wanting to open the first floor, investing $500,000 into improving the ADA infrastructure so we could open the first floor and make the building fully ADA accessible from the street. Waste and e-waste recycling programs is a combination of both additional trash cans in the downtown area, replacement trash cans for failing trash cans in the downtown area, as well as a set aside for funds for council members' ward cleanup opportunities to include e-waste recycling. Downtown placemaking and improvement contemplates holding $2 million of funds to apply towards projects based on the Virginia Street placemaking study. When council gets that study back and they identify items in there that we want to invest money in, that money can be used to implement those projects immediately. And there's an additional fund set aside to create a facade improvement program. And finally, under the community programs, the Downtown Reno Partnership, RISE Initiative, and the Clean and Safe programs are in need of vehicles to ensure we can continue to do the great work that's underway in those areas. Pandemic response priority includes a couple of varied topics, one being a critical need in investing in our infrastructure for security. This is an expansion of our security infrastructure to include security in parks, open spaces, other places where we lack the security right now, but from the ARPA perspective, we know that those places have a high use, and we have a duty to protect them and make sure we protect our investment. The Reno Fire Department is seeking additional funds to buy a storage container for PPE supplies at a low cost. And then the FEMA COVID-19 reimbursement is related to the ILA entered into this body at the beginning of COVID that said any unreimbursed medical or unreimbursed COVID expenses would be paid for at the percentage outlined in that agreement. Finally, revenue replacement. We've been working in partnership with the finance team to understand what amount of revenue or dollars we should hold aside to protect us and make sure that if in the need that revenue falls short, we have the ARPA dollars to cover that. We will work closely with finance, and in the event that those funds are not needed, we'll be back in front of you at this time next year before the budget season to allocate additional funds to additional ARPA projects. Finally, probably the most exciting list is the Parks and Recreation list. There are incredible projects on this, and I think we've heard a lot about most of these this morning. The Parks Planner will help implement these projects as well as many more. You know, we're underway in building a pros plan and other things, and a Parks Planner, a grant-funded position, if you will, similar to what we did with the EMS COVID coordinator, someone that worked under the COVID dollars for a while, and then as they became more invested or more integrated into actual day-to-day work is an opportunity for us to implement them into the city. Flat field support, we've heard a lot about this morning, contemplates setting aside money to help build and work with our partners like GBYSL, RYSA, La Crosse, in building flat fields and improving the flat field infrastructure for the city. Idlewild pool deck contemplated in the CIP is a quick replacement or a replacement of the pool deck and making sure that we can continue as we open a brand new pool, also make sure we're maintaining the pools we currently have. The Lear Theater upgrades is setting aside $1 million to ensure that we can landscape, do temporary fencing, or whatever is appropriate for that facility to make sure we maintain the integrity of that facility, but allows us to have direct funding that can improve the look and the landscaping and the security of that facility since it's a city-owned facility. We just heard comment on Virginia Range horses, contemplating setting aside money to support both fencing, trails, and any work that's determined that's needed for that project to make sure that we keep both the public as well as the Virginia Range horses safe. And the last two, river path plan and improvements. I think it's important to note the distinction that it's a plan and improvements. We'd like to invest some money in developing a plan and what is the personality, the integrity, what is the plan for our river path, and then having funds associated with that plan to then start implementing projects associated with that. The Reno Tennis Center upgrade, I feel like needs no additional commentary. It's a very much needed project. We do have unusable tennis courts at that location, and this contemplates making sure that we can replace those tennis courts. As I said at the beginning, we have two things today. The first motion is to reallocate funds to ensure we can complete those 5 projects underway, and the second motion is to allocate the remaining ARPA state and local fiscal relief funds to the projects we just discussed. I am available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hodge. I appreciate the presentation, and also I want to just thank you and the staff for the work that's gone into this. Obviously, we're here at a moment when you've spent the last essentially 3 years working towards the way in which we are able to allocate. I think important among the slides that you made early on was the discussion about the public process that went into getting to this moment. And so when we as a city council decided to sort of piggyback on to the state's public process, that means that we had the benefit or largesse of going to something like, I think it was 79 or 83, can't remember which one, meetings where we heard people who said, these are the things that we're interested in these dollars being spent on because they are generational investments. I also think it's important that the folks, certainly some in the audience today, know that their voice has been heard on the subject because that's why we went out and did all that listening tour. As I looked around the country and looked at other cities and municipalities, what they were doing, oftentimes I was personally critical of some of the things which I saw because what I saw mostly was revenue replacement. Cities were looking at this as a way to offset perhaps their past budget failings and things like that. We haven't done that. And so I appreciate your dedication to the cause, which is to really think about how do we use these dollars, which are one-time dollars, to make investments in the community that will last for a number of years. And so I very much appreciate the approach that you've taken and the staff. We arrived at this moment not haphazardly or recently. It really has been the better part of 3 years working towards this moment. So thank you for that. I'm going to start with the body, but I'm going to go first to Madam Mayor because she has to be in and out of our meeting today and want to make sure that she has the opportunity to comment on any of the items before we move on to my colleagues.
All right. Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. Thank you. Great presentation. One of the things I kind of want to remind everyone, because sometimes it's really difficult because everyone has different interests in what they think we should be investing in. One of the big takeaways was investing in recreation and outdoor parks and amenities. People really in the pandemic said, we want places that we can have something that provides a great quality of life. Because I think sometimes people look at that and say, oh, you know, that doesn't seem like it's something of importance. But now more than ever, our parks actually for a very, very long time have needed a significant amount of upgrades. And outdoor recreation, like we heard in the pandemic, was just something that we wanted to hit home. Something that was really important for me is the river. There is no funding source for our river. It's our drinking water, and it could be a tremendous place where we recreate. So we need to continue to make sure we keep a watchful eye on that. The other thing is healthcare is really important. I'm glad to see CHA on there. It's certainly in an area of the city that desperately needs more healthcare, and there's a mental health component that I think is very, very critical now more than ever. Again, something the pandemic taught us. So I appreciate it, and I hope that, you know, this is a collaboration with our community and the council. So we're here to listen. So thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate all your work. I know you've been working very, very hard on that.
A lot. It's a team effort on this one.
Yeah, it definitely is. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Hodge, before I move on, the mayor reminds me that the one thing that I think is also important about the presentation that could be easily overlooked was the allocation buckets, right? And we use the term buckets because it's just easier for us to think of than in maybe accounting terms. But can you bring that slide back up? It was the priorities that were in line with, yeah, here we are. So there were, these were arrived at based on the Treasury guidance fundamentally, plus what we heard in the listening tour. Is that a fair characterization?
I would flip it. I would say, yes, we went to the listening tour to hear all the things. What are all the things the community wants us to participate in? And these 7 aligned with the Treasury guidelines as well as Council's direction.
And those Treasury guidelines, they were voluminous and ever-changing, yes. Right? So I think part of the thing that is amazing about your team is that you were able to navigate those guidelines, because at the end of the day, the dollars came from the federal government and through the state government to us, but they had significant limitations on their uses, the timelines, the way in which they could be spent. And so I appreciate you keeping abreast of those things. I'm going to go now to the body and see if we can't start with Councilmember Breckus, who I knew you had some questions. Councilmember Breckus, I know you had asked originally about maybe a suspension of the rules. I'm going to sort of say that that's not how I would do it, but I, as the presiding officer for our time together, will try to be very gracious and generous to you with your time. And so we're going to start off by assuming that everyone's going to use their time allocations as we normally do under our rules. And if you have some additional comments or questions anytime, your voice is very important to me and it matters, so I will certainly take that into consideration.
Okay, well, for those who don't come to our meeting often, council member on any item is given 7 minutes of discussion, and $28 million, 7 minutes of discussion, you know, I think is problematic. I don't think it shows well to the people in DC who a lot of them put their careers on the line to bring this money over to us.
Well, and
that's
I'm not
point
sure I
number
would
one.
characterize your position that way.
Well,
and we're not going to stop your time. Hold on a second.
Okay.
It's not that you only get the 6 or the 7 minutes. That's the time before the motion, and then you can ask for additional time. We've also had this item in front of us now. This is probably the 8th time Mr. Hodge has been in front of us. So this isn't new, although it might be new to some people in the audience, so I appreciate your thoughts. We'll start your 3 minutes now, Mr. Clerk.
Okay. I also would like the courtesy of taking individual votes on individual items rather than a roll-up vote, which a roll-up vote for $20 million to $8 million is quite remarkable. And so I'm going to make that request also. My first question is, and I'm the senior member on the council along with the mayor who came on in 2012 during the Great Recession when the city had laid off 1/3 of its workforce as a result of that economic downturn and was managing cash flow. At one point, I think the city was down to 17 days of cash flow. Those were really, really dark days in a Great Recession. Now, in terms of pandemic response, revenue replacement is one of the eligible items, and revenue replacement to me was always very important, because if we can't do the core basics caused by this pandemic economic downturn, you know, we can't launch onto new initiatives. We've got, according to my understanding, 9 months more before we have to commit allocations. That's 9 months more of economic uncertainty to our revenue. Now, usually at this point of year, we're pretty far along into budgeting. This year is very unusual. I don't know why. I haven't heard why we haven't sat down to do budgeting. But what I understand is there's hurt coming forward. And so is the finance department and their recommendation for revenue replacement holdback have a projection for what could happen for the 9 months, or is it already revenue loss, revenue replacement that's already been incurred?
Thank you for the question. I think what you're seeing is the partnering between our department and the finance team to understand what we could project in the future and what we should conservatively hold on to based on $5.2 million is roughly 5% of C-tax, right? So that makes sense to hold on to that money. It also, you have to look at the timeline as both conservative on both sides. If we don't allocate this money by December 31st, 2024, then we don't get to allocate it to anything and we send it back. So we've worked with the finance team to understand what percentage they want to hold on to understand both through this budget cycle and next year's budget cycle, if it is needed. If it's not needed, we'll come back to this body and reallocate it to projects.
Okay, so the holdback, it was a very specific question. The holdback contemplates forward revenue
Correct.
loss. Okay, of 5% of C-tax. That was the methodology, I guess, used.
Correct.
Okay, that's good. Didn't see that in the staff report. A detail on where the revenue replacement is. Wanted to know. Now the allocations that are being moved around, I understand that there one that didn't show maybe was that Reno Housing Authority one, because I thought that had been reserved, but now that's being reallocated forward. You're not showing it as reallocation, but the input from the letter from the Housing Authority was we had parked $3 million for the Housing Authority to buy the Bonanza at one point, correct?
It's not showing as a reallocation because the funds were never dispersed because the project never came to fruition and that agreement has been terminated.
Well, but a lot of these aren't projects that have come to fruition. They were bucketed items. And so I'm just, I guess my time has expired. I have a lot of questions about, each of your little round bubbles, and one was housing, and I only got to one part of the housing one, but my time's expired. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Breckus. Anybody else on the body? Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. First, I want to start off, I've spent a fair amount of time with you and your team in at least 3 sessions going over the detail of this. And I just want to say what a good job you have done. It is never easy. I often hear this allocation process called the Hunger Games, but we have been allocating in tight environments, as long as I've been associated with government, about 40 years. That it's always winners and losers. Some things you can fund, some things you have to put in the parking lot for a future day. So I think you've done a really good job in trying to balance, based on our priorities, what is important to us, but also what's important to the community. So for my comments, I just wanted to start with, as the mayor did, with the Parks and Recreation. We're looking at $25 million here today, and you have about $10 million just for Parks and Recreation. And I want to commend you for that. During the recession, which we're starting to dim on when that was and what happened, but the 2008-9 timeframe, where we lost about 60% of all of our Parks and Recreation staff, we were unable to maintain projects, never mind build things. So build new flat fields or maintain the Reno Tennis Center, things like that, all fell by the wayside just to allow us to do the basics of government, public safety, open up the doors, provide services to people that are the bare minimum. So in the park section, I can support every single one of these projects. I would have liked to even see double, but I understand. We have many things to do. But we heard great things from the Reno tennis community and the pickleball community today. It's been the mayor and I advocating for the river path, that we really think that we even have to take the next step to make the river a centerpiece of our city, not a forgotten zone, not an area people are afraid to go. So with lighting, with bathrooms, with paving, with kiosks, explanatory materials about the river and how important it is, that's what sets us apart from other cities. We have a river through it. We need to build on what it is and provide that incredible opportunity, recreational amenity for our community. We heard from the Virginia Range spokesperson about horses, and I just want to confirm that the monies, as I understand, it says Virginia Range horses, but my understanding was to water sources, fencing, and the way through. Those are all important pieces. And it covers not just Parks and Recreation, but also covers public safety. We've had many, many horses lost on our street. Those have caused tremendous accidents, 25 in just the last 3 years, and we haven't even counted up this year's losses. Every one of those is a totaled car, a police accident, traumatized residents. and loss of life in our animal population. So thank you for including it. I also want to comment on the Lear Theater. I am so grateful, first of all, for the work that Mr. Thornley has done and the team in acquiring the Lear Theater, coming up with a process to get it into our inventory. It will need an assessment as to its historical value, the structures report. All of that has to precede spending this money. Hopefully some of the money of the $1 million you're looking at setting aside could be used for that first step, which is, what do we have here? What is the historic process that we need to follow through before we actually build something? So I'll have more comments when my time comes back.
Mr. Hodge, thank you. And I'm just going to piggyback a little bit off of what Ms. Dewar said. First of all, I think Ms. Dewar is being very genuine and kind about the amount of time that she spent. If she said it was 3 meetings, my guess is she spent 300 hours. So thank you to her for doing that work. Truly, I mean, it is a lifetime of service represented in a moment, right? And so I want to make sure that my friend and colleague knows how much I value her thoughts on the process, because I think that's important for the public to understand. All of the things that are in here are representative of the people in the community who have a particular passion. And again, you saw a number of folks here from the pickleball and tennis community. It's certainly something I'm passionate about, but it's very exciting to see a broad support for it, even with people who don't play tennis or pickleball, just knowing how important public recreation is. With regard to the Lear, because Ms. Dewar posits that as one of the issues, I want to make sure that I understand what the allocation potentially could be used for. And I also want to sort of dispel some of the thought process that sometimes leaks into public discourse, which is negative about it. I see it as a first step, right, in the process which we ultimately hope will result in the Lear being restored, right? So the dollars being contemplated here are not to put up barbed wire fencing, permanent fencing. It's not to paint it neon green, right? So all of the things that we do with the Lear, we would do with a careful and steady hand, with the support of the Historic Resource Commission, with the support of folks who are very tuned into the historic nature of the building. My hope, of course, is that the African-American community of Reno will be invited to participate in that process deeply because of the historical nature of the architect, Paul Revere Williams, who really is one of the premier architects of this era and is really something we can be proud of here at the City of Reno. Councilmember Dewar is right that it's just a start, right? And it is in no way intended to do anything that would be antithetical to our goal of preserving its historic nature. And so hopefully folks in the community who are concerned or contemplating their support or lack thereof would understand that our goals align, right? We may not always agree about every jot and tittle about Reno's history or the nature of online communication, but that we would know that our goal is the same, which is the preservation of this historic resource along the river. So I appreciate that. I didn't entirely understand, with regard to the parks planner, your hope is that we allocate dollars that would be then used to have an entire reimagination of our parks. And so that would help us lead the next 20 years of parks. Is that a fair way to characterize it?
I think the Parks team, it's fair, but I would clarify by saying I think the Parks team is well underway on a Parks and Recreation and Open Space plan. And by funding this position for 3 years to implement the projects that Council has brought forward through the ARPA dollars and help make sure those projects come to fruition on the right timeline, I think we also have a very unique opportunity to hire a person on grant dollars that will allow that person to work with the Parks team on the PROS plan as well once that is adopted by Council. And we get to move forward on other great projects in our parks areas. And much like the EMS COVID coordinator at the time, 3 years down the road when the ARPA dollars are expired and spent, Council has an opportunity to then, if we're still underway, turn that person into a full-time person, or that position ends. But I think we have a lot of great opportunity with that person, both paired with the projects that Council has initiated and funded and invested in through our ARPA, but also in the plan that you're investing in over the next few months into the PROS plan.
Yeah, that's exciting. Thank you so much. Let's see, Councilmember Taylor.
Vice Mayor, thank you, Mr. Hodge. As we say internally, thank you for bringing the tiger today. You've done a tremendous job. I know your team has done a tremendous job. Thank you for educating me and helping me get through this process. I have 2 comments. One is I'm super excited for the downtown improvements and the river improvements. Look forward to working with some of our newest team members to see how those get implemented. Thank you for that. And then the second thing is, you've probably heard me say this before, this is one-time funding. So whatever we invest in, which is all good, positive things here, my comment is to ensure that we are not going over budget, that we're not coming back to reallocate stuff, because this is one-time funding. And I know that you and your team have worked very hard to make sure that we are meeting budgets and we will stay within them. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor and Mr. Hodge. I appreciate all the time your team took to meet with me and discuss some of the concerns and questions that I had regarding some of the allocations. I just want to echo some of the things that have already been said. I think the allocations to the Virginia Range horses fencing, the river path plan and improvements are great allocations and are going to bring really good things to our community. Affordable housing projects that were identified. I know housing is a big concern for our community members, and more specifically, affordable housing options here in the area. So I appreciate the city putting some allocation to there. And then another thing that hasn't been mentioned yet, but that I just want to know, is the accessibility to City Hall specifically, and having the opportunity for more public engagement, which is something that I've brought up on my short tenure here on the council. So I appreciate that already coming up and the city addressing some of those concerns. To close out, I just want to note as well that the money that the city is allocating for the expansion of Neal Road is really going to provide critical healthcare services to an underserved portion of our community, and I appreciate that being included in there as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, just to go back over the affordable housing, I really am confused. So we originally gave money to the Housing Authority for the Bonanza purchase, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, I recall voting for it. I was on the fence. And then did we reallocate that from the Bonanza project?
The Bonanza project never came to fruition. So based on the ARPA rules and the agreements that we put in place with partners, and if it's not funding going to Reno, it's going to a partner, that money does not go to them if that project never comes to fruition.
Well,
where are we
putting this money? Yeah, where is that money going right now?
In the projects you're talking about today.
Okay, so how much was taken away from that effort and is...
it was not taken away. It was never given to that effort because the project never came to fruition.
Okay.
It's $6 million.
It was
it's
$6 million.
Contemplated in these
Okay, so
projects.
$6 million is moved off from what the Reno Housing Authority board thought they were working with as recent as last week into something else. That's what I wanted established. I see some other affordable housing efforts there. I'm a little concerned with the Sage Street one because, they're asking for an operating hole, but I had a good meeting with them. I can be comfortable with that. But I am a little troubled because they are our most important partner, and I would like to see that reconsidered. I'm going to move on to the Community Health Alliance allocation because we originally had $2.5 million for healthcare, my interpretation. And I just want to say, I haven't had a lot of meetings with staff. The manager has prevented me from meeting with our staff. It's a retaliatory move from last year's evaluation. So there may be a different narrative. I'm missing out on a lot of these issues, but I have not had the opportunity. Plus, I like open meetings. I would have liked a workshop to really dig in and have a little more background. But the $2.5 million for healthcare is now allocated up maybe to $5 million specific to the Neal Road facility, which is a tenant then presumably for the tenant who's there. So maybe that's where some of the $6 million went from the Housing Authority. I haven't seen, any background about that project. And because it is our city property, to me, it's one that really demands upon us a master plan for that property, how we're using our property, because it's our resource. I haven't seen any background. In great contrast, I the Hopes folks reached out to me, and they've got a 15-page proposal here, 10-page proposal with numbers and statistics of money that they've requested under that healthcare bucket. And I'm trying to understand, one, let me be very specific, is there more to the CHA ask, if you will, that's fleshed out that I missed? And two, why wasn't the Hopes folks who said they went through all the process given any consideration? Thank you. 2 questions.
First question. So I would categorize it differently. It's not an investment in CHA, it's an investment in our own infrastructure. And that's the difference between the two asks. We're investing in expanding our infrastructure, our facility, that then allows us to lease that back to the property, lease that property back to whoever's there. That property has been leased by St. Mary's, by the Hawk Clinic, and currently by CHA, all since 1999, providing critical underserved communities with healthcare. The second thing I would say is Hopes is not being considered. Council has allocated $1 million towards community partnerships with nonprofits, and they are contemplated in that project list, and that will come back to council as part of that community allocation.
Okay. Thank you for that. I want to let you know that I was city staff in 1998 and 1999 when that facility opened. I'm very familiar with its history. I want to share with the council, I think we need to take a step back from that. I don't even know what the elements of this $5 million remodel are. It's never been explained. It's not written down anywhere. And it's not lost on me that the proponent and the executive director of that organization used to sit in this body and was involved in a lot of those discussions.
Thank you, Ms. Breckus. Let's come back to the body and see if there are any other additional questions at this time. Councilmember Dewar.
Just to follow through on that housing piece, I was pleased to see that we did allocate additional funding for the projects that we initially did Highway 40 in the last tranche, and now they need more money, and we're saying, well, we'll take from the Bonanza and put back into this. The same with the Sage Street. So I'm comfortable with what you've done there. I also know that there's a tremendous amount of money that didn't the Reno Housing Authority or other groups get individual appropriations?
Yes, Councilmember, to answer your question specifically, the city of Reno got $51 million in ARPA funding. The Reno Housing Authority got $60 million in ARPA funding. Alone.
Just
specifically for housing, correct.
So I think that's an important piece that people need to know, that there's a whole separate appropriation, and it's gone directly to the agency that is doing most of our affordable housing. So I think that makes a lot of sense. Plus, we spent most of our first $25 million on affordable housing. I mean, that is our number one priority, even before we get to things like parks or healthcare or anything else. That's what I recall from our first tranche.
You're correct.
Okay, so then on the Neal Road, I had a lot of questions myself, and you explained that it was a improvement to our building. I wanted to categorize or just recap what you just said. Over the years, it's been used by, you said, St. Mary's, CHA, and who else?
The Hawk.
The
Clinic.
Hawk?
Yep.
What is the Hawk?
It was the previous CHA.
Oh, okay, Hawk. And then I just wondered, I mean, once this is completed, would we visit with all of those nonprofits and understand what basket of services could fill in this $5 million new space?
If I understand your question, I think we would offer the additional space to lease, but to include what we know is underserved community. We know that that area specifically, for lack of a better term, is a healthcare island for population that needs access to healthcare.
Well, then
so
let me hone in. Could Hopes be part of that story? I don't know. I don't know enough about what the different nonprofits do and what's the similar and what's different. I just want to understand, is there a process once we build the space?
Once we build the space based on being a healthcare provider facility, it would make sense that one person would lease it and lease that additional space and not
one group.
Okay. And I think both have different missions.
Well, keep us apprised.
Of course, absolutely.
Okay. And then finally, in my remaining time, I just want to cover a couple of these. I want to go back to Parks and Recreation. I also had an opportunity to meet with a lot of flat field advocates for all sports, and they're so passionate, and they've been at this for so long. I just wanted to put it on the record that since I was the director of the Truckee River Flood Project, starting back in 2005, I have advocated to use lands that we have purchased for flood control, dual purpose for recreation. Now, that is a long time. That is over 15 years. I have been advocating for, before I was on council, far longer, to build recreation in any place that we could, that we have a government-owned. The lands at the Truckee River Flood Project are owned by all of us, but held in the name of the Flood Project. Since I've been on that board the last 4 years, I have pushed them to move forward. They've had other priorities, but I'm not going to stop. I just wanted the field folks to know we have control over Pembroke. We own it. We can move forward with that. We have a couple partners on the flood project, and we have to get them all on board, and that's going to take a little longer. I know I'm out of time, but I just want to say about the parks planner, I'm so appreciative that you put that in, because putting money in capital projects to go do these things, you've got to have the staffing that's going to be able to move forward on these projects. And without that, I mean, it's great that we have the money, but who's doing the work? So thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ebert.
Yeah, I do have some questions. So just to clarify, when did the process start for allocating the funds?
The process started back in 2021.
Okay, and when did you complete the process for this presentation for allocating,
So there's
deciding?
multiple steps in the process. In 2021, council accepted the funds. At that same time, council directed us to go out and get community input. What's important to the community? Came back to council in 2022 and got approval of the priorities established, and at that time immediately started funding some projects. So about $23 million worth of projects are already underway.
Okay.
This is the final phase, or final-ish phase of the process, where we're coming back and allocating the remaining dollars to the projects that have been identified both through the community input as well as council input.
Okay, so this is pretty much decided before I came onto the council.
This is a multi-year project, yes.
Yeah, so just looking at all this, there's a lot of great projects on here, and I'm really glad that there's going to be funding for pickleball, so hopefully, everybody will be happy. But I'm just curious as to why the seniors are only getting $1 million. I know they're kind of a vulnerable part of our population, and I'm just curious as to why their funding is so low comparatively to other groups.
I look at it a little bit differently. I think we've identified how important they are, and we've allocated $1 million directly to them for senior-specific projects. But if we look through the parks projects and the recreation projects, those are all inclusive of seniors. So we're supporting seniors through the 28+% of improvements to our parks and recreation infrastructure, and found it important enough to also set aside $1 million dedicated directly to supporting just that population. So I think we've done the team has done a tremendous job in identifying that seniors are a big user of our Parks and Recs department. Let's increase that, improve the infrastructure, add new things like pickleball and new facilities, and ensure that our outdoor pool is functional. And at the same time, also give $1 million specifically to that population to say, what are the other key things specific to seniors that we can help with?
Okay, so this will be specifically for seniors. It won't be multi-generational programming or anything like that. It'll just be for senior programming.
And the projects under concept right now are going back to the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee for that feedback and that input.
Great, thank you, that was it, thanks.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much. So, a couple of topics they tell you never to talk about. They get very controversial. I'm going to go through them. It's children, religion, politics, and money.
Great.
And we're talking about money, right? So
Let's go.
It always gets very controversial. And one of the things I don't want to have happen is where we're pitting each other and projects against each other. That's not how this works. But you have to have these discussions ahead of time to make sure that you can come back, give us a presentation, and it's always at the council's discretion that if we wanted to go in a different direction, we can do that. That's why we're here today. That's why we have a public process. But you have to start talking about it because the window of time is so short, right? And I just want to say, the city of Reno has invested a lot in affordable housing, especially in the last 5 years. We've given away a lot of land.
Correct.
We've done a lot of CDBG. We've helped on so many different levels when it comes to, whether it's zoning or working with Green Street. We've just done a lot. And the Sage Street project has been incredible. And also, I think it's really important we continue the work with the Reno Housing Authority. That's why Willie J. Wynn came to fruition. And I believe and we're also helping fund Dick Scott Manor.
That's correct.
Correct, okay. Because we've had a great partnership, and I want to make sure that that continues to happen, that we're not pitting projects against projects. And when there is one affordable housing project, and it's not the housing authority, everyone in the community has to be grateful that those are all coming to fruition, because they do help and they make a difference. The other thing I just want to kind of point out for those that are watching that may not know, I like to keep it at 3 minutes, because that way the rest of the council can get all their questions on the record. That's what's fair, and that's what I want to make sure is equitable when we sit up here. And we have a lot of time going into council meetings with council briefings and, speaking with staff. And whether you're speaking with staff or in an email, there's always constant communication. So I don't know what that looks like, but I want to make sure, because I don't want it to be adversarial in any way. And I think it's important to communicate on all levels. And it's not a retaliatory effort. I know that it actually comes down to respecting each other, being kind and considerate. And so I think that's what the council needs to continue to do when they interact with staff. So I just want to clarify that, because I think that everyone's voice matters, whether you agree with them or not. That's important. So anyway, so I want to say thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to come back and see if anyone has any last comments. Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah. Oh, one more. Am I over my 3?
You are not. You're ready to go.
I do want to just point out, Councilwoman Ebert, the other reason that I felt that it was really important for CHA is because the area in which it's located, that's our facility, has a high population rate of seniors, and they really need more accessibility to healthcare. That is super, super critical. So that was another reason why I really felt that was a great opportunity for that building that we have.
Very much.
And here's the problem. Not a lot of people are doing healthcare. And listen, we've been great partners with Hopes as well. Anyone in the community working with them on and anything when it comes to access to healthcare is really important. Whether he was a colleague or not, that has nothing to do with it. It's a very small percentage of people working in that space, of entities working in that space in the community. So I do want to point out, one of the other reasons I was so supportive is because of where it's located, because there's such a high population of seniors over there that can't afford access to healthcare.
Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, I mean, on the housing authority, funds and the housing affordability need, I mean, it's endless. It really is the determining consideration of the last 10 years that has had economic growth, but it has had a lot of hurt and pain. And I think we're just still kind of at an influx point where we're recognizing how much has happened. Now, the $60 million the housing authority got, I understand, is just to preserve. I thought this body wanted to help move forward with the bonanza. I was always on the fence. I don't know, maybe Mr. Jacobs wants it now, and maybe, it's out of the run for the housing authority because there's a competitor, but I'm surprised the council doesn't want to move forward with that, but if you're, I can accept that. On the CHA, I just have a few questions, because I haven't seen a shred of paper, and this is $5 million. Tell me 5 things the $5 million is going to do to that facility.
Expand, well, I mean, we can talk about 5 things, but it's going to expand the footprint of a facility we own and lease.
The building
by up to 5,000 square feet.
Okay.
And I think the reason you haven't seen paper on it is because we need funding to understand, is this a project we're going to move forward with? And then we're going to work with our public works team to understand, what does that look like? How can we expand the facility? What can we fit into that facility?
I have a problem because it feels like we're building a private hospital. And in private, I'll say nonprofit, but all of our hospitals are nonprofits. So we're building a hospital facility for $5 million. And you said that the Hopes could maybe come in for the $1 million to nonprofits, but then the nonprofits lose out. I would really, really encourage the council, and it sounds like Ms. Dewar usually reads a lot, hasn't read the proposal from Hopes, because they don't want to co-lease it with CHA. They want to build it, and they're 50% there building with a location. Yes, so you have read it, but I mean, this is so much more of a firm project than a concept of $5 million that, we know we're expanding a building 5,000 square feet. I would really encourage the council to pause that 5 million and let the Hopes and the CHA equally commit for it. And the fact that he was a colleague here, that he was talking about it as a council member to individuals is problematic for me. We need a little more evidence. As we learned from our last colleague who left us, those ethics issues follow you into your next job. And he was advocating as a council member in this building and outside for this money, and we're giving it without a shred of piece of paper.
Thank you, Councilmember
Thank
Breckus.
you.
Your time is up. Madam Mayor, did you?
Yeah, just really quickly, for the record, I want to state very clearly, Councilman Delgado and I never spoke about this project, not once. So I want that on the record. That is really important. The other thing I do want to say about CHA is that they have an incredible track record, but they also serve some of the most difficult populations that do not have health care. Healthcare is critical on so many levels. So, and Hopes is really critical as well. And we have been a great partner with Hopes along the way as well. So that's what I'm saying. I don't want to pit projects against each other. I do think it's good to go to both of them and see what that looks like exactly. Because I can say, you know, I have some concerns on the Hope side whenever I hear that some of those tiny homes are vacant, right? So I want to make sure, do they have the capacity to make it work? And then also CHA, I don't know. I have not heard anything other than the clinics that have opened up. It's not a hospital. I want to remind everyone, it's like a clinic. But I have not heard that they have struggled with any of their programming. And again, it's such an underserved population and so needed for our seniors and everyone that lives over there. And they're so underserved, so underserved. But again, I want to make it clear for the record, I never had a conversation with Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to bring us back to the body and sort of give you my concluding comment, Mr. Hodge. This is a very positive and exciting day because the allocation of these funds, I think, will have transformational impact for our community. It is obviously to me that some members would rather throw bombs and grenades, make innuendo and snide comment, sort of lay the tracks for conspiracy theories in a way that is just not reflective of good governance. And it's unfortunate because we have a lot of folks in the audience today. Maybe this is their first time coming to City Council. And I hope what they take away from it is we're here, we're working in the service of the city. You and the staff have been tremendous advocates for all of these projects. And even the projects that maybe have not made it to the final allocation, you're still huge advocates for them as well. We live in a very incredible community where there are lots of groups doing lots of good things, and everyone knows that there is, perhaps there's less money for the kinds of things that we might otherwise like to accomplish in the world we live in. It's like a blanket that's too small and we try to stretch it. So I think we've made very good decisions. The allocations in this entirety, if you look at the entire allocations of the $51.5 million that we made as a city, represent strategic investments. I think 30% nearly in parks and recreation, 20% in pandemic response, nearly 20% in affordable housing, more than 10% in community programs. Public safety represents 12%. So all of these percentages, perhaps those are very interesting, and to government types like yourself who really think about the way in which allocating dollars is done. But hopefully at the end of the day, what people take away from it is we're working hard to think about critical needs of the community, whether it's healthcare and access to it, whether it's parks and recreational opportunities, whether it's affordable housing, public safety. All of those things can be positively reflected in our vision for what Reno can and will be. And I thank you for helping us to get there. I think Councilmember Dewar's comments have really resonated the most with me today, as they often do. Always very thoughtful about the process. And so I just want to thank her for her leadership on the issue too, because we've got a lot of moving parts. We have new members. Staff has been very gracious to work with us and work through it. But making these investments is strategic and also takes an investment of time, hundreds of hours literally that have been spent by staff. So I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Dewar and see if we can't find a motion.
Yeah, let me try a motion. I would like to do two motions, actually, and I think I'm going to take them one by one. The first motion I'd like to do is to move to approve the allocation of $1.47 million of the ARPA, and it's SLFRF acronym. What is that?
State and Local Fiscal Relief Fund.
Okay, to balance previously approved projects.
This-
We have a motion by
Yeah.
Councilmember Dewar, a
Yeah.
second by Councilmember Taylor. Before we get to call the question, I'll see if there are any questions from the body.
Well, I don't know if questions, but comments, because we usually don't
Councilmember
ask
Dewar.
questions at this point. You know,
I'm
to
sorry, I
the
apologize.
degree
Councilmember
that
Breckus.
to the degree that I understand, you know, the 6 million, this reallocation involves the 6 million from the Housing Authority, and I don't sit on that board. The mayor does, and she's comfortable with it. But I usually defer to the liaisons. But I'm very uncomfortable because I thought we made a good faith promise to them, and the letter that we got yesterday from the executive director made me feel and look that you just can't pull that money from someone who's out there working in the market, as the Housing Authority has for decades, trying to acquire properties. And so I'm troubled by that. And so I vote no on the allocation based upon that. Thank you. Excuse me, this is the reallocation.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Dewar, a second by Councilmember Taylor. Any other additional discussion or comment at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries.
All right, so I'd like to next make a motion to approve the allocation of the remaining 26.672 million ARPA, SLFRF funds to the identified projects and priorities as you've presented them. Mr. Hodge.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Dewar, a second by Councilmember Taylor. Any additional discussion at this time?
Yeah.
Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot to like in this plan. I particularly warms, you know, my heart, who worries a lot about the city's finances, that the finance department has held back what they project could be a 9-month eligibility of lost revenue, because I'm very concerned about how things are going in the economy at this point. You know, the rec stuff is great. It's going to be a real aggressive job to spend it, and it's well distributed. I hope the Lear Theater will do a plan first, because we always talked about that, rather than, you know, exterior finishes, because you can't do exterior finishes on a building that's falling apart and doesn't have good programming. But the CHA really bothers me. You know, I ask, is there a shred of paper anywhere of a proposal for this? This is 10% of our allocation. It's going to one tenant in one building, and there's not one shred of paper explaining what it is. I just do not think that when all that money was, you know, issued back in DC with good faith to local governments, that it would go like this. I really do not believe that no shred of paper, you know, no proposals. The listening tour did not result in any proposal from them like it did for Hopes. I cannot vote in good conscience for 10% of the money going out the door in this manner. So I vote no on this motion. Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments at this time?
I do also have a comment.
Councilmember Taylor, the floor is yours. Oh, sorry, Ebert, sorry.
I just want to agree with Councilmember Breckus. I think the Community Health Alliance is great, but I think that we should have also given some consideration to Hopes, to maybe possibly given them some allocation as well.
Any additional comments at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed.
Motion carries. At this time, we're going to take a 10-minute recess, just so everyone can get up and shake their legs out.
We have attorney-client.
And so
Let me ask, Madam Mayor,
1 hour.
you've got till 1:15. Mr. Hall, how much time do we have for the attorney-client?
It's going to start at 1 and probably about 15, 20
Okay,
minutes.
let's come back to this body at 1:15. Is that acceptable
Yeah.
to the colleagues?
Great.
Okay, we'll be in
I will
recess.
not be present, Vice Mayor, just so you know, whenever we come back.
Okay, Madam Mayor, thank you so much. Thank you to all the community members who are here. We'll be in recess till 1:15.
Ready on your end? We are prepared whenever you are ready. Okay, we are reconvening the meeting at 1:17 p.m. and we will open with the consent agenda. Item B.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We have no public comment.
Okay, I'm going to start then with council items that anyone wishes to pull for discussion. Can I start with the gentlewoman from Ward 1?
Yes, I'd like to pull items B5, B10, and B11, and that's it.
So to be sure, I have B5, B10, and B11?
B5, B10, and B11.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Martinez.
None additionally from me. I just wanted to make some comments on B1 and B10 and B1 as well. Thank you.
On B1?
Oh, sorry, my apologies. B10 and B11.
Okay, well, those
which
are already pulled by Councilmember Breckus, so you'll have the opportunity then.
Okay.
Councilmember Taylor,
Nothing from me, Vice Mayor.
thank you so much.
Yep.
Ms. Dewar.
Yes, I was gonna pull B5 also, but B6 and that's it.
Okay, thank you. I have B6. Councilmember Ebert.
Yeah, I do. Just give me 1 second, though. I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem.
Oh, no, I guess I don't at this time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, to confirm, I have items B5, B10, and B11 as pulled by Councilmember Breckus, and item B6 is pulled by Councilmember Dewar. Can I have a motion on the remaining items?
So moved.
Okay, so I have a motion by Councilmember Dewar, a second by Councilmember Taylor. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item B5 is pulled by Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, so this is a settlement agreement with the, hold on, sorry, with Walmart related to big legal litigation related to opioid misuse by that retailer. And we have, along with many other jurisdictions, agreed upon, the terms for what we can use that money for. It's not, it's not fully within our discretion. And I just want to understand, because, it has to rectify consequences of opioid abuse and health going forward. Are we going to come to talk about some framework for using these funds? And I would hope within other jurisdictions, because it seems like I'm concerned about rolling up some of this money to set up our own programs, stand up our own programs, when our sister jurisdictions like the county, which plays a lot more in medical issues, also is going to have their own program. So I was wondering if maybe as the next step, the manager could talk about how he thinks he's going to convene us to look at these funds and any that might come from other litigation. Because, obviously with the last item, we got a lot of work to do, a lot of one-off programs, projects, management. And I just think this is one where, frankly, a lot of times I'm skeptical even of, a lot of regional approaches, but this is one where I would almost be comfortable delegating the city's funds to the Board of Health or Washoe County to allocate in whatever programs they are looking at. Mr. Manager, have you had any preliminary thoughts or discussions with others about how to use these funds related to the allocations that are, required or specific in the settlements?
I've had the briefest of conversations with my counterparts at the county and at the city of Sparks, and I think sort of your suggestion that it be delegated is certainly one bookend of that conversation. But as we go through it and better understand the federal guidelines for using the money, we'll be able to stand up a program that benefits the citizens of Reno.
Do you have a timeline for putting that before on our agenda?
I do not.
Okay, well, I'd like to see it sooner than later because I don't want it to be a broken thought and a lost thought, and I think it can be dispensed with rather quickly. So I'd be looking to see that on the next 3 months, maybe once we adopt the budget. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments at this time? Councilmember Breckus, can I get a motion, please?
I'll move.
A motion by Councilmember Breckus.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Martinez. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, item B6 is Councilmember Dewar, and it looks like she stepped off the dais for a minute, so we're going to trail for a minute there. We'll go to item B10.
Yeah. So
B10.
I pulled these, B10 and B11, and we can roll them up together. I had questions in my agenda briefing, and I never got an answer on them, so that's why I did pull them again, because the questions I was asking weren't delivered to me after my briefing. So I'll just wait for a staff report and trying to understand what's going on here.
Good afternoon. For the record, I am Mike Michelle, the engineering manager with Development Services. Before you this afternoon are two resolutions that accepts the streets in two Silver Dollar state subdivisions in the North Valley. What you see here is Area 1, Phase 1, that is subject of B11. What you see here is Area 1, Phase 2, which is subject of item B10. When I use the word accept, what I mean is that the city is accepting the offer of dedication for the streets that were offered by the developer on the final map when the residential lots were originally created. And the city is accepting the physical street improvements that the developer caused to be built. The offer of dedication that was made with the final map was rejected by the city when the map was created, and this is our standard practice. The offer of dedication remains open pursuant to NRS guidelines. The city only accepts streets once the developer causes the streets to be built to city standard. We guarantee the streets are built to city standard through the city's quality assurance program, wherein the developer hires an engineer of record, and this engineer of record provides inspections and reviews test results. Only firms that are on the city's list of qualified engineers of record are allowed to be engineers of record for city-owned infrastructure. After the engineer of record submits the necessary paperwork to the city quality assurance program, and the developer requests that the city council accept the streets, it's then that I come before you with the resolutions that you see today. I recommend that you approve resolutions subject of item B10 and B11, and I'm available for questions.
Yeah. So
Thank you, Mr. Michelle. Councilmember Breckus, 3 minutes.
So my follow-up question is, your staff report mentions that some of the streets were built between the 19 and 21 year period. So we're getting in some cases maybe an almost 4-year-old road section.
Well, you know, I look at it as we're getting an extra warranty period because this developer has maintained these streets up until this point. And, you know, the way that this particular developer works is that he does all of his vertical construction, and then he comes back and requests that the streets be accepted by the city. And it's just taken him this long to do it.
Well, I mean, I guess that's more of a market approach, but the question I have is, what's the warranty period? Is it 10 years from this action?
The warranty period is 1 year.
It's only 1 year.
Yeah, so we will go back. We will go back a year from now and make sure that nothing has been broken.
Yeah, and then when do you go in and do the slurry seal? Don't you do that on years What years do you do those?
The developer slurries the streets just before we accept them.
But don't you do a protective one on new streets within the 7 years of the life? Doesn't street operations do that?
I think in a 7-year time period, we'll be out there again slurring the streets, yeah.
Yeah, so you look at it as an extended warranty.
That's how I look at it. I mean, we've gotten free maintenance for 4 years.
Well,
And-
not
and-
really, because we haven't, it hasn't been used. I mean, you're giving certificate of occupancies along the street?
Yes.
I didn't know that was allowed.
The street is open.
They need public access. It's not public access. That's under the tentative map. Huh.
Well, no, it's public access today.
Not accepted. I don't know. I did not know that C of Os were going on roads that had not been accepted. I didn't recall that we had that practice. So within this year, before the year ends, what do you do to understand? Because we live and die by the pavement index factor, right? And it's the other side of the house. It's the Public Works house. So the pavement index factor, do they do a pavement index factor? Do they do that same standard measurement? Because through your warranty period?
We will go out there and physically walk the site.
Okay.
And we will be able to determine if the pavement is up to standard or not.
You don't do any core measuring or
No.
anything? That's what they do to evaluate the pavement index, right?
And I mean, down the road you'll do that, but not initially.
Okay.
It's all visual.
Okay. Well, I did want to understand that. I didn't know that we let people live on undedicated streets, but okay. Thank you very much. I'm not going to make a motion on this. But.
No worries. Any additional questions or comments at this time? Councilmember Martinez.
Yeah, I appreciate you giving us that information and sharing a little bit about the process. I had the opportunity to visit with the maintenance and operations staff, so my question is going to kind of come from that aspect. So I was just wondering if you have had conversations with them and if there were any concerns or anything from their department about accepting these streets.
We have inspectors that are within our quality assurance program, and they coordinate with our maintenance folks before we accept streets.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions at this time? I'm looking for a motion.
I mean, do you want to, it's in Ward 4, I think?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, I have a motion by
Second.
Councilmember Ebert, a second by Councilmember Dewar. Any additional questions? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. For the record, I think that was both items, is that right, as we open them?
That's what I thought.
Yes. Mr. Hall,
B10 and
any
B11.
objection, Mr. McQueen?
Are you referring to B10?
Yes, it's items B10 and B11 were open simultaneously.
Okay, noted.
Okay, we'll go back now to item B6 as
Yep.
pulled by Councilmember Dewar.
So this was really just a shout out. I'm so pleased to see that we continue to apply for grants and get the grants. I mean, this is $1 million that we're going to have an ADA accessible bathroom. And which park is this in? Oh, you have a presentation.
Yes, I do. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for your time today. I do have a brief presentation
Okay.
if you're interested in hearing it.
Sure.
So before you today, agenda item B6 is the acceptance of the fiscal year 2022 Economic Development Initiative Community Project Funding Grant for park facility upgrades at some of our restrooms. Next slide, please. Oh, hang on. Okay. So here's an overview of the grant itself. Congress awards grants to communities under the Economic Development Initiative for the purpose of supporting housing, homelessness prevention, workforce training, public facilities, parks, resilience planning, and other critical infrastructure projects. These community project funding awards are administered by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and the funds are subject to the rules and spending categories outlined in federal legislation and by the U.S. Department of Treasury. We are very grateful to our congressional delegation, Senators Cortez Masto, Rosen, and Congressman Amade, for investing in our parks. Now, onto the project itself, we've identified 4 park sites. Those are Idlewild Park at the Snowflake Shelter, Idlewild Park at the Kittyland, Huffacre Park, and Manzanita Park. And the reason that these 4 sites were prioritized were because currently these are seasonal restrooms because they're metal structures that are highly susceptible to freezing in the winter months. So not only would improvements at these sites advance our ADA compliance plans, but they would also be able, allow us to be able to provide year-round ADA access at some of our highest use park sites. So some details on the project itself. The objectives for this grant is to remove and replace the CMU units, the restroom buildings. Currently, these buildings lack sufficient space for ADA compliance, and the new restrooms that will be built will be a twin-sided single-user configuration. And with that, this is the recommended motion. I'm happy to take any questions.
Yeah, thank you. One reason I pulled it was, as I recalled, and I saw again, 2 of these bathrooms are in Ward 2, and the others looks like in Ward 1. And one thing I asked in my briefing was just, are we replacing the whole bathroom, or are we adding features that will make it be able to be open all year and be able to be ADA accessible? And then I always also asked about the water fountains and just...
Correct. So it does include the removal and full replacement of the structures. Yes, and as far as the construction details, I can defer to our parks manager.
Well, what I'm surprised about is this the total cost, $1 million?
Yes.
So what that means is that these bathrooms are about $250,000 each.
Correct.
Which is, even though that's a lot of money, it's relatively less than what I keep hearing for general park construction stuff. You know, so I think I'm impressed with the number. It's lower than I would expect. And I'm glad the whole structure is going to be removed and they'll be year round. And didn't you also say that there would be automatic locks so that they would be open, but then they would be closed when the park's closed? Is that right? Which I think is great because that saves on personnel.
Absolutely. For the record, Matt Brazina, City of Reno Parks Manager. And yes, these will all have automatic timed entry locks on all the doors. So they will lock simultaneous with our park hours and reduce the need for staff to be on site to lock them.
Well, and the other thing is that I get a lot of complaints, and I don't know if my colleagues do, about people just not being able to access the bathrooms during, you know, the off seasons, the winter. And they're there, they're walking maybe, and they go to use the bathroom and it's locked. And it sends just such a terrible message, you know, that it implies the park itself is closed. We don't care. We don't, you know, we don't want people here. You know, everything about that's wrong. And so I was really pleased to learn that these now could be year round. I don't know. Anyone else?
If there are no additional questions, Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah. Motion to approve B6.
I have a motion by Councilmember Dewar, a second by Councilmember Taylor. Any other additional discussion at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously.
And very grateful for your work in seeking out this grant. Is this an annual appropriation?
Yes. Well, there's different initiatives that
Right.
happen yearly, but yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, now, Mr. Clerk, I believe we're on to item D2, is that right?
Yes, and we'll be opening items D2 and 3 together.
Okay, let me first ask, does staff desire presentation, or does council desire a presentation? I do. I assume that we would like one, so that's great. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We have no public comment registered.
Okay. Let's start with the staff presentation. Welcome, Mr. George. Always a privilege.
Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Mayor and council members. I'm Justin George, Senior Civil Engineer for Public Works, and I'm here today representing the Reno Fire Department for delivery of this project. Staff has been working closely with the Reno Fire Department on these items, and with me today is Fire Chief Cochran. I have a short presentation that will highlight the plan to complete the Reno Fire Department Central Station project by 2027. So council has asked staff to begin the process for a new downtown fire station with the appropriation of $2 million in bonds for preliminary work on the new Reno Fire Department Central Station project. Staff is seeking direction on the plan to demolish the old police station at 455 East 2nd Street, to build Central Station, and for approval of consultant agreements for schematic design. Due to this council's prioritization of public safety and your fiscal responsibility, we are back to present you this plan to begin the Central Station project using $2 million from the general obligation bonds adopted by resolution during the March of 2022 council meeting. The fire department has been without a permanent downtown station since 2008. That is when the old downtown fire station on Evans Street was demolished to make way for the Aces downtown ballpark stadium. Fire department personnel were split between the temporary structures at Station Number 1 on 4th and Valley, shown in the image on this slide, Station Number 21 on Mill Street, and at City Hall. Today, Station Number 1 is one of the busiest in the city and has been doing so from a tent structure. The Reno Police Department will be moving out of 455 East 2nd Street to the new Public Safety Center at 911 Coonsley Street in the summer of 2024. This leaves the ideal site to repurpose for the Reno Fire Department Central Station. Many locations downtown were analyzed for Central Station, but this was identified as the best location. As you can see in the aerial map on this slide, it is centrally located, has great access to major streets in all directions, and is still within the same district as Station Number 1. The parcel is large enough for the fire department's needs at just over 2 acres, and another feather in the cap for this site is that it's already a city-owned parcel. On that note, this site has been in use for emergency responses for over 70 years and is only a block away from the old downtown station that was on Evans Street. As we've discussed with the Public Safety Center project, the current police station on site was built in 1947 and has reached its useful life. Therefore, it will need to be demolished after police has moved out. The current structure is over 50 years old and will go through the proper steps for the demolition of a building of this age. Central Station will be designed to accommodate diverse fire and community functions. The facility is anticipated to be 3 to 4 stories tall, 65,000 square feet, have 6 fire apparatus bays, 2 ambulance bays, and approximately 80 parking spaces. Some of the functions of Central Station include fire administration offices, firefighter dormitory and fitness areas, along with public spaces for community education or outreach programs. So what does this mean for the fire department logistics? Fire administration from City Hall and firefighters from Station 1 will relocate to Central Station. In order to get the ball rolling on this project, we need approval of consultant agreements for preliminary design work on Central Station. This will be a multiple phase project as shown on the timeline on this slide. The first phase of this project is to get the schematic design of Central Station. Schematic design is approximately 30% of the final design. The deliverables prepared at this point will include a site plan, floor plans, and preliminary renderings, which will give us a good vision of what Central Station will be. Phasing the project in this manner will allow staff to better adjust to recommendations following a review of the schematic design. Along with those other deliverables is a construction cost estimate that will help fire and finance find funding sources for final design and construction. Some of those potential funding sources include sale of the Fire Station Number 1 property at 4th and Valley, sale of the police parking lot at 511 Coonsley Street, grants, bonding, and capital project funds. For this first phase, approximately $800,000 of the $2 million in bonds will be used for schematic design consultant agreements, and the remaining amount will be used for demolition of the old police station. Our consultants will also be putting together a set of demolition plans for the old police station at 455 East 2nd Street. We anticipate bidding at completion of the Public Safety Center project, and we'll be bringing that to council for award to the lowest responsive bidder. We will also be bringing final design consultant agreements back to council for approval around that same time. As stated earlier, this phasing plan is for a central station opening by 2027. So along with providing direction to staff on demolition of the old police station for use of this city-owned property for Fire Central Station, these items are also for approval of consultant agreements for site civil schematic design and architectural schematic design, respectively. As you can imagine, this is a very complex project with a lot to accomplish. As you can see here, the scopes of work for each consultant are very different and take looking at the project from different points of view. In short, the site civil scope of services is for the horizontal work, which is from the utilities in the street to the foundation. The architect's scope of services is for the vertical work from the foundation upwards. We've had great success with engaging site civil engineers and architects separately. This helps to better manage consultants' resources and get better responsiveness. The consultants were selected from the city's list of qualified consultants that is updated every 2 years by an open statement of qualification process. The site civil engineer and architect will work together in collaboration with the fire department and public works to develop a program that best meets the needs of our first responders and our community. That concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. George. This is an exciting moment because, of course, we've been hoping and sort of planning for this for a number of years, and now we're getting closer, right? I know there's a number of steps to go before we get there, but thanks for the hard work even to get us to this point. Let me start by asking if my colleagues have any questions. I do. Councilmember Dewar, we'll start with you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm very excited. You know, we included this in the 60 million bond, if I recall, this effort to plan and get started. So I was surprised in my briefing to find out that we had centered on a place. You know, last I heard, we were reviewing everything in the downtown general. So I think it is a good place. Two things. One, you made a very big pitch in the Moana pool for design build, but I don't hear that here now. I hear a different approach. Could you just explain why?
So the way we've set the project up to this phase is to get to schematic design, which is that 30% phase, which at that point we'll be able to pivot and we can adjust. It makes sense for us to bid the demolition of this project as a hard bid rather than a CMAR.
I got you.
But we can still go to
Shift
the
to
CMAR
the
at that
CMAR.
30% design, with which, if you recall from Moana, 30% is the time that we engaged core construction for that project.
So how are we finding the design build? I mean, it was still kind of experimental for us. Is it working?
So you're referring to the Moana Springs project?
In this case?
Yeah, correct. The construction manager at risk delivery method has been a great help. The CMAR core construction, they've provided valuable constructability of the project, which has helped to steer design, and also they've provided valuable cost estimating services, which we typically would have to engage separately from our consultant agreements.
I've heard a lot of positive out in the community about the progress. Now, they see the parking lot. I know the underground stuff's supposed to take quite a while, you know, so there may be a period where we don't see so much.
Yeah,
but is that what you have to say too?
Yeah, correct. With that CMAR process, it's really, you know, putting your foot on the gas, full speed ahead, and we're hoping to see vertical results on that site soon once we get through the permitting process.
So my other issue and question, you had 2 columns, and what I didn't see on that list, it's amazing there would be something I would not see, and that is that I believe this building's 70 years old, it's a City of Reno property, that it needs a historical analysis so that it is captured very much like what we did with the Virginia Street Bridge, so that I think whether it's pictures or whatever it takes to understand this building and then maybe make a presentation for the atrium of the new police public safety center, something about the old. And so I didn't see that on the list. Was there one of these consultants that was going to do that work?
So yeah, we'll be working with our design partners and with our development services partners on the demolition of that old building and making sure we do go through the proper steps as far as notifying HRC of the demolition of
HRC
that
and maybe
building.
SHPO. I just really don't know. I don't know myself. So I'm just alerting you
Yep.
to not skip this step. And I want to just say, when I was working on the flood project, we were excavating a landfill to build a new project. And in that landfill, we found the remains of the old City Hall, Reno City Hall. And there were giant big blocks of granite. We were able to repurpose those for art projects at Bicentennial Park ultimately. There's also the marquee, I guess you'd call it, for Reno City Hall, parts of that. So what I want to do is if there's something salvageable and reusable that could be recycled into something else, like what, we found this stuff in the landfill. I would have rather just had it, right? And not had to go on a treasure hunt to find it. But do you see what I'm saying?
Yep. Yes,
Okay.
understood. That's
Okay.
something that's on our radar and we'll be
Okay.
taking a look at.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dewar. I think for my part, Mr. George, I would like to convey a couple of things. Number one, obviously I've already said my thanks, but also, the site, the historical nature of the site may be something that I'm not seeing, but I think it's worth exploring, right? Let us make certain that in the desire to demolish the site, clean it up, do whatever we've got to do there, that if it's more than, a rectangular prism of some kind or a special rectangle, that we are preserving some element of the history. Sometimes that is as easy as being done in photos. I think if you are up at par at all in the lobby of the sheriff's office, you go in and there's some historical markers and some reference points for the history of this area. So I think some of the building includes like old jail spaces.
Exactly.
And so I don't know, maybe someone famous once was an overnight visitor there. I don't know. But please, just in the rush to create the new, please remember to honor the past. And so to the extent that we can do that, whoever we work with, our request as a council would always be to consider the historical importance of a place. So I appreciate that comment. Sort of third among my points is I want to make certain that as we go out, that we are making sure that our vision for this central station is a broad and large one, right? It shouldn't be the Taj Mahal of buildings, meaning it won't be built out of alabaster and gold, but it certainly should be something we're proud of and that the men and women of the Reno Fire Department can be in for the next, I don't know if it'll be 50 years or 70 years, given how we have used our historical buildings. It sounds like we can use them for a long time. So don't dream small. I don't want to see, come back in a year from now, we thought, wow, we should have had a larger gym, right? Or we should have had more crew quarters. I mean, the building perhaps is going to ultimately house maybe one of our historical apparatus. I know that we have this issue going on citywide where some of our historical engine equipment is sort of without a home currently, right? It's moving around. It's, I think, living outside. They got a home. Oh, see, you learn something new every year. But my point is if there is a way for us to continue that thread of honoring our past, let us make certain that there is space for it in the new building. And then my fourth comment really is, I suppose, is both on topic and off topic. But, Councilmember Dewar asked about the CMAR project construction method and the delivery method. And I'm glad to hear your comments about CORE at Moana Springs, because obviously, because we have gone down that path in a new way for us as a body, it's good to know that you have good thoughts and feelings about that delivery method. Because I go by there quite often, and sometimes I stop just a moment to pause and reflect on what is going on there at the Moana Springs Aquatic Center. And part of the thing I'm blown away by is CORE's professionalism, the work being done. Sometimes you don't see it because a lot of it started underground, but ultimately, I think we're going to find that group has been a very good partner and one that we can continue to develop a relationship with. So those are my comments, and then I'll go back to the body and see if there are any comments from my colleagues. Councilmember Breckus?
Yeah, I'd like to hear from Ms. Van Buren, our finance director, to elaborate on some of the financing plan for this project. Could she come up to the dais? And could you bring up the timeline too, the slide with the timeline. Thank you. Ms. Van Buren, Mr. George talked
Ms.
about the
Breckes,
fund.
can you hold on a second? Just
Okay.
let Ms. Van Buren get up to the dais.
Okay.
We won't we'll give you some extra time, but I want to make sure she's situated.
Okay, thank you. So he mentioned a number of funding sources, and he's showing a project completion by 2027. So looking out in the future to 2027, he mentioned bonding. What comfort of bonding do you have based upon your projections and your forecasts? Do you feel comfortable at this point taking on in that time frame from the general obligation pledge?
Thank you for the question. Vicki Van Buren, Director of Finance. Right now, we are looking at various options. I've been in conversations with the city manager regarding some different options that we do have. Bonding would be one of them. Obviously, cash for a portion of it, if we could do that. And we have some other funding that we have been discussing as well. At this time, we are looking to get the design so we know the full cost. Until we have the full cost of the project and the actual timeline, once we have that design, then we can really dive into how are we going to fund this and how best can we do that.
Okay, I didn't hear an answer there on an amount. And you're the third finance director in the over 10 years I've been on. And at least the last one told me no more bonding. We're where we need to be. And I thought I'd heard that from you previously. And so, you know, I am very concerned. This council should be concerned and understand 2027 is not that far off. If there's comfort in putting out another general obligation bond, I don't believe there is. I don't think it can be supportive. We're moving very late into budget this year. Usually we have a better idea of what's going forward, but we're making big financial decisions. I need to share with you all that this project, the $2 million that was shown on the slide from the $60 million, which is just very preliminary work, we even bonded for that. Usually a city will not embark upon a major capital project and even bond the front end work. So right then, you're already in a hole in a public budgeting perspective. And, you know, next thing is we took passes on the ARPA money for this purpose. I am very concerned that the honest answer is, the truthful answer, the accurate answer is, there is no bonding capacity that can be absorbed when you put into everything else, the debt we've already taken on, the bargaining agreements we signed up for, the added positions. And so I would really encourage the council to put a hold on this one right now, get through budget, get an answer on where you're going. It is not appropriate to be a jurisdiction having the engineer come forward and talk about, design build and the demolition, talk about the historical, until you get the capital lined up. The capital stack needs to be lined up and understood and integrated into the rest of your budgetary commitments. That is number one. I've sat through and been with this organization for a lot of years. I saw them do retrack. I came in really difficult times. You cannot bond for this project. You are going about this without the basic information that you need to understand how to move forward. And it is going to be a problem. And the last point I'd like to make
Ms.
is...
Breckes, your time's up,
okay,
but I'll come
well,
back to you
I'll
after.
get another 3 minutes.
No problem.
Per our...
Yes, per our rules, the ones you agreed to. I want to make
That's
sure,
wrong.
Councilmember Breckes, please give everyone the respect that we've shown to you. Thank you so much. Ms. Van Buren, maybe I can start with you. Number one, how are we doing on the budget? I've heard at least 3 or 4 times today in the meeting at various times, unrelated to the agenda items, but some aspersions about where we are in the budgetary process. I think that we're at the same place we always are. And having been now through 4 budget cycles, how are we doing on the budget, just writ large, the budget process?
Sure. Thank you for the question. We are exactly at the same spot we are every year with the budget. We do the first round of workshops at the end of March, and we are wrapping up all of our presentations for that right now.
And part of that is because the projections, even for next year, won't really be till the end of March, correct? We have, I think, the March 29th deadline sticks out in my mind.
March 25th is when the final projections come out from the state. We get preliminary projections on March 15th.
Yeah, and so I just want the public to understand that we're where we're supposed to be. We're fine. The sky's not falling. There's no conspiracy theory. Let me ask also, you've been with the city for how many years now?
Almost 7 now.
Yeah, awesome. What an incredible job you've been doing. Thank you for stepping up to the plate and being in a position to help guide us. The third question I want to ask about is the Financial Advisory Board. So I serve as the liaison to it, and you're obviously integrally involved with it. We've been able to do some pretty incredible things over the last couple of years, especially under your tenure. That includes balancing the budget for the first time in more than 30 years. Is that correct?
Yes.
It's also meant that our Financial Advisory Board also reviews all of the budgetary processes, including our bonding capacity. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yes.
I appreciate, too, that you have been more, we'll say it this way, you have been very conservative in your approach. Oftentimes, you've planned for a growth model, and certainly the revenue has come in higher than that. We're eventually going to land at some point in time in the near future where we're going to be more of that flat budget model, I think, for the next year. But that's also in light of the fact that you've been conservative. So we're still going to exceed a number of the targets that you've set for this organization. Is that fair?
Absolutely. And we certainly, as you know, with the Moana Pool and with also the Public Safety Center, those were topics that we talked about for many years, and those finally came to fruition through cash and through other means and then some bonding. So we are currently working on a plan for that, and we certainly wouldn't present something that did not work.
Well, and I appreciate that. And Councilmember Dewar is often very good about reminding us that on the Moana Springs project, it was a combination of all those things. It's not just that we went out to bond on it, it's that we had some private money, we had some money we had saved. We've also, in your tenure, refinanced a number of our bonds to make it so that the bond payments were lower, thereby saving the city money over the long term of the course of those bonds. Is that true?
Absolutely.
And then I suppose ultimately the question is, I don't understand the question entirely, so maybe we'll work through it together, but this concept that like we've reached our bond limit, like that I'm not sure I understand. Bonds are one financial tool in the toolbox, as I understand it, and they're used appropriately as we work through those issues. Is that a fair assumption?
It is, and we have not reached our limit, but we do have other obligations. So we measure our needs as far as people and personnel and the other expenses, and we measure that.
What about our financial ratings as a city? I know that different indices and different agencies, I don't know if it's Standards & Poor or whoever it might be, but they will evaluate our financial largesse. And how are we doing in the eyes of others?
We're doing very well. We have a above average rating. We have the AA-, which means we are very, very stable.
And in fact, we've increased over the time that you've been with the organization.
Last year, we received a bump up.
Yeah, and then last but not least, and I think Councilmember Dewar could correct me if I'm wrong, but all of what we do is reviewed by others, meaning this, whatever budget we come to will go to the state, it's vetted by them. I can't remember the body that Ms. Dewar sits on or has sat on for a number of years.
Oh, no, that's for debt.
For debt
That's the
services.
Washoe County Debt Management Commission, and they meet quarterly to evaluate. And this is funding for this project is coming out of the 60 million that they approved and then you issued.
Thank you, Ms. Van Buren. I appreciate you. Any other questions from the body at this time? Ms. Breckus, round 2.
Yeah, you know, a lot of that argument of, well, we haven't hit our limit, we're A-, those are not supporting information to this inquiry. If you think about, you know, your own home where you get credit card applications, you know, coming into the house and stuff, that's kind of how, you know, the rating agencies and the bonding ceiling, which is very high, you know, operate. It's not places you don't want to go to, particularly when you have other obligations. I'm trying to help the council not get to a place where I've seen this body be, because when it turns very, very poorly. We are behind in budgeting. While we have our usual 3 hearings where you hear from the departments, usually in February, sometimes in January, hear a little bit more of the outline. Now we're watching the numbers, see taxes dipping a little bit below. We all know that because we've received that information. But bringing on another debt a general obligation debt is going to be a very risky thing, and it is not going to be proven to be good fiscal management. It is not with other obligations. So I have confidence that I wish it was. So I've argued again and again, do these projects in sequence, close them out, and then move on, okay? That's why I objected. Moana Pool is the reason I ran back in 2011. But when you married that up with the Reno Gazette-Journal building that no one had the city of Reno buying, all of a sudden we're buying it, and it's become a problematic and expensive project, at least close those out and the seismic project before you tiptoe into something that can only be made real by going for more debt or balancing with your personnel costs and other ongoing obligations. Think about this. Think about this very seriously, because none of you at this table, 3 of you have never sat through a budget period before, and none of you have sat with a resolution for layoffs in front of you. But I have, okay? So that's that. I do want to talk about the demolition a little bit. We've had so much demolitions in downtown Reno. This property actually is across something that was demolished and it for 20 years has not been able to go forward. The demolitions, the leveling of downtown Reno start to add up to a disinvested downtown. I've never been to Detroit, I've never been to Beirut, but we have a lot of leveled ground. So I would really encourage you, even though you've got a program in here to demolish at a very late date when you know you have the capital to build up, even if the police has moved over, because we don't need more demolished buildings in the city of Reno and more level ground. It just signals to anyone who comes to town, like the bowlers I saw the other day, there's no investment. There's only tear downs. So that's just, kind of a thought I had. And you're saying, Mr. George, that the demolition won't happen until at least 24?
Yeah, Justin George, civil engineer, or senior civil engineer for Public Works. That's correct. Police is moving out summer of 2024.
Okay.
No work can be done until they're out of the building.
Yeah, just I would really encourage you to not demolish a building until you absolutely have paid for and picked up the plans and have a contractor go on. Reno does not need more vacant land. It's very terrible from an urban perspective. Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments by the body? Councilmember Dewar, I'll look to you for a motion.
A motion? Oh, sure.
As to D2, we have one
Yeah.
and D3, one.
Right, so, 2 separate motions. So D2, I'm gonna, and before I say this, I do want to agree with Councilmember Breckus about the demo. Let's say that we were in an unforeseen situation and we couldn't bond for the next phase, then potentially we could find reuse for the building, as it stands with some updates. But I tend to agree. I think it's better to have an asset unless it's being broken into or has a leaky roof or something that it's not sustainable. But if it's still workable, I think keep it until it's time to. I think that's a good principle. But you'll let us know. Anyway, on that, I mentioned that because the very first words of this are, I move to approve the demolition of the Reno Police Headquarters and the building of a new Reno Fire Department Central Station facility, and approve the consultant agreement with Dow for the site civil schematic design and demolition administration for the Reno Fire Department Central Station in amount not to exceed $419,000, and authorize the mayor to sign.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Dewar, second by Mr. Martinez. Any additional questions or comments at this time?
Yeah, I do.
Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, the manager's prevented me, unlike, for the last 10 years, meeting quarterly with our finance director. He's blocked me from having that input. And it's retaliatory, I mentioned before, for my job evaluation.
Ms. Breckus, can you please stick to the topic at hand? I don't believe anyone has retaliated against you.
That's your opinion?
I do have an opinion.
Okay.
And my opinion is that
Okay.
you should not disparage people unnecessarily in this context. Please stick to the agenda item.
Mr. Reese, I think you're abusing your power as the
No,
chair.
I'm
But
not
I'm
using
gonna,
my
I'm
power
gonna.
in any way. I give you additional time, but please stick to the item in front of us so that we don't have an open meeting law violation.
I'm not worried about that. I want to say that I did quite a bit of research onto our current financials up on our website. You know, I may not be having the conversations to understand because I'm not having the conversations. I'm not as where I was before with that direct communication, understanding where we're going on real time. But I spent a lot of time on our website. The financials are pretty out to date. I would encourage the council, particularly as you move into budget, to really direct the finance director to get those 10-year estimates, to plug in some costs. And worst case scenario, you bond for the whole thing. So you understand what the repercussions are to staffing, to the bargaining agreements, to everything. You need today to create that this is a bonded project going forward and how you work with that obligation with the other obligations you have. The finance department is not updating the great tools that we put into place after 2012 in terms of modeling and understanding where we're going forward. We were making really great ground. That is not going on. So please be mindful of this. If you sign up for this, please be careful on these outer years, particularly as the economy is starting to dip. Thank you. I won't be supporting.
Any additional comments or questions at the time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay?
Opposed.
Motion carries.
So then on D3, I wanted to make another motion. Move to approve the consultant agreement with TSK for the architectural schematic design of the Reno Fire Department Central Station in an amount not to exceed $404,300 and authorize the mayor to sign.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Dewar, a second by Councilmember Martinez. Any additional questions or comments at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries.
We're closing out that item and moving on to item D4.
Mr. Ciccone, welcome to Chambers. It's nice to see you in Reno. I know there's been a lot of snow days down your way in Carson. It's nice to see you, though, in Chambers.
Very glad to be here. Thank you, Vice Mayor. All right, Vice Mayor Reese, members of the City Council, Nick Ciccone, Legislative Relations Program Manager for the record. Thank you for the opportunity to give you a little bit of an update on our legislative priorities and some of the conversations that we've had so far this session. So today is day 31. We're about 25% done with the legislative session. As you know, there's a lot of work to be done still, and there are some major deadlines coming up, major milestones. So on March 20th, legislator bill introductions will, all of the bills by individual legislators should be introduced by then. And then there are remaining bill introductions with respect to various committees within the Senate or the Assembly. Yesterday, I got some great news about Senate Bill 12. That's our charter bill. And the hearing for that has actually been scheduled for next Monday. So very excited about that and excited to talk to folks about our charter bill and move that through the process. Some of the major themes that we've seen so far, I think this is of utmost interest to the council, but one of the things is housing affordability. Also, a lot of folks have been talking about homelessness and different services with respect to mental health and other things. With respect to collective bargaining and labor relations, there's been a lot of conversations, especially at the state level, but some of those will have local impacts. So we're keeping a monitor on those. And then finally, some elections bills that change mostly ministerial things or different ways that we handle elections in the state of Nevada, especially after we had gone through the process of changing to mail-in voting. So with respect to housing affordability, yesterday I had the opportunity to testify in support of Assembly Bill 62. What that bill does is it added other eligibility criteria for a developer to apply for property tax exemptions. Currently, that has been a huge administrative burden for folks to get the home funds in order to get that property tax exemption. So being able to support that and watch that go through the process has been great. The cities of Las Vegas, Henderson, and Sparks also joined us in support of that bill. Assembly Bill 213 is a major overhaul. It's an omnibus bill with respect to housing and land use. Currently, we're just working with the stakeholders to better understand some of the impetus and what we're looking for in order to make housing more affordable across the state. The other two bills, Assembly Bill 218 and Senate Bill 78, those don't necessarily have a local impact, but I know that those have been things that we have been talking about, the City Council has been talking about for quite some time. The tenant protections, the first one just goes over some clarification and including some of the things like a list of all the fees that might be included on a rental agreement. Or Senate Bill 78, that has some similar measures, including the list of all the fines and some definitions of deposits. With respect to homelessness, Assembly Bill 135 just expands access to identification. It would make it a little bit easier for some of our unhoused individuals to get identification so that they can get back on their feet. Senate Bill 142 is the Homeless Persons Bill of Rights, and that just defines some of the rights as homeless persons have the same rights as any other individual in the state of Nevada. Senate Bill 155, that currently, as you would see on the website, says that it's a homeless person's ordinance restrictions, but we are working with the stakeholders and understand that an amendment will be coming to copy some of the things that we had done with our community court because the ACLU and the bill sponsor are so proud and so happy with some of the things we're doing at the local level. With respect to elections, Assembly Bill 95, that's a candidate petition bill. And what that does is it would require every single candidate for office, whether nonpartisan, independent, or of a major party, to get a certain amount of signatures in order to qualify for the ballot. Because we don't have a signature verification process at the city level, I did go ahead and testify in opposition to that because we would have to create that process and there would be an operational administrative burden. Senate Bill 53 would just change the candidate filing period. This is coming from the Secretary of State, but it would change it from March to January for all elections. And then Senate Bill 54, Secretary of State Elections Manual, that would just create an elections manual that city clerks and county clerks would follow from the state level. With respect to collective bargaining, Assembly Bill 172 would require that municipalities or local governments publish the information for all employees that may be under the same contract of members of the union so that the union could have conversations with those individuals if they needed to. Assembly Bill 211, that would expand PERS compensability for law enforcement dispatchers. What this would do is allow them to negotiate at the local level with their collective bargaining unit in order to be in the same police and firefighters retirement fund. So just changing the rate at which their PERS is paid. Senate Bill 166, currently that has a low impact on the city of Reno and the definition of supervisory employees with respect to peace officers, but we will continue to monitor that and just watch it to see what operationally that would change. Some other bills that I thought were worthy of highlighting. I testified in support of Assembly Bill 2, which is the blue lights bill from the city of Sparks, in order to allow for our maintenance and operations and public works folks to just have those blue lights in order to be safer on the streets during especially the inclement weather that we've been facing recently. Assembly Bill 131, that's a statewide urban forestry program. We did submit a letter in support, but that would just create a statewide program that we could go to for technical assistance, and that would examine some of the things like urban heat islands and whatnot. Assembly Bill 140 is some cleanup language to establish that Juneteenth is a state holiday. It is already a federal holiday. This would just clear that up. Senate Bill 92 is the sidewalk street food vendors bill. We did go up in opposition to that. The reason being is that this would prohibit or restrict the way that we regulate this legitimate business practice at the local level, whether it be hours or location. We would have to rewrite our current ordinances. And we are still able to change many of those things at the local level without state preemption. Senate Bill 169, that is a requirement currently for a master plan to include heat mitigation elements to address things like urban heat islands. And we will be going ahead and supporting that bill. And there is the recommended motion.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ciccone. Let's go now and ask first, was there public comment on this item?
There's no public comment on this item.
Okay, I'll return then to the body. Councilmember Dewar?
Yeah, sure. Couple questions. So could you go back to the elections part? I just wondered what problem they're trying to solve with the candidate petition. What do they see as the problem? What's the fix?
The bill sponsor had mentioned that other states use this system in order for a candidate to qualify for the ballot. The other thing that the bill sponsor had said was that they were trying to fix an equity issue because currently all independent candidates have to do this candidate petition. So they're trying to level the playing field, or at least that is what the bill sponsor is going
And
after.
who is the bill sponsor?
Assemblyman Orant Liquor.
Okay. The other thing was this moving up the time to file from March to January. You know, just on the face of it, I feel like that it is somewhat discouraging of the candidates. The reason is that it takes a while to decide if you want to run for office. And I found if you have to file in January, which I think the judges do, is that right?
I would have to go and look at that.
Okay. Well, I think the judges have to decide in January. It's the holidays, you know, it's a convoluted period. And I think there's a beauty in March. Personally, I don't know, again, what problem exactly we're trying to solve. Do you?
I don't remember off the top of my head what problem the Secretary of State was trying to solve, but I'm happy to go and look at the meeting and review that and get back to you.
Okay. And then I think there was another one before that. Yeah, I mean, I have questions on a number of the bills, but I am following along. So thank you for the update. I'll just leave it there.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I thank you, Nick, for being here and all of the information. I know you're working hard. I wanted to just bring a little attention to the homelessness stuff that we're doing here at the City of Reno, and I wanted to give a special thanks to our ACM Bryant and Cynthia Esperanza, and it looks like some of our partners are very interested in some of the work that we're doing. So thank you very much for those folks and everything that they're doing. Thank you.
Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah. Was there anything going on with the economic development incentives that GoEd can give out? Have any bills dropped on that? I know it was kind of the Tesla stuff came out and they said, you know, those are granted. But, and did you testify at the GoEd meeting?
I did not testify at the GoEd meeting.
Okay. But are there any bills related to clawing back the economic development incentives?
I can't say one way or the other. I'd like to go back and look at the bill tracker just to make sure that I give you accurate information.
Yeah, because that kind of came out, you know, probably strategically by Tesla's effect, you know, to drop it when, you know, at this point in time. But then taxation policy related to revenue sharing. Could you look at, make sure the tax bill, any tax laws that are coming through would look about cross-county lines and that sort of thing in response to the impacts of, you know, these big economic development subsidies to Tesla that then impact, you know, our county and Lyon County, if you see anything? Because I think we need to be there at the table and talk about it. In 2014, when it came out, and it was a special session, we weren't at the table. I heard later from legislators, where was Reno? Oh, well, you know, we weren't there. And I think that was by design because our lobbyist was also a Tesla lobbyist. And then our city manager had just worked for the governor, who was the architect of the bill. So I think we need to be at the table and, you know, really talk about these impacts of these, you know, fueled economic development projects, because I don't think that academia has been done, but I think some of the big presumptions of a byproduct of the Tesla, you know, tax breaks and incentives was the escalation on the housing price and costs and affordability. And so we just cannot absorb another mountain of that kind of growth without having the resources to come to us on the back end, to the degree that there is tax sharing. And I think the tax sharing at the time in 2014, and I think I'm the only person on the body who was here then, I think at the time, one of the arguments about tax sharing was, well, there's no revenue to be shared because Tesla isn't paying for any. But I think now Tesla is starting to pay some taxes, and those go to Story County to provide the services. But they might also need to come to us to share in that, because we've provided the bulk of services, because the bulk of any local government services are to the residential component, and Story County hasn't absorbed the residents, Washoe County has. So is that helpful background to you? Do you understand?
I'll continue to monitor legislation related to that issue.
Yeah. If you could keep an eye out. And does Skip Daly have a bill looking at cross-jurisdiction impacts?
I believe you're referring to Senate Bill 81, which just looks at growth and growth reporting from the counties that are impacted by those economic developments.
Yeah, it doesn't get quite to the mechanics of taxation, but has that bill had a hearing yet?
That bill did have a hearing, and he's working with other stakeholders, to re-examine that bill.
Did you testify?
I did not.
Okay. I read it, and as someone who, because I think it's embedded into the regional planning statute for this county, did not see a problem with it. Thought it was not a bad approach, so.
Thank you, Councilmember Breckus. I'm going to come back to the body. Before I do, I wanted to just address a couple of things. First of all, certainly if there are consequences of the GOED decision to continue a policy of tax abatements, one which was not brought to the legislature, but for which the legislature in its infinite wisdom seeks to fix, please let us know. I assume you would. I think Councilmember Breckus is right that those decisions have exacerbated, accelerated some of the issues we're now facing. But I also hope that there would be legislators who would be wise enough to find fixes for them. Perhaps it's through some kind of revenue sharing model, as Councilmember Breckus posits. Perhaps it would be related to other controls that would be put in place. Obviously, the city of Reno had no position on GOED's decision to allow for tax abatements. But we'll certainly face the consequences of that decision. And of course, for that reason, we want to be able to be aware of it. Second of all, I did notice when I looked over that in our gallery over here, our Chief Equity and Community Relationships Officer, Cynthia Esparza, is here. And it was kind of Councilmember Taylor to mention her also because it's her birthday. So we'll say hello and happy birthday to Mrs. Esparza, who was not here this morning when I tried to embarrass her then. But I know that one of the chief issues that has occurred in Carson City this session has been related to that equity component. And so I hope that as we continue to go about the work that we're doing, and as you look at the number of bills that are there identified that cover all measure of topic, from street vendors to homeless persons' Bill of Rights, that we continue to lead with equity, and that as an organization we've established that as one of our guiding principles. In fact, maybe it's perhaps our most guiding principle. And so as you look at and evaluate the bills, continue to remember that that has been the cause and push by this body, is that we frame a lot of the issues through that lens so that we know what the impacts of these decisions, whether it be on taxes, personhood, or Bill of Rights type issues, all of the things have some equitable components, so continue to monitor that for us. And then, of course, last but not least, hopefully you're hearing the same feedback that I'm hearing about your work in Carson, which is that it's been excellent, that you're putting in a long number of hours. It is early in the session. I think you said we're maybe 25% of the way through. That means you've got to sort of make sure that you aren't burning yourself out at the front end, because a lot of the heavy lift comes early. But to a T, every person who I've spoken with on the legislative side, that means legislators, and on the lobbying corps side, other of your colleagues, has remarked that you are doing an incredible job representing the city, that your voice is well respected, and that when you are in front of the committees for various reasons, that your command of the issues is very solid. So that's just a moment to say thank you for the work that you're doing and continue to grow into the role.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Dewar.
Just a follow up, I was talking about the election aspects, and I didn't really explain why I think I'm concerned about moving up the time frame from March to file to January. The longer the election season is, the more money people spend. There's time to fill. So they're raising more money, they're spending more money, and I don't really think it goes to the issue of trying to keep the cost down in this process. Like just lengthening the time. I don't know if I could have done another 2 months of running for office, like file and run. It's just very intense period. So I don't know. Let's pay attention and see what happens and the why. And then there's the bills, the statewide urban forestry program and the heat mitigation. I'm glad that you supported the urban forestry. We've already been getting support out of the Division of Forestry, so I'm not sure if this just makes more resources available, perhaps. Is there actually going to be funding to support these programs?
I believe there will be funding, and you're correct. I think it just further defines that office that is looking at urban forestry and how they can help the local and regional groups.
And then when the heat mitigation bill comes up, that sounds like something we might want to support too. I mean, we've been a leader in this, trying to do the offsets because Reno is warming so quickly relative to the rest of the country. So, I'm glad that you're supporting those. Okay.
Any additional questions from the body at this time? Councilmember Martinez, can you give us a motion?
Be happy to. Motion to accept the report.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Martinez. Second by Councilmember Taylor. Any additional questions of this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Ciccone.
Thank you. Closing out that item, we're moving on to E, ordinance introductions, of which we have 3.
Mr. Hall, as to items E1, E2, and E3, you'll go through each one of them separately, I take it?
Yes.
Okay, and then can I ask, Mr. Lequi, do we have public comment on any of the items so that I make sure to catch them?
We have no public comment registered for any E items.
Okay, so I'll turn now to Mr. Hall.
So E1 is ordinance introduction bill number 7231, ordinance of the City Council of the City of Reno, Nevada, repealing ordinance number 6596 and dissolving City of Reno, Nevada 2021 Special Assessment District Number 2, Stonegate 1, created for the purpose of acquiring and improving a sanitary sewer project and a water project and matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith. Ward 4.
Okay, I'll turn now to see if the body desires a staff presentation. Councilmember Breckus, do you desire a staff
I
presentation?
just have some questions.
Okay, well, let's see who's going to come forward from
It's
staff
Ms.
to make
Van
a
Buren,
presentation.
and I just want to say,
Hold on one
okay.
second. Let Ms. Van Buren get to the mic.
Yeah.
Thank you
This
so
is
much.
one that, just as ardently as I argued against, the bond, I argued strenuously against this exercise that we're now reversing. And so, here it is, comes to fruition, bad idea, we have to correct it. And, sometimes you hear a lot of, well, we just don't have the time, the staff resources to do this or that. And that's because sometimes they're working and chasing on bad ideas. And this was a really bad idea. It was lobbied heavily by the interests who wanted this tool. They failed on their part. And, staff can say, well, they gave us a deposit and we used it, but you only have 40 hours a week. And the time that staff spent working on this was time not getting other things done. And so I just want to call that out. But more specifically, 2 questions is, one, it seemed like they gave you notice back in 2021 that they weren't going to be able to move forward on this. And I had to read about this in December of 22 in the AFCR that this event had happened. What was the delay? Why didn't the communication come to staff? It may be because you and I are not meeting regularly, but at direction of the manager. But why did you wait so long to inform the council that this had fallen apart, this deal?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Breckus. Vicky Van Buren, Director of Finance. Well, in this particular case, they notified us in December of 21. We do have a developer financing agreement that was approved by the council, and with that, they had until December of 2022 to issue the bonds. So at that time, they were not ready to issue the bonds. I can't comment on what their status was as the developer, but we were ready as the city as far as coordinating all of the pieces that came together to make that happen. And so during that time, it was apparently determined that they were not going to move forward, and we waited to give them that time, and then we sent them the letter to let them know once the bonds were not issued that the agreement would be dissolved.
Okay, I really think that in that lag time, it's a financial matter. The council should be getting updates on these sort of things, and I will apologize if there wasn't one coming through. But the first that I saw was a note by our auditors in the AFCR. And council members should not be finding material financial matters in the AFCR because it's a report. It's back looking. We should know that. Number two, they deposited with you, what, $150,000?
$150,000, and then as we paid the bills that came through for the assessment engineer, the appraisals, the bond attorney, we had financial advisors, those were all outsourced. So we just coordinated that and paid those bills, and then they replenished it back to the $150,000.
So is there any amounts owed to us or to those that we facilitated the work with? Have you heard from any of those that they are default in on any of their payments?
We will make sure that everything is paid out of the deposit before we refund the remaining balance.
Okay, so sounds like they may have some defaults, but I mean, how does that work? Say I'm engineer Joe, and I was working, and I still have a bill. Do they get to bill the $150,000, or and you pay that, or is Joe just got to go after this party?
To my knowledge, all of the bills have been paid to this point because we were ready to go more than a year ago to issue the bonds. So all the bills were paid up to that point. The only bills we have right now, we have a little bit of attorney fees from this process.
Okay, so an attorney, I don't remember the council doing an attorney vote. Whose attorney
Scott Shaver is the bond attorney.
Oh, the bond attorney. Okay, okay.
Ms. Breckus, let me come back to you because
Okay,
I've
thank
let you
you.
go over 2 minutes now, and I want to see if anyone else has questions. For my part, I'll comment as follows, Ms. Van Buren. First of all, it comes as no surprise that I see the world a bit differently than my colleague from Ward 1. I don't see this as a failing of the city council's making, meaning I was not on the council when Stonegate was approved for development. It was something that came before my time. But having been on the council then when the project had been approved and the sort of land use planning decisions were made to go there, I am a person who believes that we should always be rooting for the best interests of Reno and for the folks who are trying to build projects here which will impact, positively our housing and the growth trajectory of this region. And so when this particular bond item came and the SAD concept was first floated, I think this council was cautious. There were lots of questions that occurred over a period of many, many months. And a number of my colleagues, of course, who are here now were not on the council at that time. But it was a close question because we did not have the same experience with SADs that other communities had, although we do have some here in the city of Reno. I live inside of one in Somerset, for example. But there was sort of an agreement that if SADs were to be used as an appropriate tool for the kind of investment that needs to be made to bring utilities to any area, whether it's water, infrastructure, or roads, that this was a potential vehicle for doing that. And so I think with the best of intentions, we went down that road. I believe that your office is fully capable of compartmentalizing and handling its workload. I think your folks put in long hours and that you've let no stone go unturned. No moss grows on any of the work that you're doing. So I appreciate that. Ultimately, of course, we had a global pandemic. The housing market has been greatly changed. It will probably have some changes that will still reverberate. And so that also means ultimately that projects like Stonegate may have had to change and pivot. And I am not in that industry, so it's hard for me to know the consequences that a global pandemic would have on a project of this size and scope. And so for my part, there was no risk to the city because of the deposit agreement. It meant that we here at the city council were making sort of a measured response to say, having this approved project go forward, wanting to see it succeed, that if they wanted to finance it using this method, we were in agreement with doing that. And there were a number of different clauses for it. But ultimately, it appears that it has not worked out in that way. And again, that's no fault of this body. It's certainly no fault of you or your office, but of changed market conditions. And so I just want to make sure that people understand that we have undertaken the due diligence necessary to perform our duties under the agreements, but the market changed and the owner of this project was not capable, for whatever reason, of moving forward in this vein. And again, that's no disparagement to them. I mean, I'm sure that they had their desire to make the project go too, but here we find ourselves. So I'll be supportive of the repeal of both of these, or all three of them when they come through. Any additional questions from the colleagues? Councilmember Breckus, I'll come back to you for round two.
Okay, so the bond council's owed money. Now, if they don't pay, do you have a $150,000 deposit from this outfit?
We do. We still have money on file from them to pay that.
Okay, and so that money, you could pay them.
Correct.
And then say there's a balance left, do you just give that back to this group?
Yes, that's per the developer financing agreement.
Okay, you're sitting up here right now. You've been in this room for a half hour or so. Is your time being billed to them right now?
On this project, no, I'm not billing this. That is one of the lessons that we did learn through this process, is that we will bill for staff time. Although I would say it's very minimal outside of being here at council. We review some documents and we coordinate with the other special items such as assessor and the bond counsel and the financial advisor and appraiser. We kind of coordinate that information, but
Yeah.
outside of that, we don't have a lot of hours into it.
Okay, well, I mean, this is 3 agenda items, you know, I thought we were billing. I thought we were being made whole for all the staff time. That's news to me. And how will you integrate that into the agreements then going forward? I mean, I know there was agreement last week that I, argued strenuously against again and felt it didn't meet the guidelines because it exceeds the bond amount in the guidelines. It's not an eligible project through the bond guidelines, but the council did what the council did, and the council's always right when they make a decision, but that agreement tacks on all an hourly rate for employee work?
Well, we will be coming to council with a developer financing agreement for that. That would be the next step,
okay.
and we can define it
That'll
in there.
embed in.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Any additional questions or comments at this time? Hearing none, I'm looking for a motion.
I'll move to introduce. Is this move to introduce.
Second.
Motion to refer, I think,
Oh, no.
for second reading. Yeah.
Oh, refer to a second, okay.
So I took
Second.
that as a move to refer the bill for a second reading and adoption. Hearing that motion from Councilmember Breckus and a second from Councilmember Dewar, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item E2, Carl Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Ordinance introduction, bill number 7232, ordinance of the City Council of the City of Reno, Nevada, repealing ordinance number 6598 and revoking authority to levy assessments in connection with the City of Reno, Nevada 2021 Special Assessment District Number 2, Stonegate Number 1, matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected thereto.
Move to
Councilmember
refer.
Breckus, okay, move to refer.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Breckus, a second by Councilmember Dewar. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Item E3.
Ordinance introduction, bill number 7233, ordinance of the City Council of the City of Reno, Nevada, repealing ordinance number 6600 and revoking authority to issue City of Reno, Nevada 2021 Special Assessment District Number 2, Stonegate Number 1, local improvement bonds, Series 2021, in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $36,860,000 and matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected thereto. Ward 4.
Move to refer.
We have a motion by Councilmember Breckus, a second by Councilmember Dewar. Any additional discussion at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And closing out the ordinance introductions, we'll be moving on to item G1, and we have no public comment registered for this item.
Thank you. As to item G1, am I correct that the staff recommendation or the Financial Advisory Board recommendation was Judith Rott? I believe that was correct. I'll make that motion.
Second.
I have a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember Dewar. Any additional discussion at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item G2 is directed by Councilmember Dewar. Can I get a motion to continue?
Yeah, I'd like to motion to continue to the next meeting.
We do have public comment on this item, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Oh, okay, I apologize. Let's do that first.
All right. For the record, we did receive one public comment, which was directly associated with this agenda item prior to 4 p.m. yesterday. This comment was written correspondence, received via reno.gov online public comment form or by email to our office. Copies of this comment have been distributed to the Reno City Council and is available to the public on the reno.gov meeting portal. It represented one in favor. And just some clarification on this item, it is for 3 appointments.
Right.
One of the appointments must be for a historian with knowledge of local history, and the
Right.
other 2 are general positions.
Right, that's why I'm asking to continue because I have not completed all my interviews, and because we don't have this marked on the application, what I usually do on these boards that require special knowledge is to interview the people and see if they have the special knowledge. So I haven't finished yet, so want to continue this to the next meeting.
Okay, you said we have public comment.
It was a written correspondence that's
Written
been
correspondence.
distributed.
No problem. So I have a motion by Councilmember Dewar. Can I get a second, please? Second. I have a Councilmember Taylor has seconded the item. Any additional questions at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And moving to item G3, appointment to Commissioner to the Reno Housing Authority.
Okay, we're going to continue that item till when Madam Mayor gets back, as that would be her appointment. It may be that we will get to that tonight. Can we continue that to another, Mr. Manager, should we continue to another meeting entirely, or what is your thought?
I think we need to, we should try tonight.
Okay, let's trail it for later. So we'll just move that to our 6 o'clock hearings and move on to item H1. Do any of my colleagues have any items in the H agenda? I don't see any by anyone. Okay, so we're going to stand in recess and we'll come back together as a body at 6 p.m.
Then there's an event at 5:30.
Yeah, there is an event at 5:30 if you're able to make it. It's across the street at the City Hall, I believe, Plaza Lighting, but we're in recess until 6. meet the Wednesday, and I believe that we are on the I agenda items. Am I right, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, that is correct for the
Okay.
public hearing.
Well, let the record reflect that the city council is opening the public hearing on item I-1. Mr. Clerk, was proper notice given, any correspondence received?
Mr. Vice Mayor, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received.
Okay, and do any council members need to make disclosures at this time? Hearing none, at this time I'll ask staff to make their presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Jason Garcia-Lebu, Planning Manager for the record. I'm with Development Services. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. I am presenting the application for the tentative map known as Riviera Planned Community. It's LDC case number 2300025. The item before you is an appeal of the January 18th, 2023 Planning Commission approval for the project. The Planning Commission determined that the project was consistent with the master plan and made all of the findings, excuse me, and made all of the findings for the project. It should be noted that this is a typical land use for the neighborhood, and if this was an apartment building, it would be directly to building permit review. The project site is 0.31 acres. The project is for a 5-unit condominium with common areas. The density is an allowed use. This would allow for 6 units on the current parcel. Key issues identified in the project are overall site design, building design, and compatibility. The zoning district is multifamily 14. This allows for 14 dwelling units per acre. Because it's a 0.31 acre site, that allows again for 6 units. The master plan land use designation is mixed neighborhood. This allows for the development. As you can see on the screen, there's a number of relevant master plan policies. The overall site design on the screen before you is the proposed building in yellow. The parcel lines are in blue. As presented, the development meets setbacks. It improves on-site drainage, and it replaces the existing circular driveway with a single access point. On the screen in front of you is a visual. This shows an existing 6-unit apartment complex to the left there, and then to the right is a 20-unit apartment complex. Here's another visual. This is from the front. This shows the existing proposed development, or excuse me, the proposed development. Here's a visual of surrounding uses. Again, across the street is the 28-unit apartment complex. Directly to the north is the 6-unit apartment building. And then you can see 2 duplexes to the southwest. In addition, the appellant is directly to the north there of the project site. The appeal filed before you tonight cites shadow concerns. It should be noted that for structures less than 35 feet, a shadow plan is not required under Reno Municipal Code. The proposed structure is estimated to be 33 feet. This would be below that 35 feet. This is including the proposed walls. Planning discussion focused on compatibility of the proposed design with surrounding uses, building design, being an infill project, addressing on-site drainage, traffic, parking, and infrastructure improvements, and public comments centered around compatibility, height, and flooding. The Planning Commission decision was 6 in favor, 1 opposed. The findings are on the screen in front of you. It should be noted that the Planning Commission did make those findings. The planning decision is on the screen and their staff recommendation. And I believe that concludes my presentation. And the appellant is up next, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia-Lebu. Excellent presentation. We'll be back with you in a minute, I'm sure, for questions. I think this might be the first time I've seen you in council, so welcome.
Pleasure.
Absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much. At this time, I'll have the appellants to come forward, and you'll have 10 minutes to make your presentation. Hello, welcome.
Hi.
That's real adjustable and flexible, so you move it around where it makes sense for you. It moves around. It's real easy. It does all the things.
Okay. Hi. I've never done this before, so. Okay. Okay. I guess I'll start because somebody has to push that button.
You want to start by just stating your name for the record?
Oh, my name's Dalen O'Brien. I live at 2040 Idlewild Drive.
Ms. O'Brien, just because our staff will be able to hear you better, you've got to make the microphone come a little closer to you, however it will. Yeah, and then make it comfortable for you, and then you'll be able to speak into it. It doesn't have to be real close. You can see how far I am away from it.
Okay. Is that okay?
I think so. Mr. Clerk, will you make sure you raise the volume just a little bit for all of us?
Sorry.
No, it's not your problem. We just got technology we got to deal with.
Yeah. Okay. I guess can I start now? Okay. Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor and City Council for taking the time tonight to listen to my appeal. As a lifelong Reno resident, having lived at 2040 Idlewild Drive my entire life, this project means a great deal to me and my family, who I am representing. My mother is actually here tonight as well, making comment. I'm representing my father, Patrick O'Brien, who purchased our family home in the 60s, who is still a resident at the age of 87, who has been an active member of Reno since 1959. I hope that my lack of experience in government matters doesn't deter you from recognizing the lack of professionalism that as a community we have experienced at the hands of the applicant's team and your planning staff's negligence of their due diligence. So when I put in for this appeal, my neighbors and I thought that it meant that we had one more chance to try and turn the tide back on this project and have it reformed or potentially sized down. But the construction fence is up and the process has already begun, so I'm not really sure what it is that I'm doing here. But I gotta get my $55 worth and maintain some faith that this development won't happen, especially since I'm hoping you will hear how and why we feel as a neighborhood, that we feel that we've been failed, and maybe come to a conclusion as to how to prevent more projects like this one from happening in our hamlet on the river. And so I hope you will hear our plight and this won't be an absolute waste of your or my time. Myself and some of our neighbors got the notice in the mail about this development back in December. We alerted the other neighbors because this project is very upsetting to us for obvious reasons, which will be presented and were presented at the neighborhood meeting and the planning commission meeting. For your reminder, such problems as privacy due to height, fence line proximity, extreme lack of architectural adjacency awareness, the 10-car half underground parking garage, of which no examples exist in our neighborhood, considering it's across the street from the river, and just overall blatant disrespect of not reaching out to the people who this project would ultimately be affecting for the rest of their days, as most of us planned on living here for the rest of our lives. Anyway, we met the engineer at the meeting at the McKinley Art Center, and the poor guy got completely lit up by our community. He's not a bad guy. He was just a messenger of the incomplete PowerPoint at the time. It had a scaled model of a design from an out-of-state architect firm, and the structure is a 5-condo complex with a central court and with rooftop balconies, accompanied with a 10-car underground parking garage, which personally is the most upsetting part of this entire endeavor. They are designed for, as the architect said in our meetings, for luxury single or partnered living, and don't expect children, which is odd considering that this is the most highly coveted neighborhood in Reno for raising children due to its proximity to Hunter Lake, Jesse Beck, and Roygam Elementaries, with Swope and Reno High within walking distance. Idlewild Park, the Riverwalk, and Chrissy Cullen Park line the river, and the neighborhood is alive with families playing year-round. The vast majority of the houses in this area have incredible backyard space, and the existing apartment complexes have the city park grounds at their front door. These condos are said to have trees, which we doubt because on the layout they are mapped to be located where the 5 garbage cans and 5 recycling bins, which is 10 total, that will line my family home garden fence. It says there will be trees in the front where the sidewalk actually meets the underground parking garage driveway. And this massive structure will tower over the adorable vintage sixplex and all of our yards and not add to the established foliage or the wildlife in the area. The architect at the last council hearing we attended here claimed that the neighbor complex was monolithic. It's a sixplex, and monolithic in definition means formed from marble, intractably indivisible, large, powerful, and uniform, which is anything but the outer appearance of the complexes in question that were built in the 60s. I hate to think it might be the way that they intend for these condos to look in their completion, and that his statement was foreshadowing that will torment us all, especially considering that it goes against your master plan, section N-CN.6, building orientation and setbacks, where it states to be consistent with the traditional orientation of structures found in the surrounding blocks, of which this project boasts no resemblances. The project is projected to take 2 to 3 years to complete. My neighbors are considering selling their homes in an attempt to flee from this monstrosity that could compromise the sale value of their homes that has befallen our content and cute community. I assume that the project representatives are just doing the bidding of the landowner. It's their job. But this landowner has never contacted a single one resident before planning commission, even after the board meetings, or did design comparison, shade checks, acknowledged my family's brand new solar panels, which could be compromised by the structure, something that goes against your master plan section SD.7 for solar access, which also could impede on our neighbors of MF-14 zoning from pursuing installing solar panels in fear of complication with your codes that would now be compromised by the structure. I mean, there's a reason that the last council exclaimed that they felt that this project was handled unprofessionally and were bewildered as to why they were so overwhelmed by our outraged community and were completely unprepared for the outpouring of upset that they had to endure. Multiple planning commissioners didn't even read our statements from the neighborhood meeting, and your planning manager said that there were a couple, and it was a sole member of the commission that there were in fact many concerns in the back of the packet. Your planning staff boasted that this process helps our community so that they can add conditions to the approval, and yet there is only one condition regarding lighting, and the fact that they wouldn't already have to follow lighting guidelines is appalling in itself, but to only have one condition on such a negatively viewed project by all of the neighbors feels like a slap in the face. Due to the fact that the men who are handling the design of this project did not interact or interview or take our points of view into consideration, and the fact that the architect stated on record that the owner intends to keep 2 of the condos means these could still very well be rented by him or whoever else buys the other ones. The architect also openly threatened our community with, if this project is denied by the council, the landowner will exercise his right to build an apartment complex of any kind to his liking, and that he wouldn't have to run it past any council at all, and then we as a neighborhood would have to deal with the consequences of ever-changing tenants, which honestly sounds a bit classist if you ask me, especially since we've had no issue with the tenants of the 2 apartment complexes on the corners of Idlewild and Riviera the entire time. And the line of the night was, it could be worse. I mean, what is that? It could be worse? This project is a gross form of gentrification in an area that would proudly accept ADUs and duplex and conversions of existing and historical homes. This is one of the oldest homes in the neighborhood, built sometime before the 1940s, according to the assessor, and should honestly be registered with the Historical Society. But to not convert the 5-bedroom house to an immediate new use and to dismantle the riverbed for an underground parking garage in an area we have all experienced flooding, even though we understand that it is claimed to not be a flood zone by the city, but I guess we'll see this weekend with that atmospheric river that's heading our way. But here we have been for months now trying to maintain the dignity of our neighborhood and save ourselves and our properties from being defiled by this unmatched behemoth of a building. And yet the only excuses I hear are it's zoned MF14, so they can build this monstrosity by right. And I get that there are codes in place, but what I don't get is why you're all treating you're treating your established residents like this in favor of people who don't respect the allowances set by the city, for the city, and the citizens of the city. And that is it.
Thank you so much.
I just go away now. I don't have to stay here.
No, you don't have to go anywhere, but just take a seat for a little bit. We've got one more presentation to get through. And now we'll have the respondent's presentation. You'll have 10 minutes.
Good evening, Council. Excuse me. Good evening, Council. My name is Mike Vicks. I'm with Monte Vista Consulting, and I'm the applicant's representative. We'd like to thank you in advance for your consideration.
Have you come maybe a little closer to the mic, sir, so we can hear you?
Will do. Thank you. All right. This is a summary that Jason covered previously, so I'll go through it relatively quickly. But this is zoned MF14 and has been since the 1940s. So this is established zoning in the city for quite some time now. And again, the master plan. The construction will include the demolition of the existing residence. It's not converted in favor of the new 5-unit condominiums. It's permitted by right as apartments, has been stated before, and the trigger for coming before the Planning Commission and now you is the potential subdivision into 5 condominiums, which will promote individual home ownership and an enhanced level of construction. It's also consistent with all the provisions of the Land Development Code, and we believe consistent with the master plan. One thing that we would like to highlight, how do I go back? Oh, that's probably better, huh? In response to some of our conversations, we wanted to highlight the 2 areas where we actually are at the 5-foot setback. The area on the right-hand side of your screen comprises approximately 11% of that frontage. The remainder of that building is actually set back over 10 feet, where it could be 5 feet right along the entire the side setback. Similarly, on the left-hand side of the screen, we have it, it's about 20% on the shorter, but again, a small fraction of the overall property line. In those 2 areas, I would like to point out that that's towards the rear of the building. These are some renderings, but both of those occur as the building steps back down to a lower height in the rear. So it is not at its highest peak at that 5-foot setback. It is stepped down in that area. I think it's also worth noting that as we have worked through this process with the city and through the Neighborhood Advisory Board meeting and the tentative map process, that there have been some modifications to the design, and the second level was actually brought in some to be more compatible. There are very similar surrounding uses and actually more intense surrounding uses. There's a 2-story apartment complex directly to the west, and then a 6-unit apartment complex to the north. Here are some photos, as Jason also shared. At the Planning Commission meeting, there were concerns of how this would look from the neighbors to the south. And so Don Clark with Cathexis, who's the architect for the project, put together some renderings from Samuel Way showing how this would fit into the neighborhood. And so there are a few renderings. Beyond that, shading has been a point of concern. And so Don put together a shading exhibit. You'll notice as we go through the day. The shading does not ever reach the existing solar panels. It barely clips the building at the end of the evening. This is in June is when it was modeled. So, oh, we don't need to watch that again. Sorry. So we would like to thank you very much for your time and consideration. We would ask you to uphold the approval of the Planning Commission and approve the tentative map. We're available for any questions you have. And again, thank you very much for your consideration.
Okay, thank you to all the presenters. Mr. Clerk, we'll now come to you and see if we have public comment on this item.
We will move into public comment. We have several registered in the room. Before we begin, it should be noted for those in the audience that comments are to be addressed to the mayor and council as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the council's agenda. Please note that the council may not take action upon any matter not agendized on today's agenda. Moving into public comment, our first speaker will be Tina Dills, followed by Scott Wright.
Good evening
Hello.
and welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Tina Dills, and I am here because I believe this project is not consistent with the Reno Master Plan. It is not typical of our neighborhood in height, design, or transition. The issues quoted of site design and building compatibility conflict with the stated policies and objectives of well-managed growth, vibrant neighborhoods, and quality places that Reno is known for. The argument for can be summarized as it meets requirements. Yay. However, I do not believe it does. Master Plan 4.1A for housing options states that there should be a wide variety based on demand. However, our older family population in the area prefers single level and accessible. They don't want to be climbing their groceries up 3 flights of stairs every day. Master Plan 4.3B for infill development, it is not consistent with the land use plan, which wants use to fit the scale and character of the neighborhood. Neighborhood growth, number 22, the building design. It is not differentiated through its architectural features. The overall section here is labeled community character. Community character in the Old Southwest is characterized by bricks and gables. It is not designed Borg cubes. The central neighborhood, 0.8 transitions, is specifically against this particular project. It states that there should be stepped down weight and massing along property lines to meet the height of adjacent buildings. It should have increased side yard setbacks and use of dormers and sloping roofs to transition to the neighbors. The city of Reno has spent a lot of money and time and community input to put this master plan together, and these all are things that this project does not incorporate. In addition to these arguments, there are so many other issues conflicting with the Reno master plan. There are no distinguishing features of this particular building. It is designed to meet requirements, not to have families living in them. The tree canopy of Reno will be reduced, and we are supposed to be the city of trembling leaves from the Washoe Zephyr, not from fear of being torn down by housing developments. It's going to reduce the solar of neighboring houses. The little video that we got to see was in June when the sun is at its azimuth. Right now, it will definitely be shadowing those houses because the sun has moved farther south. There is no recycling capabilities, and it looks like a bloody tenement block. This is not the neighborhood that I have been living in for many years. There's been no attempt to engage the neighbors and get our input. We have showed up at every meeting and provided our 3 minutes or 10 minutes of input. So this is why I do not believe that this project is consistent with the Reno Master Plan. Thank you.
Next, we have Scott Wright, followed by Anna O'Brien. As Mr. Wright approaches, if there's anyone attending via Zoom who would like to make comment on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
All right, good evening, everyone. Scott Wright, 2040 Idlewild Drive. I would just like to reaffirm the lack of professionalism that was occurring during this project. As a geographer and GIS professional, there was no site visit obviously done by anyone. The image that you saw on the first presentation was just a Google Earth snip, same thing that was in the applicant's application. This is just an obvious don't care about the site. They're just trying to do what they do. The image also just happened to be from Idlewild, which this is on Riviera, and just happened to show the 2 apartment complexes that are there. Not all of the single family homes that are adjacent. They didn't show anything down Riviera. They didn't show anything as a picture on the other side from any of our yards, from the yard of the house looking to our yards on the side either. So I'd just like to reaffirm that that was a gross overlook from anyone involved that didn't see the site and actually what's going on the ground, which is what we're concerned about. Staff's minimal conditions are a joke to the tentative map process. We just had one involving lighting. We go through this process for a reason. We brought up a plethora of concerns at the neighborhood meeting. Nothing was addressed between then and city and planning commission. And now we're just dealing with it like nothing happened. So it's pretty great. However, the most disappointing fact of all this was that planning commission's lack of awareness of our neighborhood meeting that we had at Ward 1 was never brought up. We brought up many issues. They're all there. They were noted by our signatures in the back of the packet. No one read it. There was, as the appellant said, only one planning commission member that actually read the packet and knew they were back there. So there's just not much more I can say. I know there's lots of neighbors that were at the planning commission hearing that aren't here tonight, so they're obviously just as disgusted at this process as we are here tonight. Thank you.
Next, we have Anna O'Brien, followed by Nate Voss.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Anna O'Brien, and I also live at 2040 Idlewild Drive. I wrote a little thing, so I hopefully will remember everything that I came to say. So I'm going to say, back in January, myself and many neighbors came to the planning board meeting to speak about how this 5-plex condo project would negatively affect us and the surrounding neighborhood. Regardless of what we had to say, the planning board approved the project because the developer followed all the rules set by the city of Reno. I'm here to question some of those rules. First question, why is the building in this neighborhood allowed to be taller than 2 stories? In our neighborhood, there are 2-story homes and apartments everywhere. This project is 2.5 stories tall because there are 5 units stuffed onto this very small lot and there's no room for parking. So the parking is planned to go underground, which is why the building is 2.5 stories tall. Question 2, why is the setback from the property line only 5 feet? And this affects us significantly because where the 5 feet is right on our property line, and so we will be affected by that. And so this 2.5 story building is going to feel like it is right on top of us. Homes sharing the property line on the north and the east will never have sunlight in those areas of their homes and yards ever again, creating a dead zone. Privacy will be compromised with strangers being able to peer into our yards and our windows. Question 3, why has the developer been allowed to stuff so many units onto this lot to the point where there was no room for a community dumpster? The plan is for the unit to have its own garage, its own garbage and recycling trolleys, a total of 10 cans stored on our back fence. Each unit will be responsible for getting their trolleys to the curb and back. So on garbage days, there will be 10 trolleys on the curb. I'm curious how this is going to work out for waste management because all of the parking spaces are currently taken up by the apartment complex across the street. Question 4, why was there no consideration for the homes and the families around this project? We were completely ignored. We feel like we have been stomped on. This project will not benefit any of us in any way, the most significant being the loss of value in our homes. You would think the city would care about the existing homes and families that have been there for many, many years. Our family has owned our home since 1965, 58 years. After the planning board approved the project, their final statement to us was, it could have been worse. That meant the developer could have planned an apartment complex and then none of this review process would have happened and they could move forward without any scrutiny whatsoever. So question 5, why would the city of Reno tie the hands of their citizens? They would not be able to speak out about what happens in their own neighborhood. This statement felt like a threat, meaning don't complain about this or you're going to end up with an apartment complex in your backyard. Question 6, the construction fence is already up around the property. Have you already decided to move forward without regard for what we have to say? It seems to be too late for us, but maybe you might start thinking about your citizens' needs and not the developers and change some of these rules for future projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Nate Voss.
Mayor, council members, my name is Nathaniel Vass. I live on Riviera Street, directly across the street and to the west slightly. I wrote a letter, and so did my partner, who I'm speaking on behalf of our concerns, and sent them in yesterday. I hope that you all were able to take the time and look that over, because there's a lot of concerns that I won't be able to touch on today. Mainly, it is parking. A lot of events at Idlewild Park. The parking, underground parking during adverse weather, it's just not a reality. There will be adverse effects to the parking around my house, the vicinity of my neighbors. Trash placement, there's no way to put 10 trash cans in the available curb area in front of the apartment complex, so where are their trash cans gonna be placed? These are like easy things. I brought it up 3 times, nobody's addressed it. Flooding issues, the design of the property is taking, currently it slopes all directions, the runoff goes to the other lots adjacent. They've redesigned it so the lot runs off to Riviera Street, creating additional runoff that will cause more flooding on Riviera Street, which there's only one storm there, kind of by Idlewild, Riviera. That's kind of an issue. And then I wanted to touch on the issues that I just don't feel like this project really goes by much of the master plan. I just wanted to read a few quotes from the master plan for you guys to think about. On NCN 8, transitions where infill development is of a different scale or height than surrounding buildings, transitions should be provided to limit impact on adjacent properties. NCN 7, infill development should be designed to fit in with surrounding buildings, incorporating similar heights, lot coverages, and widths in its design. I have, the pictures that have been shown tonight are very friendly to the development. They only show one side where the big apartment buildings are. I have pictures of the adjacent buildings that are duplexes, that are actually single level duplexes that fit in with the neighborhood. The proposed condos are actually twice the size of my house. My house is 900 square feet. I feel like that's a great starter home for a family. That's why I moved to that neighborhood. And why are there these? I have no problem with development in the city, affordable housing, I love it. Let's do something on this lot that makes sense and fits in with the surrounding community. Scale down the size of the condos. We don't need condos of that size. You know, we can make some on-lot parking for the residents. That makes sense. Ground level parking would be great for those adverse weather conditions like we've been having lately. There's no snow removal on Riviera Street. And so this is just going to further compound issues that are already happening as weather conditions change and get more adverse. I'd really like you guys just to kind of think about the master plan and how this really doesn't fit in with our neighborhood. And I'm just seconding everything my neighbors have said. And thank you for your time and have a good night.
Thank you.
Yep.
Seeing no attendees in Zoom with their hands raised, that concludes our in-person public comment. For the record, we received 3 comments which were directly associated with the agenda item prior to 4 p.m. on March 7th. These comments were written correspondence received via our reno.gov online public comment form or by email to our office. Copies of these comments have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are available to the public on the reno.gov meeting portal, which represented 2 in favor and 1 in opposition. And that concludes our public comment on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'll bring it back to the body and see if my colleagues have questions for any of the presenters or for staff.
We need to do disclosures.
Do any of our colleagues have disclosures at this time?
I do.
I thought we did that already.
I know
I might
it's
have been
okay. Councilmember Dewar had just come back onto the dais, so we're going to do a disclosure briefly, and then we'll go to Councilmember
I just
Breckus.
wanted to disclose that I met with the applicant.
Okay, thank you so much. Councilmember Breckus, you have the floor.
Thank you. We have people who maybe haven't attended council meetings before. We have very strict rules. I never voted for them, but they limit the questions that any council member may have to 7 minutes. And sometimes I don't get all my questions and information that I'm asking for as a result on some of these technical issues in particular. So, Mr. LeBouf, it's the MF14 zoning district, which has a maximum height of 35 feet. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. And the height at one spot is shown as 33 feet. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if it had reached that maximum allowed height of 35 feet, a whole nother trigger of showing a shading plan would have been required?
That's correct.
Okay. So to preserve the integrity of what has been shown, I just want to understand what the base elevation of the lot is. Do you have that quantified to some elevation?
So I think I can answer your question. So just for the record, 2.5 stories is allowed in the MF14 zone.
Well, I have questions about that, but the base elevation, do you know what that is to then measure the up to 33 feet and make sure they don't contour the ground up to above the 35, where a whole nother set of regulations would have come in?
I don't have that offhand.
Okay, so somewhere in the planning materials, there should be a base elevation, because I've seen this happen before with the way the code's been administered, that they come in and contour the land, and then, oh, it's above what would have taken this review, and it should have gone to this review. And I want to confirm that when you administer this, if it's approved, if we uphold the Planning Commission, there is a base elevation that will be understood, and they can't come in on civil engineering and knock that up 3 feet, and then really they've gone up 36 feet, and this whole new set of regulations that seem to be the core of the appellant's concerns about shading, they get a pass-through on those. So how do we confirm that you have what you need to do to ensure that this property won't exceed 35 feet? Is it the base elevation today, or is it what they come in on the civils?
So during the building permit review process, that'll be addressed. So we'll look at what's presented, and it's limited to less than that 35 feet.
So they can't contour above what's in the plans right now, right?
So we'll look at those technical drawings when they're submitted.
Yeah, because you made a decision that this is a 33-foot and the ground is what the ground is, correct? Today?
That's the applicant has proposed it at 33 feet.
33 feet from today's base level, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then 2.5 stories with an, how do you count a half with a subterranean garage?
So typically when we look at this, we're defining it as an underground garage, but as long as that first area of that garage area is less than 6 feet up from that elevation, that's that less than that story. So those 2 stories are on top of that garage.
I thought it was a different definition of a story was at least 50% of the perimeter of the floor plate could not be exposed, but you're saying 6 feet from the base elevation is how you're measuring it now?
That's the justification up to that first story. So it's 2 stories above that.
And so that's the interpretation.
That's correct.
Okay, I didn't hear a challenge to that. One of the findings we have to make, though, is that it's consistent with Title 18.
That's correct.
And so you're introducing information that technical information. Okay, that's great. I have other questions for you related to the tentative map, and but with our strict time limits, my 3 minutes are up. Thank you.
Well, as you can notice, Councilman Breckus, they weren't very strict because you went 2 minutes over, which is fine. But I know that you like to harp on the rules. The rules are for everybody's benefit. Are there any other members of the body who have questions at the time? Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Jason, so good to see you. Thank you for being here. I have two questions based on what I heard from the public comment. The first one is, I think I understood some of the neighbors saying that they weren't reached out to, they've never been communicated with, and I also heard that there was a NAB meeting. So I just want to make sure that this was noticed properly and that there was a NAB meeting to, if you could talk a little bit about that. And the second thing that I heard was that this is allowed an apartment by right, and too bad we could build this. So I was wondering if you might be able to address that comment a little bit on what's allowed within apartments versus condominiums. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. To the first question, for the Neighborhood Advisory Board meeting, that was in December. So that was held, and a number of the neighbors came out and provided comment. And based on that, the applicant did redesign their project. My understanding is the applicant did not necessarily reach out to the neighbors, but they did take that public comment into their design or their redesign, and that was presented to staff.
So then some of the neighbors did attend that neighborhood advisory board meeting, gave comment, and considerations were made by the applicant. Okay, thank you.
That's correct. And to the second part, or to your second question, the MF14, that multifamily residential zoning, that does allow for the by right use of apartments. And so based on the parcel size, it would allow for up to 6 units. So the action before you today is focused specifically on the tentative map.
So if they came in with apartments, they wouldn't have had to redesign their project. They wouldn't have had to go through this process. They could have just gone straight to building
Directly to
permit.
building permit, that's correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. I listened very carefully. I got a chance to read most of the comments in the back of the packet. And I just have a few comments and probably some questions even for the appellant. I support infill. Where the challenge comes in is that when you say this site can support 6, it's 1/3 acre for MF14. That's actually 4 units, not 5 or 6. I understand that there is a density bonus being applied, which hasn't been explained by the staff, that normally this would be only 4 units. But the density bonus comes in where? Like, how small do the units have to be before this density bonus is applied?
Well, and that's where, in this circumstance, thank you for your question. In this circumstance, the density bonus and what the applicant's proposing would be for 5 units. So that's because it's less than 1,800 square feet. Usually there's square footage triggers.
Okay.
And so there's different thresholds.
So the gentleman made the comment that his home's only 900 square foot. And this is an area traditionally of smaller homes on smaller lots, right? So where I'm struggling, and I always struggle on all of the infill projects, is that I want to see infill, but at the same time, I want respect for the neighbors that already have invested decades potentially into that neighborhood. They've bought their homes. They have made a commitment to that neighborhood. They become part of that culture. And where I hope that our processes, our neighborhood advisory board, often developers have separate meetings with neighbors to really delve into the issues that they're trying to get at, and then they work to address those issues. One of the issues that I heard discussed here tonight was lack of compatibility with the neighborhood. So we put these things in the master plan because you weren't here, but I lived through the whole experience, and it was brought up time and again that people wanted their neighborhoods to have some kind of cohesive feel. I mean, I understand in downtown New York City, we might have architecture of every stripe, right? Some old pieces that are still remnant, very modern and new pieces, big pieces, small pieces. But in the residential neighborhoods around here, what people are generally looking for is a feel to the neighborhood. Now, I understand some of the apartment buildings that were built, it looked like very blocky to me from what I've seen. And it sounds like the houses are quite different. And so I guess when we talk about transitions, compatibility, I just wonder, how does the staff evaluate those things?
Thank you for your question. for specifically to compatibility, staff looks at, it's really focused on land use. It's
You mean house and house?
and it's looking at the options such as multifamily, single family, duplex, things like that, residential, commercial. That's what we look at, those land use types
Just the
in a
land use,
community.
that's the limit of compatibility you're looking at.
And where I'm really going with that is Title 18 doesn't really address our zoning code doesn't really address the look or how it fits in design wise into the community unless
Well-
it's specifically pointed out in like a neighborhood plan or something like
Okay,
that.
just because I'm a little short on time, I'm sorry
Yeah.
to cut you off. When I read those words on the page, compatibility to me doesn't mean a house is next to a house. It means that there's a similar type of house next to another kind of house. And in infill, which is gonna be something different, in other words, there's probably gonna be increase in density, then the effort, I think, should be made to make it fit with the neighborhood. That's my interpretation as a pretty common person interpretation. That's why people talk about it. That's why people that commented to us during the master plan development process meant. So I have more comments, but I know I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councilmember Dewar. Mr. Garcia Lebu, let me ask a couple of questions. First of all, and perhaps maybe I'll pause 1 second before I ask you a question, ask Mr. Hall or Mr. Shipman a question. So I did not fully appreciate or understand from the staff report the claim about the difference between building something as of right there on the parcel versus building this. So is our limited review of this project about the question of whether or not it's a subdivision of the lot so that they may be sold? So there are 5 units as opposed to whether, because apartments could be built there no matter what this body has an opinion of. Like I may decide in my own mind that I don't care for it. I'm not saying that's true, but I'm trying to understand the land use planning legalities. Can you speak to that?
Yes, the reason this has come to you is because this has been condominiumized, which is essentially a tentative map. So since it's a tentative map, it comes to you. However, if it was just an apartment complex, then as been stated before, the developer could build an apartment complex by right without going through the planning commission or you.
And I appreciate the legalities of it because this is where I struggle with it. I have maybe thoughts that are not germane to the question that I've presented because maybe I don't like the size, the height, the setback, whatever it is. But I'm not sure that that's what's before us, right? With the tentative map, the question remains as to whether or not it can be subdivided in such a way that it can be sold, as opposed to some of the other questions I've heard tonight. I appreciate that. Let me go back to you. Give me just 1 second, and then I'll come back to you. I sort of have some different thoughts, I suppose, to my colleague, Councilmember Dewar. We have had these discussions at this body a number of times over the years about the fact that they're not making more land and all of the easy places no longer exist. So now we're prioritizing and coming back to infill. And infill then creates these conflicts between existing homeowners and redevelopment of land. So I understand infill to be a little different, I suppose, than my colleague posited about the matching or the character of it. And of course, you get 7 people in a body who are all having their own thoughts about things, you'll get 7 opinions, right? So as I understand it, though, the type of infill that we're talking about is the construction of buildings or other facilities on land that's located within an existing urban or otherwise developed area. Is that a fair characterization?
That's correct.
Okay, and the type of development, of course, in that regard, and why it matters to our master plan is that it's meant to encourage density and accommodate, I suppose, more environmentally sustainable uses for urban growth. So rather than grow north of Reno into the outer reaches of Ward 4, there's some premium being placed on building where there are existing infrastructure things like sewer, transportation corridors. Is that fair characterization?
That is also correct.
And this is ultimately, I think, where the difficulty comes because all of us want to be able to support existing homeowners who have made their life in an area. And then here comes the new development in that area. And so those are often sometimes character changing. We've had developments that go in that are in historic neighborhoods or areas where different changes to the character of that neighborhood are very important to the residents, and they are understandably upset. And yet we have made an emphasis, and an important emphasis, I think, in the master plan about the use of infill. And you talked about a density bonus. Can you sort of explain that a bit more? My understanding is that this would otherwise have qualified for 4, but because of the size of it, our decision at this body was to encourage smaller lot and smaller unit development so we could get more housing stock. And therefore, when projects come forward which meet the criteria set out by this body, they are eligible then for a density bonus. Is that fair?
And that's correct. So in circumstances where we have our more urban regions and our urban zones, we want to encourage people where there's infrastructure and connections to water, sewer, and other streets, traffic, addressing all those different issues. So we actually have a density bonus policy in our zoning section that addresses that. And what that essentially allows is, yes, if use MF14 as an example, you're allowed those 14 units per acre. Well, it allows for an increase in that if you have units that are of smaller in nature. And honestly, that also, the affordable housing argument, that even goes there. So it really encourages in those areas to be more compact, to have more units. And that's why in this situation, it changes from 4 to 6.
Well, and I suppose it also goes without saying that there are difficult moments. The master plan is like 300 pages. And you can pick out a line in the master plan to affirm and justify any project, and also to deny or rail against any project. So I hope people understand that the master plan is a guiding principles document. It's not intended to be both a sword and a shield, depending on how you view it. I think those conflicts arise at this dais, right? Sometimes people are very passionate about the projects that come before us, and understandably so, but yet they use small parts of the master plan to their benefit, and they ignore the other parts of the master plan that they don't want to look at. I've gone over about 30 seconds, and so I'm going to come back to the body and see if there are any questions.
Yeah.
Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, so.
Vice Mayor.
Oh, the mayor wants to speak.
Madam Mayor, you would be first before Ms. Breckus, so I'll let you step in, and I apologize. I know you're home this evening.
Okay, thank you so much. And I apologize, I'm just gonna chime in, but at the end, I can speak at the end too. A curious couple things. So it sounds like there was not a lot of outreach to the neighbors. Is that correct? Other than the neighborhood advisory meeting?
That's my understanding, but I would refer to the applicant on that.
Okay, so usually what happens is the council member, and I believe Councilwoman Breckus, this is your ward. Did you bring the neighbors together to meet with this applicant in any capacity at all? Because some of this is, it gets very alarming whenever you're hearing comments like this.
Yeah,
So,
Madam Mayor, this is an issue that involves due process, and we're deciders in an appeal body, so it's not appropriate for us to be out there facilitating and being, engaging ourselves. You don't see judges doing that sort of thing when there's competing issues.
Well, no, but
so
we
it just
should-
doesn't happen.
Well, we should, in our capacity, make sure that the conversations are happening. You don't have to weigh in on those, but typically the council member will bring parties together whenever there's concern. A couple of things. So I apologize to those residents, because that can be incredibly frustrating. And if you know one thing, anyone that brings projects to this council, we are very attuned to making sure that the neighbors are, being heard, and that there is a lot of dialogue going on besides the NAB. So that's one thing that's concerning. The other thing is the trash. That has not been addressed. I heard a couple comments from people, from some neighbors, and then the trees. And then one of the things that I'm a little concerned about, it looks to me that the parking, is that on a slope? Would it go down? maybe you can address some of those. Thank you, Jason. And by the way, good job. This is the first time we've seen you, and I know sometimes it can be a little nerve-wracking, but I thought you did a good job.
Thank you. It's good being over here from the Planning Commission world. So,
Well, we're happy to have you.
so just to answer some of those questions, Title 18, our zoning, actually has a bunch of built-in protections to a lot of those questions. So that addresses screening and coverage as well as landscaping. So all of that at the building permit level will actually be part of that process. Our staff will take a look and make sure it's up to code. You are correct. We are calling it underground parking because there is a dip and it is under those units. So there are actually going to be 10 spaces under those condo units.
So I guess because the river is so close, I'm a little concerned how do you figure out if that's going to be problematic to flooding?
So staff determined that this was not in a flood zone that would be impacted by that. We did consult with our Public Works and Utility Services departments, and there was no issues brought up, but those will be addressed if that does come up in the future. I had mentioned during my presentation, as part of the on-site development, currently there's an existing house and the runoff is actually going in all different directions. And so as part of this will actually be redesigned into flow into city infrastructure. So that'll go into storm drainage and be addressed accordingly.
Okay, is this in a flood zone?
So it's in flood zone X, so it technically is not in a flood zone where we would have specific restrictions put in.
Okay. And the other thing is, I can understand the frustration when it doesn't conform with the neighborhood, especially some of our older neighborhoods that have a lot of charm. And, what role does that play based on the master plan?
Well, that's where we really, at the building permit level, we look at that Title 18. That's our technical details. When we're going through the entitlements, that's more conceptual, and that's where we look at these projects to make sure that they're consistent with the master plan. Specifically, we look at substantial conformance because we know that not every project is going to fit every single master plan policy. So we look to make sure that they're really addressing the key points like infill, like safety, like environmental, things like that.
Okay, and just because this is the map, then later on you will be looking at that, correct?
That's correct. As built-in protections are part of the building permit review process. So planning, engineering, and drainage and all that will be sorted out through that and make sure it's up to code.
Okay, thank you. And I'll wait for my next opportunity.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Breckus, I think this is round 2 for you.
Now, the zoning district allows 2.5 stories, correct?
That's correct.
Is the topmost story a half story under the definition of a story, or is that a full story?
For this, we're defining it as 2 stories. So we're considering it a full story.
Okay, it's a full story, because a half story is only contemplated as the topmost story, but then it's got some provisions that make it less than a full story. So what are you considering the ground excavated? Is that a story?
So that's, again, where we look at that baseline level, and we'll look, and for anything under 6 feet above that, that's not considered a story. So we're defining this as a 2-story structure.
Okay, so, I mean, I guess, so it is not more than 4 feet below grade. Okay, it can't be more than 4 feet below grade. So I don't know how you get a car in below 4 feet of grade. That's what I'm struggling with. For more than 50% of the total perimeter, or not more than 8 8 feet below grade. So I don't understand how you can call this only 2 stories. I mean, I think you have to calculate that parking area from what I see on the drawings as a full story. And so if you're counting the top one, you're really bringing forward a 3-story project that, although it's under the 35 feet of the base elevation, it is a 3-story project from what I am seeing. We don't have a lot of below-level excavations, although we do have some, and this is really, really tough area to excavate. But how are you describing that not as a story?
Well, and that's where I'd refer over to the applicant as far as kind of the plans for design on the parking and a little more detail on that.
I'm not concerned you could put, tulip bulbs down there. I just really want to understand, and I'm fine if they come up and if they're familiar with the definition of a story, but that would be helpful. The other point I do want to make is one of the findings that we have to go with is a rational phasing plan. And I want to understand about the timing of the demolition. The building is one that is, those kind of buildings, they're rock, are very sought out. And I hate to see premature phasing plan of immediate demolition. And then this project, like so many others, there's one very nearby. A lot of it's to do with excavation costs, as I've always understood, doesn't happen. And then we have a vacant land and the loss of a very sought out building style. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
I'd have to refer over to the applicant on the demolition.
Okay, I'll hear from them. Thank you.
Any additional questions from the body at this time? You, Ms. Breckus, you wish to hear those questions?
I do.
Yes.
I want to
Okay, no problem. Let's bring the applicant forward.
Yeah.
You had 2 questions, I think, for the applicant. Mr. Cathexis, did you?
This is
Mr.
Don Clark with the Cathexis, yes.
Sorry, Mr. Clark, did you
That's
hear the
okay.
questions? Did you hear the questions Ms.
I
Breckus
think
asked?
So yes, the where the garage level is, we did go down more than half for the garage, so that we were, and we actually, it is a sloped drive down, which the homeowners will have to keep clear in the snow, which we're all very familiar with now. So we use that for the 2.5 stories too, was to go down with that lower level being underground for the most part. We would have gone further, but we wanted to also, on the back 2 units, drop them down to the ground. So if we push the garage further all the way underground, which you can do, that would have lifted up those units and made the drive longer, which we didn't want to do because we wanted to drop them down on the ground.
Yeah, but you can't count, under my understanding of the interpretation, and I have a long history with this code and the definitions haven't changed, but under my interpretation, the parking area you're showing meets the definition of a story. You can't call it a half story because a half story is only a topmost story.
I'm not sure I have the same understanding you do on that.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Clark.
Thank you.
I'll come back now to the body. Ms.
And then the
Stewart?
demolition plan, because I am very concerned about premature demolition.
The demolition plan, the owners moved ahead on that regardless of what they build on the other side. I'm not sure, that's not tied to the building permit.
Well,
The going vertical, I'm just telling you.
yeah, I
I
understand
didn't even know
that.
they were doing it, and then that.
Yeah, but we have to make a finding of a rational phasing, and we look at the property and it's all total. Okay,
So,
thank you.
I guess in my mind, any owner can demolish their house if they want to build whatever. They could build another house, they could build whatever. That's not tied to what we're doing on the rest of this from a technical standpoint that we.
Technical, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. We'll come now back to the body. I think Councilmember Dewar, you were next.
Thank you. First of all, way back when you were speaking to the lawyers, I just wanted to get clarity. Whenever something comes to us on appeal, my understanding is regardless of the reason it's come, whether it's phasing or an issue, it's considered a de novo review, meaning we start again and we look at it with fresh eyes. Is that correct? I mean, we're not just looking at one thing.
That's correct.
Okay, so it's like a thing of first impression. We're looking at the whole project. I just want to get that clear on the record. My concerns right now are this underground. I think where Councilmember Breckes is trying to go is, I think her understanding is 2 stories and a half story. So I think it's been posed that this is a half story on the bottom and 2 stories. So I don't know if that matters, but it may matter in what is built. Like maybe the half story is supposed to be, I've seen them proposed where it's an open decking, you know, on top, like an open rooftop or something. I don't know. But let me just go to a couple issues that were brought up by the residents. I am concerned about the trash cans. I don't know that there's enough frontage here to line up the 10 trash cans and the 10 recycle bins and have a drive out. I would like to hear an answer on that. Number 2 is I brought up with the applicant, and I do want to acknowledge you said that you've made changes. Right now, where I'm concerned about is it's the classic, just because you can doesn't mean you should. You can squeeze in 5 units, should you? You know, what I'm concerned about is the coverage of impervious on this small lot. The 1/3 acre covered fully by a building, a driveway, and the pertinent structures that have to be there for air conditioning and so on, and just very little ground for trees or grass or any other thing to kind of soften the whole building and make it fit into the neighborhood. So that's an issue I'm concerned about. The impervious, the open space, the ability to fit the cans. I think that going from 1 unit to 4 units definitely has appeal and definitely meets a master plan and is definitely an increase in density. I think what's happened here is going into the 5 units and covering the site so incredibly and getting right to those 5-foot setbacks where you have neighbors on either side. That's where I think we've just kind of tipped over the balance. And that's where I struggle. So I'll leave it there. I think I have a few more minutes, but bottom line, I guess I'm not convinced. I think that with a little bit more time and attention, work with the neighbors, that could have come up with a plan that would fit. And I will just share, I am looking for peace and harmony in Reno, Nevada. I want density. I want increased housing, but I also want all of the people that are surrounding, which is many, this is 1, or surrounded, let's say, by 10. I want the 10 to also be happy in their life still. Be good with their community, good with their neighborhood, and kind of a live and let live, I guess, perspective. I know live and let live is not addressed in our findings, but it is something that I think is within the purview of the developer and the applicant, and is something that can get worked out with neighbors. And we can end up with what works for the owner and what also works with the neighbors. So that's my perspective.
Thank you. Any other questions from the body? Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Reese. I would like to ask the applicant a question, and it's already been asked, but I'd like to hear it from you because it's a theme that we keep hearing is working with the neighbors. As I understand it, you had a project, you went to a neighborhood meeting, and you revised your design based on what you heard. So to me, that is meeting with neighbors and working with them. Could you tell me a little bit about that process?
We did have an AB meeting, and we did do some adjustments to the design based on the comments. We didn't have further dialogue post that with them, and so, I mean, I'll own up to that all day long. But it was not, we did listen to what was said. We are very conscious of the privacy, and even to Councilwoman Durr's comments on the setback, we were very careful. We were conscious of the views with them because we also see it as two-way views. We also don't want the views to these owners. It's kind of both directions, actually, that you worry about. And so that's part of why the setbacks on 90% on one side and 80% on the other side are more than double what is actually required. We actually pulled the building further away as well.
So let me ask you another question while we have you. You just mentioned the requirements. Did you not meet any requirements for public noticing or working with the neighbors?
They were noticed. They were noticed.
So you met everything that we said as a city that you needed to do?
Yes,
you
ma'am.
didn't not check a box?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, he's here though. I mean, I did ask a question. Can you answer about the trash?
So there is plenty of room along the street frontage, and right now there are actually 2 drive entrances, and we're actually narrowing it down to 1, and there's a lot of length on there. There's more than enough for the garbage cans to be out there.
And then this comment was made about, is there a utility in centralizing that? I mean, I don't know if that would require machinery to move in and out.
It's like there is on one level, but then you have a dumpster, it's a different type of machinery, and then,
Gotcha.
you know, do we even want to put a dumpster at the street? I don't think
No.
that's good for the neighborhood,
No.
so that was,
Gotcha.
that's
Thank you.
the consideration we gave it, yes.
Any additional comments at this time?
Yeah.
Councilmember Ebert, you haven't had a chance. Sure, no problem. You're on your, I think, 3rd round, Ms. Breckus.
Yeah, could we bring up sheet A102 from the cathexis documents? I really want to get to this ground story because I'm having just a tremendous difficulty with it. I know back in the day, you know, when you're in sloped terrain, it came in a lot more. What is the story? What is not? But it looks like grade is, can we bring that up on it? Is 4160 is grade. And
Ms. Breckus, what are you looking at? So we
I'm-
can all
I'm
have it
looking
up
at-
in front of us.
I'm looking at from the Planning Commission report, the Planning Commission staff report, there were documents of the submitted request from cathexis. They were they're very relevant because the conditions of approval always say, build according to plans. So these are the plans. And I'd like to see the one that is cathexis's
No problem.
A102
Let's give
sheet.
the staff a chance to find the document you
Yeah.
want to look at, and when they put it
Yeah.
up, we'll have you continue with your line of questions.
Oh, it's Exhibit B in the Planning Commission. We have this, if you go to Exhibit B, Planning Commission Staff Report, and then you can scroll down to that. It's about a 30-page document. You see cut sheet A102.
What page of the exhibit is it, Ms. Breckus?
Well, there's on that.
I see there are
yes,
47
yes,
pages.
There's 47 pages.
Yep.
And if you scroll down past the staff report,
Just which page is it of the 47?
you get to Exhibit B, go to 12, you start to get into the cathexis materials, and it's A102. It's got a cathexis stamp on it. Oh, excuse me, it might be Exhibit D. It's, yeah. Yeah, do you see the one where it says cathexis A102? Yeah, yeah. Yeah. 15 of 47, yeah. Okay, so he's got it on there. Unfortunately, it's reversed. I wish we had a hard copy, but I didn't print it out. I don't know if they can rotate it. Now, Mr. Clark, so the ground level, and this is the grade is what you're showing it as 4160. Is that correct?
Right. I think so, yeah. I think you're looking at the section now, right?
Yeah. Now,
So we use the curb edge, if that's what you're asking for our height.
you use what
We used the curb edge.
as
for-
your
for our
base,
height, yes.
4160?
We
Okay.
We didn't grade the building up and then
Okay.
lift it up. if that was
So
your question.
it's not going to count as a story if it is not more than 4 feet below grade for more than 50% of the total perimeter. Does that garage area,
Now, say that again?
well, this is the definition of a first story. Okay? So
Are you reading, I'm not sure which.
I'm
you're
reading from the Title 18 definitions. And our staff, you know what, I mean, I guess they worked with you to not define that as a code because otherwise we'd have 3 stories. I'm not as a story. So is it more than 4 feet below grade
I believe so, yes.
for more than 50% of the total perimeter?
Yes.
Then it's got to be counted as a story.
If it's below grade, I mean, when is a basement below grade versus we've done several things where we dig down on different projects throughout the city to do a half story down to make sure we don't go over that 2.5 story site. So
But then, then it's, if you're counting the bottom of that as grade, then you're up above 35 feet and we've got all those other shading things to come in. So I'm really.
No, I'm where we had, so it's below 4 feet. I'm trying to understand that particular language because that's not something I'm familiar with.
Is not more than 4 feet below grade for more than 50% of the total perimeter, or not more than 8 feet at any point. So is it 8 feet? It's between 8 and 4?
Is it more than 8 feet below grade?
Below, that's, okay. But is it more than 4 feet below for half of the perimeter?
Of the whole building, no.
But of the perimeter of that story, or of that area?
It's actually not. You've got the 2 units in the back that have nothing below them, too.
Yeah, yeah.
So when you take the whole perimeter, no, it's not.
Well, I think it's the perimeter of that,
Right.
of that.
Well,
Thank
it's
you, Ms.
one- it's
Breckus.
one building.
I'll come now to Ms. Ebert.
Okay.
So this question is probably more for staff. And this came up in one of the public comments that were submitted through email. There was 2 things called out from the area-specific policies that stood out to me. One of them is N-C9, N-CN.9. Multifamily buildings should be designed to appear as separate homes. The other being N-CN.7, building bulk, mass, and height, blocky and blank multi-story buildings. I'm just curious as to why these 2 considerations were not taken into account when we were looking at the exterior of this development.
Thank you for your question. In this circumstance, again, the project really focused on the tentative map aspect of it and not the look of it. But that being said, to address the first master plan policy you cited, in staff's perspective as well as the applicant, speaking for the applicant, sorry, but in looking at the plan, they are designed as separate units. So that does kind of achieve that goal.
Okay.
In terms of the second master plan policy that you referenced, I think really during the building permit phase, that will be addressed. While there isn't really an approval of the contemporary architecture or something like that, our Title 18 doesn't speak to design. There are certain articulation standards that are built into code as far as kind of look and other things. So that'll all be evaluated at that point in time with the building permit. So hopefully that answers those 2 questions, or 2 points.
Ms. Hebert, did you have any other questions?
No, not at this time.
Okay. Thank you. I think that we've gone around. Maybe Councilmember Dewar, or did you wish to use your last?
This would be my last 1 minute. I still am challenged by this underground parking. I live far from the river, and I don't have a basement. But a lot of people around me have basements, and they're all flooding right now. It's just the land is saturated, and it's flooding from groundwater seepage. So I just wanted to call that out for the applicant and be aware that this is a challenge. This is much closer to the river. The groundwater is headed towards the river. It's its drainage point. So I suspect if you ask the people that do have basements, if there are any in the neighborhood, they probably do have flooding challenges from seepage, not from surface flow. The second thing is just, I'm really struggling. I'm following up on Megan's question. about the look. I mean, I understand you guys are saying you don't do architecture, but the master plan does contemplate this. It talks about bulk. I don't know what bulk is unless it is incorporated into architecture. Mass, height, all of those things are. Are there other buildings, I guess, that are 33 feet high around this area?
To answer your question, I'm not sure of exact heights, but those multifamily units directly to the north as well as across the street
Are 2 stories?
Are
I think?
2-story.
Right.
Yeah.
And I hope that my colleagues, maybe these are fine points, that 4 is okay and 5 is not, or that 2 stories is fine and 3 is not. But these are all things that are put into the master plan. These are characteristics that we're supposed to evaluate. I understand it's qualitative and not quantitative sometimes, but it's an understanding of what these words mean. But you know, I really admire Cathexis's architecture. I have to tell you, generally, I do like modern buildings, and I like what they do. I don't know that it fits this neighborhood, I'm gonna be honest. Maybe it doesn't have to fit the neighborhood, that's what I'm hearing. So I'll leave it there. I don't wanna, over prolong this, but.
Thank you. Does anyone from the body have additional comments at this time?
I do.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, so are there any, and I think I know the answer to this. Are there any other projects over there that have this type of parking where it slopes down? And then the other thing I'd ask is maybe you could elaborate on this flood zone, because you said it was rated, what was it, an X or something?
Thank you for your question. Jason Garcia-Lebu, Planning Manager for the record. In regards to the neighboring properties, the current apartment buildings have outside parking, so it is not currently underground. In regards to the flood zone, in certain areas, we have FEMA designated flood zones, and depending on that flood zone, there are different construction standards that are required. Sometimes they require them to be higher or something of that nature. This is not in one of those areas. So it is outside of a designated flood zone there.
But it is a flood zone.
So it's flood zone X, so it currently doesn't have any requirements.
Okay, but so is that not considered a flood zone if it's X?
Technically,
Or it's a flood zone, but you have to mitigate how you build?
Thank you, Mayor. The flood zone X is defined as an
Can
area.
you state your name for the record, please?
I apologize. Mike Vicks with Monte Vista Consulting. I'm the civil engineer on the project. Shaded X is defined as a zone that is outside the 500-year floodplain. All property has a flood designation. Zone X is pretty much all areas that are not subject to flooding. Further to your point, there is a flood zone in the Truckee River to the west. And one of the things that we considered while we were designing is that the existing 100-year flood level is 4532, and our finished floor of our garage is nearly 4 feet above that. If we were in that flood zone, the finished floor of any building would only have to be 1 foot above the base flood elevation. So it's not in a flood zone. The most adjacent flood zone that's defined, the finished floor is over 4 feet above in that garage level. So we're confident that it is well out of the flood zone.
Okay, and now that I have you here, let me ask you, what concessions were made for the neighbors? And why didn't you meet with them?
We went to the neighborhood advisory board meeting and took that feedback. This is honestly my first time presenting in this forum, so I wasn't sure what the protocols were. However, in our planning commission presentation, we addressed all of the concerns that were brought up regarding flooding, adjacency, et cetera. At that time, like I said, the second story was brought in some to address some of their concerns. Flooding was one of their main concerns. We addressed it like with a slide similar to what I just explained regarding the flooding. And so we I believe added some landscaping compared to the initial, but again, as Don pointed out, the neighbors were taken into consideration with the original development of the plan. And, with the extended setbacks, there are some that are at the minimum, but not, the entire building is not. And so we feel that it was designed for mutual privacy and to take their privacy into account. And Don can speak much more intelligently about that than I can probably.
Okay, well, and I apologize for that, because usually the ward representative will facilitate some meetings, so to make sure by the time you get to the dais that we're not scrambling. And it's unfortunate because they don't feel like they were heard. And that is never, ever a good thing. I would say this, Councilwoman Dewar is right in the fact that everyone's basements are sort of on the edge. And also I would say, and it's another unfortunate reality, that flood patterns are changing dramatically. And as we've seen with this weather, this winter has been extremely unpredictable. And then I think you're also telling me that runoff will go into city infrastructure.
Yes, so currently the site grades to the neighbors to the south. It drains all of its water to their properties. With the proposed improvements, we're using gutters to redirect water from invading the neighboring properties and direct it to the street, where it enters the public storm drain system. As Jason mentioned earlier, there are no issues with that they're aware of the public storm drain system in that area, and they determined that it was acceptable to do that. In addition, we added an additional layer of infiltration at the back property line on top of the standard requirements in order to further reduce the current drainage issue of traversing the property line to the neighboring properties.
Okay, all right, thank you. No more further questions, Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I think everyone's exhausted their rounds of questioning, so I'll bring it back to the body. Mr. Clerk, do you have staff recommendations for the screen? This is certainly in Councilmember Breckes' ward, in Ward 1. So I want to first see if you can bring up the proposed motions.
Sorry, just one moment.
It may have not been set up that way, Mr. LeQueen.
It is. Staff rec is
set up.
to affirm the decision of the Planning Commission.
They give us the three options: to modify, affirm, or deny.
No, I have them in front of me. I'm trying to see if they can be brought up
Right.
for the public.
It's right on the second page of the staff report, team.
Okay, this is Councilmember Breckes' ward. Do you have a motion?
I do. And let me just preface this motion by saying, on my review, I was favorably disposed towards this request, with the exception, and I look very narrowly, I think at this tentative level, you have to, while there's general compliance with the master plan, it's much more specific and technical to the objective standards. And one of the standards is a rational phasing plan. And I think there is irrationality in tearing down a building, and I would rely on other master plan policies of the quality of that structure prior to the project moving forward. So I would have proposed an extra condition that, a rational phasing plan be proposed that coordinates very closely the demolition of the structure with the payment in full of a building permit to move forward. Because I've seen a lot of projects fall flat, and I think one like this in this area where the excavation costs have sunk so many other projects, there's a great likelihood that it will fall flat. And also tentative maps can last for a long time. And so, 7 years of looking at a building that's gone and could have had another life, I think would have been important. But So I would have, before the testimony I heard, made a motion of approval with that condition suggesting. But at this point, and the applicant's always able to ask for a continuance, but at this point, I think more exhibits are needed to demonstrate compliance with Title 18, and that's a very specific standard. The Title 18 specific to height, stories, and the shading plan is not fully demonstrated by the applicant materials, and so noncompliance with Title 18 is a finding for a motion to deny. And to elaborate, 2.5 stories are allowed. The underground.
Councilmember Breckus, your motion is to deny, is that correct?
I'm going to be very specific because.
I know, but you're making a speaking motion, and that our rules don't allow for that because it's hard for the clerk to understand
I've
and
done
record that.
I've done this for a lot of years, so let me capture
Thank you,
the
Ms.
motion in
Breckus.
true way that it would go into the clerk's
I'll let you have time to clarify or identify.
Thank you.
Ms. Breckus, please understand that we have rules in this body for a reason. I've asked you for a motion. Once you make the motion, if you get a seconder, I'll come back to you and you may explain it. It's no problem.
May I speak now?
If you are making a motion, yes.
Okay. Could you type the motion so that we can see what the motion is because it would go on the clerk's letter. I move, I'll have to write it out then. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
we'll take a moment for you to do that.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll draft a motion to deny that is defensible because I think that's very important. This is a body that's had a judge turn over a subdivision map of ours by a poor record. So if you'll give me a 5-minute recess, I will type. Can you guys show me how I can type?
I think I have it up here, so just to
Oh,
clarify,
okay.
I have.
Okay. Move to deny based upon noncompliance with Title 18 provisions pertaining to the zoning district standards
I'm so sorry, I wasn't capturing
Oh,
all that.
okay.
Go ahead. Motion to deny.
based upon noncompliance with Title 18 standards in the MF14 zoning district pertaining to height, stories, and applicability of the shading ordinance. To elaborate, the number of stories shown is 3. It's not demonstrated that it's 2.5 as allowed by the code. The 35-foot elevation that triggers the shading ordinance is not clearly provided for with relief.
Sorry, clearly provided.
Is provided for with, is relieved. You can say is relieved. And then the final one is that the building height exceeds 35 feet. Additional exhibits, which I've seen provided for many years, could have shown all of this, but.
Okay, I have a motion by
yeah,
Councilmember Breckus. Is there a second?
I will second for discussion.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Breckus, a second by Ms. Dewar. Now we'll turn to the body for questions or comments as to the motion. Ms. Dewar.
Yeah, I'll just, I too, in addition to what Ms. Breckus said, which I understand she's trying to very narrowly explain this, I am struggling to find conformance with the master plan, the overall. It says we're supposed to balance, weigh competing plan goals, policies, and strategies, and I feel like we have not met that balance. So I'll leave it
Okay,
there.
any additional comments or questions on the motion? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Nay.
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 Mr. Clerk, can you do a roll call, please?
Yes, can I have, Councilmember Breckus
Aye.
and Reese,
Nay.
Dewar,
Aye.
Taylor,
Nay.
Martinez,
Nay.
Ebert,
Aye.
and Mayor Sheeby?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, the motion carries 4-3.
Can I add a comment?
Nope, we've got one more appeal tonight, and so we'll move
Okay.
on to item I2.
Well, I was going to encourage the applicant to just take into consideration what they've heard.
I think Mr. Cathexis and his team, or
Yeah.
Mr. Clark and his team will do that. Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break.
Okay, we'll meet again at 7:50 PM. All right, your mic should be on.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, are we ready to begin recording again?
We are ready to go.
Okay, let the record reflect that the City Council is back in session, opening the public hearing on item, are we at I-2?
I-2.
Thank you so much. Mr. Clerk, was proper notice given, correspondence received?
Proper notice was given and no correspondence was received.
Okay, and do any of my colleagues need to make any disclosures at this time?
Yes.
Councilmember Dewar.
I had an opportunity to meet with the applicant.
Thank you so much. At this time, I'll ask
Mr.
staff.
Vice Mayor, I also met with
Oh,
the
thank you.
applicant. Thank you.
Councilmember Taylor.
I did as well, Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Martinez. Can we pause for a second and go to, Ms. Ebert?
I also have a disclosure.
Okay.
I'm gonna read. Okay, item I-12, or I'm sorry, item I-2, Aspire at North Hills, appeal to the Planning Commission's decision to approve a request for conditional use permit to allow 192 unit multifamily development. Madam Mayor and fellow City Council members and Madam Clerk, Mr. Clerk, sorry. In the interest of full transparency on item I-2, I'm making the following disclosure. On January 18th, 2023, I attended the Reno Planning Commission meeting as the City Council's liaison. At the end of the meeting, I gave general public comment about Ward 4. These comments were not specific to any particular Planning Commission development application on the January 18 agenda, including this one that is an appeal from a decision that the Planning Commission made that day. As a result of my public comment and the subsequent statement in response by Planning Commissioner Velto and a follow-up inquiry by my colleague, Ms. Taylor, I sought guidance from the City Attorney's Office. In response to that guidance, I am presenting testimony and evidence into the record to rebut a claim that I may have a bias against this application, should there be such a claim now or in the future. My January 18th comments are readily available for viewing on the city's website. As my introductory comments to the Planning Commission as the council liaison, the themes of my comments were twofold. One, to let the commissioners be aware of the lived experiences of Ward 4 residents as related to growth impacts and infrastructure inadequacy. And two, in response to comments made by different commissioners throughout the evening, and offer to assist in facilitating more useful data that could be shared with the Planning Commission as help in their decision-making. While my comments were perhaps inartful, I presented them in the 2 a.m. hour. The Planning Commission decided to deliberate into this early hour, and it is a time at which I'm not accustomed to working, much less presenting to public bodies. Additional evidence that I am not biased toward or against this applicant or toward or against the appellant is that on February 2nd, at his request, I met with Garrett Gordon. He is the applicant's representative. In that meeting, I listened to information Mr. Gordon presented about the project. He also made a follow-up call to me on March 7th to inquire if I needed more information or had additional questions. If I had already made my mind up, I would not waste Mr. Gordon's or my time in meeting about the project. Certainly Mr. Gordon feels likewise, or he would not be as recently as last night inquiring about my information needs. As mentioned above on this matter, I sought guidance from the city attorney's office here because I presented evidence that my January 18th comments would not clearly and materially affect the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position to warrant abstention under NRS 281A-423 and Public Officer Op number 12-15A 2012. A public officer has a responsibility to represent constituents and vote on matters of public importance unless a clear conflict outweighs that duty. I will be voting on this item. Mr. Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it in the record.
Okay, before I move on, any additional disclosures at this time? Before we move on to the staff presentation, Mr. Hall, Mr. Shipman, I'm not sure I understood any of the disclosures except for Ms. Ebert's. So I want to know what is the rationale for the disclosure that persons met with one or either side in the dispute. I understood Ms. Ebert's disclosure, and it's been lodged for the record, but I'm not sure I understood the other disclosures, and I'm asking because I have not made a disclosure, although I did meet with the applicant. And so I'm trying to understand, I've not seen that in my time in 4 years on the body.
In light of the fact that this is a quasi-judicial hearing, it is required that the participants from City Council be unbiased. And so the reason for that disclosure was to ensure council and the parties involved that Councilmember Ebert is not biased.
No, I understood Ms. Ebert's disclosure. I'm asking about the other disclosures. The I met with someone disclosure. Is that a requirement on this body? I'm unfamiliar
I think
with
it's
it.
appropriate that those disclosures be made, yeah, so everybody knows who's talked to whom and whether or not they've got any bias for the project. Yes.
Okay, so I'll have to disclose that I met with Mr. Gordon on this project. So I've now made my disclosure, although I don't think that's been our historic past practice. And so it may be that there's some heightened concern over this evening's hearing. So I appreciate the guidance from the city manager and the city attorney's office.
You know, in addition, that's a typical disclosure that is made by all of our planning commissioners, so it is normal that we.
Right, I see that they do it quite often because they might go out on site visits and they want people to know that they've done that. But I make an assumption that everyone is always talking with everyone about every project that comes before this body. Okay, we'll start at this time and ask staff to come forward to make their presentation.
Hello. Good evening, Vice Mayor Reese, Madam Mayor, members of the council. For the record, my name is Leah Brock. I'm an associate planner with the City of Reno Development Services. This evening, I am presenting the application for the conditional use permit for Aspire at North Hills, which was appealed after it was approved by the Planning Commission on January 18th with a vote in favor of with a vote of approval with 5 in favor and 2 opposed. The subject property is approximately 8.64 acres. It consists of 4 parcels and is located north of US Highway 395 with frontage on both North Hills Boulevard and East Golden Valley Road. The subject property is directly west of the Rayleigh's Shopping Center on North Hills Boulevard. The conditional use permit is requesting a 192-unit multifamily residential development. This is required in the general commercial zoning district when there are more than 100 units being proposed. The reason for that conditional use permit is so that staff has an opportunity to look at the proposed development and mitigate any potential impacts before they submit for a building permit. Subject property is located in that general commercial zoning district. It is surrounded by public facilities to the north, that's Alice Smith Elementary School, general commercial zoning to the west and to the south, and we have some single-family residential there to the north and across Golden Valley Road. The density maximum for the general commercial zoning district is 45 dwelling units per acre. The proposed density of this project is 22.2 dwelling units per acre, so far below that maximum density. The subject site is located in the suburban mixed-use master plan land use designation. That suburban mixed use highlights uses and characteristics, including diverse mix of commercial and residential uses, medium to high density residential uses, and providing an opportunity for high density housing within close proximity to services and employment. The proposed project includes 192 units in 7 buildings with amenities such as a clubhouse, recreation, private recreation amenities such as barbecue areas, dog recreation areas, and a children's playground. Regarding compatibility with surrounding uses, there is that single-family residential zoning district on Copper Vista Court there. You can see that area highlighted on the map in front of you with a red circle. The applicant did work with property owners on Copper Vista Court and with city staff. They modified their project design for increased compatibility with those adjacent single-family residences. As a result of that, they provided additional screening. There is an existing 6-foot-tall wood fence between the site and the single-family homes, which will remain, and a second 6-foot-tall decorative fence will be installed by the applicant. Between these two fences, a dense vegetative screen comprised of evergreen trees will be planted and maintained by the applicant for the life of the project. Also, it's important to note that the applicant reduced the height of the apartment building closest to the single-family residential and modified the roof to reduce shading on those residential homes. Those modifications resulted in a 12-unit reduction of the overall unit count for the project, taking it from the original 204 units to 192 units. We have 2 appeals filed in this particular case. The first appeal was filed by one of the residents on Copper Vista Court, and they contend that the decision for approval by the Planning Commission did not analyze the combined impact on traffic, schools, and utilities with other housing projects that are currently being developed in the area, how the proposed future road construction and improvements will affect traffic in that area, access to Alice Smith School, and vehicular ingress and egress to the site. There was a second appeal filed by a representative of the applicant in order to preserve the rights to judicial review. At the Planning Commission's hearing on January 18th, the Planning Commission did go until 2 o'clock in the morning that night. There was extensive discussion about compatibility of the proposed design with the surrounding uses, including that general commercial and that single family and the school, cumulative impact of traffic infrastructure and future road improvements, access and traffic flow with those surrounding developments, the capacity of the schools in the area, and the timing of the proposed development related to future infrastructure improvements. Again, the Planning Commission did vote to approve that project with 5 in favor and 2 opposed. The intersection at Golden Valley Road and North Hills Road and the project driveways to both Golden Valley Road and North Hills Road were analyzed in a traffic impact analysis submitted by the applicant. All 3 intersections will operate at acceptable levels under all study scenarios. Additionally, as I think most everybody knows, there are future improvements coming to not just the 395, but also to that area that's surrounding the development on North Hills Boulevard. The widening of the 395 between the McCarran interchange and the Golden Valley interchange is set to start construction this year. And RTC is planning to widen North Hills Road from 2 lanes to 4 lanes between Buck Drive and Golden Valley Drive, somewhere between 2026 and 2030. Regarding the Washoe County School District, there were some questions at the Planning Commission meeting about how the projections were created. So after that meeting, I reached out to Washoe County School Districts, and the information that they provided me basically said that their data is constantly evolving. It's received from the University of Nevada's Center for Regional Studies, amongst other sources, but it does include development that's under construction, development that's approved, development that's been completed, and development that is pending approval. Those projections are also updated based on current and previous enrollment data. Washoe County School District representative did provide me with some more updated projections. So here on the screen in that table, you can see the projections that were presented to the Planning Commission, and those were provided to us in October. Those are in gray. And then the ones I just received last week are the ones that are there in black. So you will see that those projections are fluctuating, and at this time, the projected capacity for those schools has decreased significantly in some cases. On the board are the conditional use permit recommended findings that were made by the Planning Commission in order to vote for approval. The Planning Commission's decision is on the board for your review. The recommended motion is on the board. And that concludes my presentation. I will now turn it over to the appellant. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brock. We technically have 2 appellants, as I understand. Is that correct, Mr. Clerk?
That is correct.
Okay, I'll let you call the next presenter.
I believe we're hearing from Garrett Gordon first.
Yeah, I apologize, Mr. Clerk. I think we had it reversed in the last hearing. So, No problem. No, we're welcome. We'll welcome you up first. Mr. Gordon, you'll go second, as they did in the last presentation. So who is here to present on? Understand, we just try to follow our procedure, sir. And it's, sir, if you would like to come forward, sir, I'm not going to argue with you. Welcome to the council chambers. Come forward and make your presentation.
Actually do.
Sir, please understand, listen to what I'm going to tell you, and then we'll get into your presentation. We have rules in this body. If you were here for the earlier presentation, they asked the person who was the neighbor to go first, and then the developer went second. Those are just our policies. We want them to be applied to everyone the same. So you're here now. Welcome to Chambers. Introduce yourself for the record and then make your presentation.
Thank you. I appreciate the council's time. My name is Mike Burke, and I live on Copper Vista Court, which is directly adjacent to the project. It's right at the end of our street. Now, we do not believe that the intent of Reno Master Plan was to shoehorn 192 units into an 8.5 acre site that is directly adjacent to single-family residences. Now, they're stating that access has been in place for many years from Golden Valley Road to the site. And right now, the only access is a parking lot, which is next to this Quick Shop gas station. And you can see the access road right there, as a matter of fact. And what they're doing is using the existing, I guess if it's a agreement with the business owners, but they're using existing driveways from Golden Valley Road and calling the access road, or actually is calling it an access, which is it's an emergency access that has been chained off for 20 years. That's that. Like I say, it's a road that's almost in the center there. It seems like the developer, when they showed the I guess which one is it? It's the EXEA. Okay. And let's go with the next one, EAD. Okay, the developer shows the access road coming in from Golden Valley Road, and it comes down about halfway into the project and stops. Now, at this point, the abandoning the emergency access that goes all the way to Rayleigh's parking lot, I mean, can you even do that? I have no idea. And along that, you can see the bushes and trees and the landscaping. And that landscaping from the rear fence of the existing houses in Copper Vista, there's maybe 10 to 12 feet with 14-foot slope, 12 to 14-foot slope up to the emergency access road. So you really don't have any room to put those bushes. There's no room there. So that just goes, so you're going to have eventually an 18-foot elevation change between those between that fence and the project. But between the project and the access road and the existing fences, there's literally no room to put bushes and put this stuff in there. But, yeah, okay. So the project site is zoned general commercial, and it has been zoned commercial for many years. And no changes to the zoning are required with the project. The proposed project is allowed in the general commercial zone with the approval of conditional use permit. Without the CUP, project's not allowed. If the CUP is allowed, it will open up the area joining places like Rayleigh's and across the street by the post office and bank, which right now are all GC, but it'll open up the suburban mixed use and more apartments. As hard as they're pushing this project, I think it's more of a Trojan horse to go ahead and get those apartments built so they can put them all over out there. That's definitely one of our fears. It's not difficult to identify similar land use patterns in the Reno area. For example, the Galena Junction Shopping Center on Mount Rose Highway has a similar general layout with the shopping center located on a major roadway surrounding multifamily and single-family housing. The Fire Creek Crossing Shopping Center on Kitsky Lane shows the same pattern, intense commercial use, adjacent to multifamily housing, transitioning to single-family housing. In short, the proposed project layout conforms to both the textbook zoning practice and local land use patterns in Reno. Using the Galena Junction and the Fire Creek Crossing Shopping Center as examples of similar land use just simply does not work. The Raleigh Shopping Center has approximately 12 businesses, and the only access road for that is the North Hills Boulevard, the 2 driveways for ingress and egress. The apartments at Galena Junction, which you can see there, up in the top of the screen, they have a very large buffer between the apartments and single family, right across the road from there. Plus, they have a substantial fence that pretty much distances them from the single family units. And that's just not what we have. I mean, we've got apartments going up within 55, 56 feet of the homes on Copper Vista. Yeah, like Fire Creek Shopping Center, you've got Walmart, and that Walmart pretty much put all of the businesses in Raleigh Shopping Center right into the Walmart with room left over. You go to the Fire Creek? Yeah. Got it? Okay. They all look the same to me after a while. But that's absolutely no comparison with what we have there at Aspire. Okay, it says project is highly compatible with adjacent single-family zoning district, both from a general planning perspective and from a specific Reno Development City Code perspective. As noted, the common projects of this type to be located between commercial centers and single-family housing. In fact, a project like this can act as a buffer between intense commercial uses and single-family neighborhoods. Well, I disagree completely with that statement, because the apartments are not at all compatible with the surrounding area. Property owners in Copper Vista Court do not believe the apartment buildings in their backyards is a proper buffer. With an 18-foot grade change, 6-foot fence on top of the slope, and 2 stories above that, the adjacent property owners will have their views of Peavine Mountain completely blocked, greatly diminishing their views and diminishing their property values. You got Building 7, which is pretty much left out. Let's go with, let's see, I've got View JPEG maybe? Yeah, there you go. It is hard to see, but bottom right corner, view from 425 Copper Vista to Building 8. Building 7 is just to the right of Building 8, and it's going to be 20 feet taller. It's going to be 40 feet as opposed to 20 feet. And that's going to totally wipe out any views and create a great deal of shading on the houses in Copper Vista. Okay, the application proposal states the project site does not meet the threshold for a conditional use permit due to the depths of cuts, grading cuts, and fills. Greatest depth of cut is 14 feet, greatest fill depth is 7.5 feet. The project will require exportation of roughly 7,375 yards of excess material. It'd be approximately 700 truckloads hauling that stuff out of there. Be a mess. But they also state the site is generally flat with no challenging slopes or landforms. Well, if you got to move that much dirt out of there, it's nowhere near what you need. Just, it's ridiculous. Okay, the application states required landscape area of 15% is based on code section 1804.804. The project provides 5,692 square feet of landscape area as required, 15% of 8.6 acres. Well, it's kind of hard to see, but general commercial is 15%, but suburban mixed use, or mixed use suburban, is 20%. So we're missing that landscaping by 5%. And again, that's one more thing in the conditional use permit which kind of ignores. Now, the project will contribute $681,050 in regional road impact fees. And that's a means of offsetting any traffic impacts that may occur. So money doesn't help with inadequate roads. The traffic study, we got a Wednesday, August 24th, 2022, and Tuesday, August 30th, 2022. Study did not take into account the new homes and apartments that are already permitted and under construction, or the ones that are permitted and waiting to be built, or the ones that have been permitted and worked on and finished just recently. We've got a brand new subdivision across the street from North Hills High School on Golden Valley Road. That project will positively increase traffic. You have homes and apartments finished or under construction about a mile away from Wrigley's that definitely affect traffic now. Some of those people, instead of going up to Levin Valley, they cut off on Golden Valley Road and they go up North Hills to get home. And a lot of those are finished. A lot of them are still waiting to be built, and some are under construction. So I guess we ran out of time.
Mr. Burke, do you need another minute to conclude?
Yeah, another minute or two wouldn't hurt.
You have a minute.
That the traffic study, just a couple of afternoons, just does not really take into account the actual amount of traffic. The paucity of data in the traffic study does not reflect actual conditions. They actually tried to put some stoplights on Golden Valley Road at 395 on and off ramps, and they're temporary lights on both the ramps, and it basically backed up traffic almost all the way to Beckworth, which is ways away. And they finally gave up and had to take them out because they couldn't get them time to facilitate the traffic we have now. But we moved out here in moved in the house in 2020. But our developer promised the folks in Golden Valley that they would have 1 acre buffer lots between the Golden Valley homeowners and the new subdivision, Stonegate. As soon as that was signed off on, the first thing the developer did was they cut that back to 1/3 acre lots. And what the city said, they couldn't afford the litigation, couldn't afford because they're going to get sued if they try to force them to do that. We see a lot of that, it looks like, in the city because there were slopes behind our house were 2 to 1. And city code said they have to have riprap or some kind of stabilization. Again, the city inspector said, well, we can't afford the litigation, so it's got to slide. You got to quit letting these California companies come in here and basically push us around, ruin neighborhoods. From the back of these folks' houses, from their back fence, 56 feet away, you got almost 40 feet, and right next to it, you've got closer to 60 feet. And that's going to not only destroy the property values, but they probably won't get any sun at all. So I'll conclude there, and time is up, and I've got a lot more I should say, but I do appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Mr. Clerk, now we're on to the respondent, appellant, developer. So many names. You'll have 10 minutes to make your presentation. Mr. Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. For the record, Garrett Gordon, tonight on behalf of the applicant and the appellant. Leah did a great job, so I'll try not to be repetitive. We consider this a mixed-use infill project. It's surrounded by development, schools to the north, single family to the north, single family to the east, existing commercial to the south, and then existing 108,000 square foot Raleigh Shopping Center. And for the record, the developer, the owner of that shopping center, is here tonight. Happy to answer any questions. He also owns the subject parcel. That site, the subject parcel, has never been developed, but as you can see, it's been graded. The intention was always to have it be phase 2 of the shopping center. It's been marketed for over 18 years as a commercial pad for lease, for purchase, to expand the shopping center. After 18 years of marketing for commercial without success, we're here before you tonight to build, for approval, and eventually build some much-needed housing in the region. The project zoning, as you can see here, surrounded by general commercial, public facility, neighbor commercial, SF3. Again, it's a mixed-use infill project. It's infill and adjacent to existing shopping center. The project is compatible with recently updated code, and no zone changes or variants are required. A subject site, as you heard from Leah, is allowed 100 units by right. The use permit required tonight is for the additional 94 units. I point you to this depiction as well. You can see there's a lot of red, a lot of general commercial. There's a claim that if this project is developed residential, which again is allowed in general commercial with the use permit, that somehow there'll be no leftover commercial to eventually build one day. You can see, logistically and logically, the first commercial that would be built out there when there's sufficient rooftops would be between North Hills and the freeway. Adjacent to the freeway, great access and great visibility. So if approved tonight, there is still plenty of general commercial land to be developed for general commercial uses. Project site plan, Leah did a great job, 192 units, mix of 1, 2, 3 bedrooms, 6 3-story apartment buildings. Before we met with the neighbors, I would be standing here saying 7 3-story apartment buildings. But now we have a 2-story apartment building in direct response to meeting with the neighbors with their concerns about shadowing and adjacency. A clubhouse, common areas, recreation areas, and amenities. Design features. Project parking exceeds Reno code requirement. Stormwater retention capacity exceeds city code requirement. Open space landscaping exceeds city code requirement. You heard earlier we could have went up to 45 dwelling units per acre. We're only at around 22. And also in your staff report, you see that general commercial allows 65 feet by right for height. And we're nowhere near that. So we've exceeded all the requirements and not pushed the envelope to the development standards that are allowed in general commercial. Impacts on traffic. This came up at the Planning Commission and this came up in the appellant statement. First of all, the traffic study concluded that no significant traffic impacts are expected, no off-site traffic deficiencies were identified, and that all surrounding intersections will operate at acceptable levels of service. There was also a statement at the Planning Commission that if this was developed commercial, it would be less traffic or less impact than residential. You can see my slide here. This project, 192 units, would trigger 73 AM peak trips, 93 PM peak trips. If this was developed at approximately 37,200 square feet of commercial, which you could do by right, you'd have 216 AM trips and 240 PM trips. So close to 150 more trips in the morning and the afternoon with a commercial project by right. So my argument is to the appellant, and I made this to the Planning Commission, certainly when you're looking at this project, it's nowhere near the trips that you'd have if there was in fact commercial. Even though not applicable to the findings you're required to make tonight, the Planning Commission had questions about the broader traffic improvements, roadway improvements, the regional roadway improvements that will be coming. Leah did a great job showing the NDOT phasing that's coming as it moves up 395. We transpose that onto kind of our project and our area. So you can see 395 Phase 1B all the way up to Golden Valley, commence construction this year and next year. North Hills widening. It's in the RTC plan for 2026, 2030. The Planning Commission said, wow, that's way out. We're gonna get an impact today with North Hills. No, because we're not opening the apartment complex today. You can see here, anticipated completion is 2027. By the time you design, build, occupancy at 2027. So really everything works out as you look at 2027 build out, including the widening of North Hills Road. In addition, staff was very respondent to some of the neighbors' issues. Condition number 13 in our staff report requires us, prior to building permit, to go coordinate with RTC about giving them right-of-way on our property to widen North Hills. So this project actually participates and helps with that process of widening and more capacity. So we think there's no issues at the micro level of where this project is located or on the larger level with respect to improvements coming at the regional level. Again, mixed-use project, back to kind of the smaller micro level of this project. The project's location mitigates traffic impacts. Why? Because it's a mixed-use project. Right next to us is an elementary school. Kids can walk there. Right within the mile is a high school. Sidewalk all the way. Kids can walk there. It's adjacent to a Rayleigh's, a pharmacy, urgent care, a library, a post office, a bank, restaurants. Exactly where you want these kind of multifamily projects, adjacent to services and adjacent to other businesses that they would visit on a routine basis. And again, this is housing on an infill site, which is the best way to minimize area traffic. Schools, it was mentioned in the appellant's statement, there was a concern about schools. So on the right-hand side is the letter from the school district. And you can see it's their numbers. They've anticipated this project would generate 17 elementary school students, 6 middle school students, and 12 high school students. I would certainly say in the grand scheme of things of schooling, this is a very small number and the impact is minimal. But regarding the high school, where there was a question about overcapacity, 12 high school students, again, not happening today or next year or the year after, but in 2027. But at the bottom of the school district statement, they say the construction of a new high school at a time frame between 2024 and 2028 is dependent upon regional residential growth and development. So actually us getting this project approved, if it is today, and adding more students, in 2027 would give the school district the need to go out and build more schools. They're not going to build schools unless there's capacity to fill them. So we don't believe there's any negative impact to put 12 high school students for this project in 2027. There was also a statement in the appellant's appeal about this letter and that we were not complying with the school district's demands or conditions. We absolutely are. We got this initial letter from them. We met with the school district. We are complying with their 2 requests that the Alex Smith gate is not blocked by any fencing and pedestrian connections to the school gate are maintained, and that Washington County School District will review any final building plans. Neighborhood outreach, not only a NAB, 2 on-site meetings, emails, which resulted in additional fencing, additional landscaping, and reducing a whole story. It was a 3-story building, now it's a 2-story building with 12 units taken off the top to make sure it not only reduced, but eliminated any shading whatsoever on these properties at the end of the cul-de-sac, as well as another layer of landscaping. Code requires every 30 feet. We're doing it, really installing those trees a lot closer, along with a fence. And meeting with the neighbors, they didn't want just a fence that is code compliant, but we have a more upgraded, solid, durable fence that will be added. So because of those half dozen meetings, we came up with, I think, some pretty good mitigations. In addition to that, you heard the Planning Commission approve this project 5-2. When we went to the Planning Commission, they said, and there's some really good planners and folks on there that have reviewed projects like this for a long time, and they said absolutely, it's a traditional land use pattern. You have freeway, you have zone general commercial, you have some existing commercial, you have vacant land, and then you have single family. Putting multifamily in that donut hole makes a lot of sense. But a few commissioners wanted us to go a little bit farther. So you can see where the existing commercial is here. There's a Burger King and there's a gas station. There was concern about noise of cars. So we agreed to do sound mitigation windows along this building. You heard tonight about this road from the appellant. This road is existing. Why? Because there's an easement with Alice Taylor. This is their emergency fire access for the school. So absolutely that stays, and that is gated so the general public aren't confused in using this road, but it's used for fire purposes with the school district, as well as additional screening with the additional commercial uses. You can see a solid fence along here and some additional plantings to the north, again, to mitigate any impacts to future tenants. Support from adjacent restaurants. I don't always get to stand up here before you and give you a list of adjacent businesses who support this. Letters in the record before you tonight are from Subway, Taqueria, the Chinese restaurant, Round Table, the brewery, Burger King, saying we need these rooftops. That additional residents within walking distance to North Hill Shopping Center will help us continue to serve the community. We strongly support plans for the proposed project. So we have, I think, 10 or 12 letters in support from adjacent businesses to say this is going to help us be viable in the future. And finally, in conclusion, staff recommends approval. Planning Commission recommended approval. We ask you that you please uphold both of those approvals, and then we're here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Mr. Clerk, I will now ask you if there's any public comment.
We do have public comment on this item.
Okay, let's begin with that.
Okay. First, it should be noted for those in the audience that comments are to be addressed to the mayor and council as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the council's agenda. Please note that the council may not take action upon any matter not agendized on today's agenda. When you are called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you say your name, and you will be afforded 3 minutes. If you are an attendee in the Zoom meeting and would like to make a public comment, please raise your hand at this time. And lastly, while in this room, please be respectful. Warnings will be issued by the presiding officer if there is disruptive behavior. You will be asked to leave chambers if the behavior continues. We do have 2 public commenters registered in the room. First, we'll hear from Kelly Orr, followed by Natalie Larson.
Good evening and welcome.
Good evening. And do a sound check. Thank you for your time. Good evening. For the record, my name is Kelly Orr. I'm a resident of North Valleys. I've been there since 2019, longtime resident of Reno, Nevada, but I've grown up all around the world from military family. This project, to me, I have many concerns with. We also presented to the Planning Commission on that night of January 18th, 3 days prior. We had heard that this was going through to the Planning Commission, and we put out a change.org survey and a petition. We had 1,700 signatures in 3 days. We now have 2,407 signatures opposing this build. I want buildings to happen in the North Valleys. It desperately needs it. We need commercial yesterday, just like we needed the roads yesterday. We do hear that they are coming. Everything is coming to the North Valleys. But unfortunately, every day when we need to go to work, it's an hour and a half wait time, especially when roads are bad and people are trying to be very cautious. When people want to go out to eat, there is not one place that will service the football team at North Valleys, a cheerleading team at Alice Smith, an event that holds for the air races for family and friends to go eat at without over capacitating a restaurant out there. We need services. We're not asking for more housing. Within this build, we have 7 housing developments approved and going to plan. Being built, 7, not 1, not 2, not 3, 7. On top of that, we have 1 apartment complex on Buck that is the Lakes at Lemon Valley. They are on their final phase. That's another 200 and something apartments. That is all within 4 miles of this build, with only access to Golden Valley exit, Lemon Valley exit, Panther Valley exit, all on 395 that feed in the same. Every day, not every other day, but every day, if you were trying to go home to the North Valleys from 3:30 in the afternoon till about 6 p.m. and you wanted to take that North Valleys road, you will be sitting in traffic for 25 minutes waiting to get to your house. You are literally 3 blocks away and you'll be waiting for 25 minutes. The build also where I have some questions is during the Planning Commission meeting, they had mentioned the grading for the water and the spillover and for melting, and that they were gonna do DG and then have grading for underneath so the water will just go down into the soil. Well, we all know what that's gonna do in about 24 hours. It's not gonna go anywhere. And we have more snow, higher elevation than normal Reno does. So I just urge the council members to sit on this a little bit longer. Let's go back to the planning. This is not acceptable build at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Orr.
Next, we'll hear from Natalie Larson.
I'm gonna probably use the overhead, assuming I remember to do that.
We'll pull that up for you. Just one moment.
Ms. Larson, while they're getting set up, just know that when you place it on it, you have to leave it there so they can take pictures of it.
Okay.
For the record, so he'll help you work through it. The technology is a little dated, but we make the best with it.
Things you've already seen, but
No worries. Use it as you wish to, but just know that they've got to record it and capture a screenshot.
okay,
basically.
so like don't throw it on and pull it off.
Yeah.
All right, Natalie Larson for the record. I'm a lifetime Reno resident, specifically in Golden Valley. I was present in this room for the Planning Commission meeting on January 18th. I want to do 2 things here tonight. First, I want to take a look at the growth and the implications of growth for this project. And second, I want to look at the project specifics and ask for one alteration to the property as it stands now, should this project get passed again. Traffic reports for this project indicate no off-site deficiencies. It is my understanding that a proposed project just down the street on North Hills has recently been denied based upon their traffic analysis. That's 2 analyses on the same road with different results. Last meeting, one commissioner admitted that the board is not being consistent about considering traffic impacts from project to project or from ward to ward. He also wondered what the logic is in going ahead and approving projects just because we know solutions are coming. The timing and the location of this project, as he admitted, is problematic. Another commissioner asked the board, how do we as a city phase these projects so as to not create massive deficiencies? Well, nobody had an answer to that question other than the planning manager, who gave the response of what I can only assume was, we figure it out as we have problems. This is a matter of becoming reactive versus proactive. The NDOT representative present that night literally said that for them, traffic problems come before solutions. To a degree, I get that. That's their policy. I ask that you deny this project based on inadequate road and highway conditions as they stand today. And because the timing of this and any future projects in the North Valleys are problematic until the day NDOT and RTC have completed all currently planned traffic improvements. Second thing is I want to move on to the project site-specific plans. This is a drawing rendering because I couldn't get the picture of that you guys have already seen of the property. The building on the northeast side is challenging. It infringes upon our backyard boundaries and property rights as homeowners on this street. The existence of this building has been at the core of any talks negotiating with the team, which I have been present for. We have negotiated the structure from 3 stories down to 2, but it's not good enough. Yes, we have negotiated on enhanced landscaping as well as sound and visual barriers, but that's not good enough. Not for me and not for our 3 neighbors bumping up to this property. With the existence of this building, our neighbors and friends cannot continue to enjoy their properties post-construction as they do today. I ask that you request the team to do any one of these 3 things. A, eliminate this building altogether and leave that parcel vacant. Reduce it down to 1 story, which would only reduce the project again by another 12 units. Should this building exist, it will have to be a single story. These pictures indicate, again, what these backyards will be looking like with a 2-story building. A 1-story would be even less than that. Or lastly, C, replace this building from a residential structure to a possible single-story garages for rent type structure. With this proposal, would eliminate both homeowner residents and apartment residents existing in close visual and audible contact with each other on a daily basis. In my opinion, this change would reduce noise pollution, visual impediments, and overall activity from the project site. Take note that the reduction, elimination, or structural change of this building ought not to trigger the team to change any of the existing amenities such as surplus parking, retention pond plans, landscaping plans, or sound and visual barrier plans already in place anywhere on the site, specifically those protecting our street. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Larson.
Thank you. Seeing no hands raised in Zoom and no other public commenters registered in the room, that concludes our live public commenters. For the record, we received 15 comments, which were directly associated with the agenda item prior to 4 p.m. on March 7th. These comments were written correspondence received via our reno.gov online public comment form or by email to our office. Copies of these comments have been distributed to Reno City Council and are available to the public on the reno.gov meeting portal. They represented 11 in favor of the appeal, 3 in opposition, and 1 concerned. In addition, we received 8 voicemails, which we will play for you now.
Hello, I am speaking and calling you in favor of project LDC 23-00018, which is a multifamily development apartment complex. As you know, Reno is suffering from a dearth of residential, and we need this project very much. Really appreciate it, and look forward to hearing that it gets approved. Thank you very much.
Hey, I'm actually absolutely opposed to the Raleigh Shopping Center executive condominiums. Absolutely opposed. There's been no street improvements up in this area, highway or street, surface streets. With all these businesses and all these buildings going in around the North Valleys up here, there's been absolutely no approval or no to the transportation highway system. I used to be a builder, and I was opposed to this kind of thing before, and I was in the trades. I'm opposed to it now because nobody ever improves the streets and the highways leading into these projects. This is how come I never heard of this until right today? Today being 3/7 at 1:48 p.m. Anyway, I'm opposed.
I would like you to vote no on reference number L, D as in dog, C as in cat, 23-00018. I would love to know where you're getting the water for all this new building you're doing. Thank you.
I would just like to state that I oppose the new complex being built in North Valley's Raleigh's lot, referenced LDC 23-00018. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ari, and I'm calling in support of project LDC 23-00018. And I'm looking to move to the North Reno area as I've secured a job in Reno, but I do not want to be located downtown, and I see this housing complex as a great opportunity to be close enough to my work while also being close to Martin Luther King Jr. Highway and easily accessible to the surrounding environment. And I think this would be a great place for me to live, so I am in support of this project. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Chris Wiseman, and I am calling in support of project LDC 23-00018. Again, that's project LDC 23-00018. And I am in support of this project. I hope it gets the support of council and staff in this upcoming meeting. I think it'd be great for the community. I know Reno needs more housing, and by having 200 units next to an existing shopping center, there'll be some good synergies there. I think the community will clearly benefit from not only the shopping center, but the additional housing in the area. And I think it'd be good overall for the project. The existing shopping center, the existing tenants, tenants are struggling right now in Reno as they continue to work through some of the challenges given during the COVID pandemic. So again, I support the project and hope you do as well. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dev, and I am calling in support of LDC 23-00018, and I'm in support of this project because I'm hoping to move to the northern Reno area from Reno, and I am looking to become a TA or teacher at Alice Smith Elementary School, and I was just looking around at different housing options, and there really isn't something available for me affordable. I'm hoping that this development goes through, offers me a more affordable and safe place to live. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Greg Ruzini. I'm calling to support project LDC 23-00018. EDON has mentioned in the past several years, I've been to several of the EDON meetings here in Reno, that the need for more housing is at an all-time high. By having nearly 200 units next to the Rayleigh Shopping Center, I think it will increase supply and reduce traffic, as neighbors would often walk to the restaurants next door and the banks and groceries. Businesses are also struggling, and more housing will support the businesses. More housing units will support the businesses around. We've also been in Reno now for 21 years, and the housing supply or shortage is actually a detriment now, and residents cannot find housing in the North Valley areas. Also being next to the post office and library would be a nice feature for these houses, for these rentals. I thank you for your time and hope you consider my comment.
Mr. Vice Mayor, that concludes our public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'll bring it back to the body and ask if anyone has any questions or comments at this time. Councilmember Ebert, did you want to start? It's your ward.
Sure. I have some questions first about the schools. How did they determine their estimates of how many additional children would be added to the school district?
Angela Foose, Assistant Director for Development Services. We have had discussions with the school district over the years on how they come up with these numbers. There is a model, and there is a lot of detail that goes into that model. They can look at apartments, single family, duplexes, townhomes. They also look at the different demographics of the area based on North Valleys versus Arrow Creek. They can tell you historically how many elementary kids they see out of certain types of houses or certain types of development. So based on historical data, they try and populate that with what's proposed. So they know every affordable housing project, every multifamily project, for instance, that's developed in North Valleys, they can track how many kids came out of those developments. So again, historically, they can say, generally speaking, something with 192 units at this location. Here's the estimates we come up with.
So are those models like updated annually, or is that something that they...
I think like more than annually, and probably
really?
on a monthly basis.
Okay.
So much new data comes in, right? As new projects come forward, they update those on a very, very regular basis.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, any other additional questions from the body? Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, Ms. Brock, could you bring up the site plan, please? I'd like to ask you a question about the site plan. Yeah, that's good. And if we had one that, was maybe just the site plan itself, that would be good. But that easement to Alice, I think Mr. Gordon's presentation had a better look at the site plan. Could you bring up his presentation and those slides? I think he just had that same site plan. So the that edge of the property, it's a very irregular shaped property, and then it's got, some carve outs, some lots were sold. What is that, in terms of, evaluating yards, front yard, rear yard, side yard, that, keep going, I think. Wrong one.
No problem.
That yard that's against the, actually, I have it right here. That yard that is, if you want to just put it up.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
Let's give the clerk a chance to bring up the right picture, and then Ms. Breckus will give you additional time to answer the question. Then we're all on the same page. There should be a site plan. Mr. Gordon's presentation, it's page 13 of 16.
You can put it on the glass, guys.
Page 13 of 16.
Yeah, there. So, I don't know if that's any better, but the yard, I sometimes just like the old way of having physically the paper and using our glass. I think it works really well still.
I like the public commenter who had the names of the persons who were there.
Yeah, so the yard that touches the easement to Alice Smith, is that a rear yard or a side yard? And what is the setback there?
Thank you, Councilwoman Breckus. I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to look.
Okay, because I'm trying to understand. I heard concerns about setback, and then you've got grade differential. And when I read 1809-204, property line setback, yard, it says that basically you have to come back. That easement there can't count as a setback. So what? Correct?
Yes, that is correct. So the setbacks are measured from the inside edge of an access easement.
The outside side, yeah, the inside to the property line. And what is that feet? How many feet is that? What kind of yard is that, and how many feet is that?
How are you asking what the setback that's
Yeah,
required
what's
off of
the
that is?
setback?
Probably 10 feet, but I'd have to double check.
Okay, so it's a side yard then?
I think it's a side yard.
Okay, so a side yard is 10 feet, and so you're saying it is 10 feet from the building. I don't have a, I don't see a dimension. I was just trying to understand that. And then the other, so that is a side yard, and that has to meet the side yard standard from the easement. Okay. And the easement is, shown on the plat map as something, correct? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, and then the next question, on the other side, there's a statement in your staff report that says, it's rather odd. It says that access is provided to the Rayleigh's parking lot?
That is correct, yes.
Or to the Rayleigh's parcel? Can you guys bring up that other set of the site plan? I'm having a little bit of challenge with that, and some of the findings are, no hazard to pedestrian bicyclists and safe access. And I just don't understand why why a vehicular access would be allowed between the two properties. And then, of course, we do have master plan policies of cut-through traffic. And, when you hear a lot about the congestion in that area, a big fear of mine comes about cut through traffic from one, Lemon Valley to Golden Valley. Can you show me where this access is? I was really confused about it. Oh, looks like someone has something to put on the glass. Great.
Thank you.
Yeah, I do have so where is the vehicular access into the Rayleigh's parking lot? Right there? So I'm really struggling with that. And then when it goes there over to the Rayleigh's, it looks like it has the option, a vehicle, a Rayleigh's shopper in a car heading over to, Golden Valley has the option to go, or vice versa. Someone from the apartments can go behind the Rayleigh's building or through the Rayleigh's parking lot. Is that what is the thinking there? That's creating too many conflicts in my view.
Derek Wilson on behalf of the applicant. So first, we don't require that driveway for our site to function. We could lose that driveway and the site would still function. It functions better for car circulation with that driveway, but it isn't required for us to meet code or for the site to work. So if that was a huge issue, we could certainly put up an emergency gate there or get rid of it altogether. The important connection to me personally is that people can walk easily from our site to the library and to the supermarket and to restaurants. I think that car access can function. Somebody theoretically could head out of there and go behind the Rayleigh's building. I'm not sure there's much sense in that. There's nowhere to go back there. It's just loading docks. But it gives another way for traffic to circulate in and out of the entire set of properties.
Yeah, I have a real issue with that. I mean, the pedestrian, 100%, but that sort of configuration, knowing cut-through behaviors, with what you've got going, through the traffic circulation, a real problem for me. But I'll move on to my next question.
Ms. Breckus, hold on a
Okay,
second.
thank
You're
you.
over significantly, so I
Okay.
want to see if any of your colleagues have any additional questions. Councilmember Dewar, I think this is your first opportunity to have comments.
Thank you. I don't have questions as much as some comments, but I do have a comment about the last thing we were just talking about, which is I was extremely pleased to see the thoughtfulness on the pedestrian access to the school, the shopping, the library, making those connections and cut-throughs. I understand the applicant owns both the commercial side, so they have control over both sites. So I think that, facilitates this kind of thing. And even if they didn't, I would be asking for it. So I'm really glad to see it. I want to really speak to my colleagues. So we have a tale of two different projects here, the last one and this one. And this one to me is quite different because what we have is a completely different process. We went to the NAB, then there was a separate meeting with the neighbors, then changes were made, then a second meeting with the neighbors with more changes. The changes were vetted. Things, a whole story was dropped off of a building. Trees were added. This is the process that I like to see. And I just want to, I think it really draws a dramatic contrast with the prior, and I wanted to share it with my colleagues so that you can understand what I am thinking better. This, I think, is a very effective process, and they've come up with a good development. They tried for 18 years to put in commercial. We need housing. I think it makes a lot of sense. So that is all the good. So kudos to the developer and to the developers' consultants on the approach you've taken to this project. Where I have a challenge is on traffic. And what I want to ask my colleagues again is we have requirements that in order to do a project, you have to have water. In order to do a project, you have to have the sewer. It's not optional. You have to have these things. But when it comes to roads, you don't have to have it. You do study. We accept D level as acceptable. We've heard year after year now from North Valley residents about the traffic congestion. And they keep saying, you should come up here during fill in the blank, rush hour, school time, whatever. And my question is really to our staff and to my colleagues is, how do we change this dynamic? How do we get concurrency? So that right now the system is set up so that they pay a road impact fee. The road impact fee goes to RTC, and as long as they're using it north of I-80, that's completely fine. Where I'm challenged is why is there not requirements that they use it to mitigate the impacts of these projects? I know they don't have to, so if you just say they don't have to, I get it.
They don't have to.
I know. So I want to change that. I mean, project after project, many projects fit into the environment, but then some projects cause a very unique conflict in a particular place. In this one, we've heard that the road along there, North Hills, is supposed to be upgraded by 2026, or is in a plan to maybe be considered for upgrade by 2026. We heard from the developer that they expect this to be built by 2027. And to me, we almost have concurrency. Like we almost have a road being built at the same time a project is coming in for a landing. And I wonder if that is really true. Like I want to make sure that is really true. And then two, how do we achieve that going forward? What can we do as a council to help address this problem?
So Angela Foos for the record. From a process perspective, each project comes in and has to do a traffic study, assuming it warrants it or is justified, has enough units to trigger it. So when a project comes in, their job is not to solve the North Valley's traffic problem.
Right.
Their job is to mitigate their traffic problems.
Right.
Bigger picture, as a region, we know that there are a lot of roads that need to be widened. There are a lot of roads that need to be redone. So that's where RTC comes in. We look at from a regional perspective, right? If you lived in Spanish Springs and had to drive Pyramid Highway every day, you would say, this is the worst. Why aren't we doing something? Why are we allowing any more development before we fix Pyramid Highway?
Right.
This is a regional problem. Everywhere you live, you hear these concerns. So as a region, we look at what roads need to be fixed and when. And so for the North Valleys, we know there's projects happening along Military Road, road projects on Lemon, road projects on Buck. Will that solve the problem today? No, but as a region, we can't solve everybody's road problem today. We have to look at it as a region, how can we systematically start picking those roads that need it the most? And we look at it in two ways, right? Today, where are those road fixes needed? But long term, where is growth happening and how do we plan ahead for that? So while North Hills, while North Hills isn't widened today, it's a 2-lane road, it will be widened to 4 lanes. And we know that's happening sometime between 26 and 30, and that's planned. And it may be an issue too of, there's a lot of vacant land on North Hills. So we may be saying, well, why are we widening North Hills when there's a lot of vacant land? But again, looking ahead, that's an area that we know is going to grow. And so really this is one piece in terms of a bigger picture. Again, we're planning for the roads by 2026 to 2030 to fix that problem, to widen the roads. This project, when they did their traffic study, does not create level of service F. It's not failing. And so when we look at each project on their own, how do they have to mitigate their impacts? They pay their RTC impact fees. That doesn't mean it's going to widen North Hills. It could be going to Pyramid. It could be going to a number of things. Yeah. If you want to change that policy, that process, that's an RTC discussion, not so much a City of Reno discussion.
We got an RTC member right here.
Correct.
And a mayor, our mayor and our vice mayor on there to advocate for this, in my opinion. I'm over time. Thank you for the answer. I have one more thing. I'll come back later, but I just wanted to say kudos. I think the project applicants have done a really good job in hearing, listening to the residents. Haven't solved every problem. Nothing probably will, but have gone a long way. So thank you.
Ms. Foos, you sat down too early. Ms. Foos, you sat down too early, I think. You're so kind. So I wanted to just continue with the thread that Ms. Dewar is pulling here. And really this is, again, more speaking to my colleagues and also with you. But the mayor and I do serve on the RTC. We're both relatively new to the body at RTC, the mayor a little bit longer than me. But what I will say is that you and Ms. Koski and the team in the planning department have been really just great advocates for the city. I don't know that we've ever had the kind of concerted effort that's gone into some of the planning choices that are being made. I think we all acknowledge and would be hard-pressed not to recognize that some years ago, let's say 25 or 30 years ago, there was a decision in this room that said we're going to grow to the north of us, right? Into the North Valleys, there's going to be abundant land, and we're going to have a lot of development out of there. And I think at that time, 25 or 30 years ago, when the decision was made to go north, as opposed to say go towards Pleasant Valley or go out towards Hidden Valley, I don't think they would have known that today, here we are in 2023, dealing with some of the complex problems that we have, right? None of us build roads that are 6 lanes wide, hoping for a 30-year window in which those roads would ultimately be able to be, collectors or feeders for that area. That's what you're seeing on Pyramid Highway, certainly seeing on McCarran. But I will say that of late, and I would say the last 3 or 4 years, you all have been really helpful as a staff to help us to advocate for the city of Reno and the needs we have there. And I'll give the example of North Hills widening. This is one that you and I were able to work on and also improve our opportunities over at the RTC. So you and I went up there, we're looking at this roadway, we're saying to ourselves, yeah, there's a lot of vacant land here. Why are we expanding it? Right? And the idea is that you as a planning person and your planning staff are saying, well, we know that in the coming years, there are going to be a number of different housing and apartment communities here along this road. So let's plan for it now. And that includes micro-mobility projects, the widening of roads to include protected and other kinds of bike paths. And I think that's what I've seen be the difference from the planning department. So I want to just say thank you for that. It really won't help people to see it because they want a response now about the roads as they are, they're suffering out there and they're really being challenged by it. I wish planning worked in a different way. It really works in the way you've described it. But I do think that with the advocacy, you're seeing that North Virginia widening, the Lemon expansion, some of the material changes that will happen out around Swan Lake. And also we're dealing with another entity that's not even been mentioned, which is NDOT, right? So it's not so much that we aren't doing the right things. It's just that when you have RTC, which includes members from other bodies, you have NDOT, a state agency, and everyone has competing needs, you start to layer complexity on top of complexity. So I think I'm encouraged by what Ms. Dewar said, which is that they're about lining up, right? Project and road lining up. Doesn't always work that way, but I think in this case, your planning staff has done a good job of helping us to make good choices as we advocate at the RTC. Let me see if there are any other questions from the body. Councilmember Taylor, I think this is your first round as well.
It is. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Question regarding traffic. And Mike, I've seen you in the audience, and I don't want you to feel left out. We heard from the applicant. I just want to understand from you, does the traffic work at a level of service that's acceptable for this project?
For the record, Mike Michelle, engineering manager. I have reviewed the traffic impact study. I agree with the recommendations. It meets standard, and intersections operate at an acceptable level of service under all cases.
And again, you're a professional engineer, right?
Yes, in 2 states.
Thank you. My next question is about fencing. I heard one of the public commenters ask about fencing, and Mr. Gordon, I think you mentioned that in your presentation. Can you just spend a brief amount of time on the fencing that will be part of this project?
I can go to my presentation briefly while it's being pulled up. Yeah, rather than just what code requires, we agreed to more durable, aesthetically pleasing.
So you're going above
6-foot
code?
fence. We're going above code.
Okay, thank you very much. And then my last comment was, Councilwoman Dewar, appreciate the comment that you made about the different processes and the different projects. I guess a comment would be, I appreciate an equitable, even playing field for everybody. So I would say, Mr. Gordon, and you and your team went above and beyond what was asked for you for the outreach in the neighborhood. Is that accurate? Yes. You went way above and beyond what was asked for you. The last applicant did what was asked of them. So I don't think they should be penalized. But I do think that what you did is very good, and I appreciate it. So thank you very much.
Councilmember Taylor, I think you make a good point, and I'll just add that we want the projects to be handled on their merits, right? Not based on the quality of the advocates that present them is really another way of looking at it. And so I won't belabor the point except to say that certainly I appreciate those projects that go out of their way to engage the community in which they are in. And sometimes going above and beyond is the important part. I know Madam Mayor emphasized that earlier this evening, but I think it goes without saying that we appreciate that kind of engagement. Let me see if there are any other comments. Councilmember Ebert.
I do. So I'm just wondering if we could get the developer's presentation up again. Look at page slide 17 of 16, if it's possible.
Councilmember Ebert, thank you for making it that easy for us to find it. This is what we're looking for tonight. Let's take the time to put the right page up. And did you have questions for the developer?
Well, yeah, I did actually. And
So, Mr.
I
Gordon,
also
can
wanted
you
to
come
say,
forward?
Can we get your page number again? I'm sorry, just so we can pull it up.
7 out of 16.
7.
That's the current regional roadway improvements slide?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm there as well on my screen.
So I just wanted to say also, you know, I do appreciate that you've made accommodations based off of community feedback. I do appreciate that. And I want to thank you also for meeting with me to address concerns that I have. And I've gotten a lot of community feedback, and overwhelmingly it's been about traffic. It hasn't been about the specifics of that plan. So I just wanted to share that. And so based off of that, I just want to look at this map and just call out concerns that I have. So when we look at this map, we have, you know, 3 colored lines here. We have the red line, the blue line, and the little green line. My concern as a Ward 4 resident is that when you look at those lines, those are our main entrance and exit points for the North Valleys. My concern is if we were to have an accident on North Virginia and 395, which frequently happens, and we are also in the process of widening North Hills Boulevard, how are people going to get home? We only have those 3 roads. And I'm asking that honestly, like, if we approve this project and we have another however many people living in that unit, 192 apartments, and we wait until later to widen that road, so we now have construction, we don't have any alternate routes at this time. I mean, just looking at this map, this is where the problem is here, where we've bottlenecked with infrastructure. You know, we've reached a point now where, you know, we have this debate of infrastructure coming after development, and I get that, but we don't have alternate routes coming in and out of the valley. So I think that this project in and of itself, I don't actually have a problem with it. The thing that scares me is access. I don't know if we can put a condition on here that this project to be approved once the road is widened, but I just have very legitimate concerns about access, because currently when we have accidents on North Virginia and 395, the alternate route people take is North Hills to Buck, to Lemon, to wherever, because that's our only access points. And I'm just struggling to find alternatives here. And it's not just about a traffic study, it's we're extremely limited on access in and out of the valleys. And it's not necessarily your fault or this development's fault, but we're kind of stuck here in the valleys.
Is there a specific?
I mean, I just want to know, like, maybe this is more for staff. How do we handle that if we have a traffic event? I mean, we have bad weather, we have accidents frequently out there. How do we handle construction on North Hills and widening a road if we have only 2 other access routes in and out of the North Valleys?
I can just add, I mean, if staff wants to come up, that would be great, but I can just add, I mean, first of all, right, as far as the findings for this use permit for 94 additional units, right? The traffic study, this is important to emphasize, isn't just our traffic engineer coming up with intersections that should be studied or roads, right? We meet with your city engineer and he directs us with the scope of work of what should be studied. So then that is studied, then we looked at the appropriate levels of service, which you're satisfied. But to your point about emergency access and those type of issues, that's why this application also went to police, fire, and other city reviewing agencies, right? Public safety. In the staff report, there's a specific section about public safety. And I've been before this body before where there has been issues with response times. Are you outside the 6 minutes? How do you mitigate that? Or if there's not a great alternative route, how do you mitigate that? But in this situation, with this application, there is no concern by either police or fire with respect to public safety and construction of this site, probably because it's an infill site and there's many different road networks coming in and out. But we feel confident, and hopefully you would, with your public safety staff not saying there's any concerns that should be mitigated there.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Ebert, I think I am hearing the concern and the sincerity of your concern, and I wanted to share with you maybe the experience that I had this week due to the snow in my own home situation. So for me to get to my home, I have to take I-80 and go westbound. So I came past the Robb Drive exit, which would have been the last opportunity for me to get off of that road, and there had been trucks idling for the better part of the last several days because they couldn't get over the hill. And eventually what happened was I got stuck between Robb Drive and my exit for about an hour on the freeway. And I think, like you, I was thinking to myself, well, where is the other way to get out of this situation? And of course, Somerset was not developed to amount or take into account every contingency. What happens when there's an earthquake on top of a historic snowfall and one of the roads is washed out by a thing, right? So I think your point is very well taken because access matters, right? And how we get in and out of it. And so I just couldn't think of another way to go. So unfortunately I had to spend that hour in the car. And I think what I'm hearing from a lot of residents in the North Valleys is they're just very tired of spending that much time in their car. They would rather be spending their time with their family. And my hope is that as we continue to do the improvements that we are to the RTC-driven projects that are up there and the NDOT's project in 395, that will relieve the pressure valve. But I think there's always going to be conflicts with the growth pattern that has been developed in the North Valleys. And my hope is that what happens is over time, they become less, right? And my hope will be, of course, that as to all of these various programs and projects, that we are able to advocate at the RTC for the increased awareness of what's going on in the North Valleys, because I think it's been ignored for a long time. And I think that your time on this body will likely be the harbinger of lots of good changes up there as you advocate for the community. And because I'm the at-large member, it's also the same people that I represent. So your point is very well taken about access. I mean, I think that's really the same question that we're all asking. Did anyone else have any questions? Oh, Councilmember Dewar, I'm so sorry.
I just wanted to follow up with a couple smaller things. There was a comment made about, well, on the one building that you dropped a level, maybe you should drop another level. But I wanted to get on the record, if this is general commercial and it was actually like another equivalent to a Raley's, you said they could go 65 foot. I guess I'm asking you both. And then how high are you? How high is this development?
The general commercial zoning does allow for up to 65 feet in height.
So how tall would be like the Raley's? Or a big building like that?
Could you state your name for the
It's
record?
one story, generally probably less than 20 feet.
The Raley's is? No.
I don't know how tall the Raley's is, just generally, I'm just saying it's probably less than 20 feet.
And Ms. Foose, make sure to state your name for the record.
I apologize.
We've got-
Angela Foose for the record.
No problem. We've just got council members speaking. You're trying to speak. We've got audience members speaking. Only one person can speak at any given time so that we can all get in what we need to hear.
Yeah.
I suspect it's more like 40, but
40 feet. I mean, whatever answer you think it is, I don't have the answer, so I think that sounds like a good answer as well.
Well, anyway, I felt like if this apartment complex wasn't there, the alternative is to build commercial. And to your point, maybe it is only 20 feet, maybe it's 40 feet, maybe the developer knows. But it would be some height, and I don't think it would be 1 story. I don't think it would be 10 feet, let's say, or 15 feet. I think it would be more like 20, 30, 40 feet. So I think there's going to be something there, and I think they've made a reasonable accommodation. I get that it's on a hill, and I think that's part of the problem is the change of elevation from one to the next. Is that right? The residents are lower, right? And so whatever goes there is always going to seem taller because it's on a hill, right?
So that is correct. Thank you, Councilwoman Dorr. This is Leah Brock for the record. So there is an 18-foot grade change between that single-family residence and the proposed.
So it seems extra tall. So you've got like 20 feet already in there.
Exactly. So the proposed 2-story building that's adjacent to that residential is just under 21 feet to the peak of that roof.
Okay. So it's like 40 feet above the other with the 18 and the 20.
Yes.
I get it. Okay, 2 things. One, I just, I made a comment earlier about process, and just Ms. Taylor pointed out that I was asking for more public process, but I maybe left off part of my statement. And just so I'm more clear, the more public process leads to project changes that I think are for the betterment of the project. And I'm going to give you some examples. The density was reduced. The parking, it's overparked. You said, I love to see that because these are islands and they have to park within. And if you don't have enough parking for the visitors, I mean, it's a tough situation. So between the density, the heights, and the parking, all of those are less than what they could be, and that's what I like to see. I'm just saying, let's not max it out every time. So I just wanted to be clear, to the group. It's not just process or talking for talking's sake. It's where that process leads to a changed outcome that I'm hopeful for.
Well, and Councilmember Dewar, I think Madam Mayor's point when she made it was that it's the process of working through the project.
Yes.
Oftentimes with the ward member, and in your
That
case, when
helps
it's
too.
yeah, that brings to light a better project in the end. I think
Yeah.
that was the part of it that the Madam Mayor and you
Yeah.
were in agreement about.
Yeah.
Let me turn to the colleagues to my right and see if anyone has any additional concerns. Councilmember Breckus, I think this is your final time for comment. Oh, so your second. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So in your staff report, you mentioned that our standard for a neighborhood park is 2.5 acres for every 1,000 residents. This brings in 500 residents. I presume there's another 500 residents not far off being built with all the growth there. Do we have a new park under construction in this area, north of this freeway area anywhere? Does our city parks department, did they weigh in on this when you circulated it out?
I do not believe that they provided information specific to any parks, and I don't know of any parks being developed in the area. It would be a good question for the Parks Department.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want that concept to be lost because, a big theme in our master plan was concurrency. And if it's 2.5 acres of a neighborhood park for every 1,000 residents, and we're not working on setting aside land and buying land and building land, we're not building complete communities. And I don't think, I think that's a deficiency that has to be addressed. And these are the places where we address it. So that's of concern. But my favorite topic, of course, is about adequacy of sewer and stormwater. Now, you mentioned that this goes to Tumwharf. Was this part of the shave? I'm trying to understand because we just had last item, the council gave a little more room to shave over to Tumwharf. Is this within the Tumwharf sewer shed, or is this part of the shave?
I don't have an answer for that question. Perhaps the applicant does.
Maybe well, you know what? It's our infrastructure. It's a major infrastructure. I want to hear from staff. I think Mr. Michelle has something. Yeah.
For the record, Mike Michelle, engineering manager. So this site sewers to the Golden Valley Lift Station, which sewers to Tumwharf. It is not part of the shave.
Not part of the shave. Okay, yeah. So it's a permanent in the Tumwharf.
Correct.
But it's in the Swan Lake Hydro Basin.
That is correct.
And
they're mitigating to 1.3 to 1. Yes.
Good. But I I'm having a hard time believing that's enough at this point, and I've been very consistent. When I sat through the jury deliberations and heard the verdict, it was runoff and it was pumping. So it was, we got the pumping because we're going over to Tumworth, but the hydro basin is still Swan Lake, correct?
Correct.
And I am, when it comes to me, I'm not supporting any more runoff into Swan Lake until we get the infrastructure out there. And I want to, I've got 16 seconds. The fallacy, the fiction that 20 years ago, everyone decided the growth was going to the North Valleys, that is not in any way accurate. What happened was a series of sequential development requests came through and they were approved. A lot of times because developers were very influential in campaigning and lobbying to people, often meetings where the public wasn't there. But the decision to grow is based upon this table supplying infrastructure. And we don't have a stormwater utility. We don't have an operating 4MGD plant there. We're still putting runoff into the Swan Lake where we're putting the influent. So I do not believe and will never validate the decision that 20 years ago the plan was to grow here, because 20 years ago and going, the infrastructure was never provided. So I want to correct that. And the runoff is still a very big issue for me of concern. Council's given more and more headroom, more and more room into that plant, which compounded with the runoff is creating, I think, a near catastrophe situation, and I've been so consistent on this. So, there's some minor things that access, but other things I am very, very troubled with, even though I do see it going to Tumworth. But more runoff into Swan Lake is no go when it comes to me on an appeal.
Thank you, Ms. Breckus. Any additional comments or questions by the body? For my part, I'll clarify an earlier statement that I made. Certainly, the way in which planning happens is we have regional planning documents. We have regional planning governing board, which sets the parameters for how our region is to grow and in what service area they are. And certainly we'll also have the regional decisions that are made by our master planning documents. So land use zoning designations have made choices that these particular applicants are coming in with projects that are zoned for particular areas. So that is ultimately the decision. Now, some of the infrastructure needs have not been well provided for, but that's why this body has seen fit to expand, for example, the sewer capacity there, although at least one colleague on the body did not vote for that. And so those are the explanations that I'll provide. I don't think there are any other comments unless Councilmember Ebert, did you have one more round?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, thanks.
I had a question about the cost or the rental, how much the apartments are going to cost. Is it just market value? Okay.
Any additional comments? Okay, I'll come back to the body if anyone has any requests for additional 1 minute. No? Okay, I'm going to ask the clerk to put the staff recommendations back on the screen. This is in Councilmember Ebert's ward. Do you desire to make a motion? Okay, let's see if we can't go to Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I recommend that we affirm the Planning Commission's decision, and I can make all the findings.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Taylor, a second by Councilmember Dewar. Any additional discussion at this time?
Yeah.
Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, I want to, I tried to make my comments very specific to the findings and code and application. And my concerns about stormwater really do get to that, and I wasn't able to be a part of a motion getting to where I wanted to go. But I do want to, but those, I think do have basis. And this is an elaboration on that. There was go between Ms. Dewar and Ms. Fuss say, it's not our job in these hearings to solve all of the North Valley's traffic problems. Well, you can say traffic problems, lack of park problems, stormwater problem, runoff at this hearing. That's true. But it is our job here to say, sorry, we just can't we don't have the capacity for this. That's what all the findings go to. And I don't see that we have the capacity for this. I'm troubled that we don't have advanced planning for neighborhood parks. We're okay with deficiencies on parks. The Master Plan Foundation, I don't believe, ever got there. And so it is our job on this, not to solve problems, but to say there are too many problems that put this at logger jams. That's what I see on this one, particularly as related to stormwater runoff. Now, we've been trying to get a stormwater utility to address all those deficiencies for 4 or 5 years. We don't have it. And we have deficiencies, and this body, this staff, is satisfied with continuing to exacerbate those deficiencies. And those deficiencies are tremendously, as it related to stormwater in the Swan Lake Hydro Basin, posing risk. We paid $3 million to the last folks. I cannot believe that we have not even, even in these discretionaries, much less putting forward very revised regulations to what we're willing to tolerate at this point of time to increase runoff in the Swan Lake Hydro Basin. It's amazing.
Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, I just want to comment. I'm very much in support of this project, but I do think that the discussion has revealed some real issues that the council has to address. And I think, Mr. Manager, I'm going to kind of put them at your feet. That's what your staff do for us. It took us, the entire council, lobbying to get one single light from NDOT at the Bonanza. I'll never forget it. We had to have numerous people die before a single light could get put in. We have to figure out a way to address these roads more comprehensively. We just do. The parks, I think, is an excellent point. I was going to talk about the issue with dogs here. I just decided to save everybody's time. But I agree. Like, we should be adding parks. We heard the discussion earlier at the ARPA about the flat fields. Like, we're adding a bunch of people, but no additional amenities. And then the stormwater, we all know the story there. So these are things that are in our purview that we're going to have to address. I think the discussion here has put a bright spotlight on them. And so we need your help and our staff's help on how to move through. But I am supportive of the project, so thank you.
Okay, any other additional comments at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, nay?
Opposed.
Opposed.
Motion carries. Mr. Clerk, we're on to our final public comment period. Is that correct?
Well, before we move into closing public comment, just some clarification on item G3, the appointment to Commissioner to the Reno Housing Authority. My understanding is we want to continue that until April 13th.
Yes, that item will be moved to an additional agenda. I'll leave that at the manager's discretion as to where it will be done.
And just for clarity, we're just looking for a motion to continue that.
Okay, can I get a motion from the body?
Motion
please?
to continue item G3 to the next council meeting.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Dewar, a second by Councilmember Martinez. Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
I'm sorry, this will be for the April 13th council
Yes.
meeting? 12th, I'm sorry. The first one in April. Thank
Is that
you.
what it was?
Yes.
Not the next. My motion was the next, but if it was intended to be April 13th, excuse me?
April 12th, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you need me to amend the motion?
If you don't mind, just we'll keep it clear.
Do we have to do the whole reconsideration? Could I just put clarity? I meant to say April 12th, not the second meeting, not the next meeting.
Yes,
Okay, and
that's
can
It was a
fine.
misstatement on my part.
We have what
Councilmember
we need.
Martinez, do you second that motion? Okay, I'll call for the question again and make sure everyone was clear as to what the motion was. All those in favor of the amended motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And moving into closing public comment, we do have one member registered in the room. We'll be hearing from Kathy Orr. Kelly Orr, I'm sorry.
It's okay. People call me trouble. Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
I'm Kelly Orr for the record. in closing public comment, I wanted to just thank you guys so much for everything that you do, your time being here today. Very, very busy, and I appreciate you. I'm reaching out on a different level. Today, we talked about Parks and Recs and some of the funding that's going into services for our city, pickleball being one of them. And I have emailed all of you guys through your ways to let you know about roller derby. During the pandemic, Reno roller derby has kind of gone to sleep a little bit, just like a lot of other sports and businesses, but we're growing, we're back. We have junior roller derby, that's Sierra Scorpions. We have a regional roller derby team, so Sierra Regional Roller Derby, that's the All-Stars. We travel worldwide, nationwide, according to WIFTA. We are a 501c3 nonprofit. We also have a B team that we just, 64 new skaters. We taught 22 people that have never roller skated a day in their life how to roller skate and now get to hit their friends. Which makes me excited because I love this sport so much. But we are in need of a house. We used to play right here on the rink of the river. That was a great asset that we had during 2011, 2012, 2013. I've been playing roller derby since 2007. I really would like to see the city get involved with the roller derby team at some capacity. I know in June we have a skating event that's happening. I'm very excited to be able to put on my roller skates and skate with everybody outside. We frequent the areas all over town, and I just would like to see roller derby have a home. There's a really, really good kind of picture of this. San Diego has done it. It's called Derby United. San Diego team bought some land that is mixed purpose, and they give back to their community with training classes, rental roller skates at a very low rate. They host birthday parties and events, and they also house multiple roller derby teams, a bank track and flat track. So I just wanted to urge the council maybe to check out Derby United too, see if that's something that fits with, North Valley's ward, all the wards. Like we want some sports here for roller derby and roller skating that's all inclusive, and we don't always get to rent spaces. The convention center is $1,000 an hour. We're a 501c3 nonprofit. We cannot afford that. My son needs tennis shoes and things for his school and sports. So I'm just looking for more avenues. We've exhausted asking the Washoe County School District's gyms, the volleyball facilities, anywhere indoor, because obviously the weather keeps us kind of, where do we go? The roller rink charges us by the hour to have staff, so it's about $700 for us to have just practice there for 2 hours. So just really reaching out, support roller derby. Thank you. Have a good night.
Ms. Orr, that's pretty cool. I am looking at the website for Derby United. That looks awesome. I'd love to see that come to Reno, and maybe we can make that happen through our Parks and Rec. Obviously this body is very concerned about recreation, right? And so it makes some sense that we expand that to include this. I guess I'd ask, are you a jammer or are you a blocker, or what's the story there?
I do whatever my coach tells me to do.
Good answer.
I only jam in certain situations, and that is if we have the other jammer in the box, and so a power jam scenario. I am a force to be reckoned with, so I can move.
Tell that's the
I
truth.
can move mountains, but I can't move your decisions. But yeah, I love.
Ms. Orr, I'd also encourage you to think about getting involved in our NABs. The
am.
NAB for the North Valleys.
I am.
You are on the NAB?
I am. Yep.
Oh, you're
No, I'm
fabulous.
an alternative
I love
right
that.
now. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well,
Yep.
nice having you here in the chambers
Thank you.
tonight. Have a good evening.
Yeah. Yes,
That concludes
thank
our
you.
in-person public comment. For the record, we received 9 comments, which were directly associated with the agenda item prior to 4 p.m. on March 7th. These comments were written correspondence received via our reno.gov online public comment form or by email to our office. Copies of these comments have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are available to the public on the reno.gov meeting portal. They represented 5 in favor and 4 in opposition. In addition, we have 4 voicemails, which we will play for you now.
Hi, my name is Brian Gardner. I'm calling in support of project LDC 00018 regarding 200 units for housing in the North Valleys of Reno, and just supporting the project because it will deliver a needed housing boost for residents in the North Reno area. In addition, it will likely be less traffic than the previous approved use. So we support it 100%. Thank you for your time. Have a great day. Bye now.
Hi, my name is Doug McIntyre, and I am support in project LDC 23-00018. As everyone knows, there's a major housing shortage that needs to be taken care of. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ed Shaw. I'm a resident here in Reno, and I'm calling to support project LDC 23-00018. It's a apartment complex in the North Hills area. I'm calling in support for it because I do think we are still in need of homes here in Reno, housing units for the many people coming here for work. I think it's also a great infill project. I think that property has development all around it. Certainly as apartments, being close to the amenities, shopping, library, it's all a good thing. And again, I just think it's a good fit for the property, and it'll be a great project, and I'm in support of it. And again, my name is Ed Shaw. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mark Kaiser, Senior Vice President of Kidder Matthews. I'm calling today in regards to project LDC 230018 at the North Hills Shopping Center in support of the apartment project that is proposed for that. I've been a leasing agent on the shopping center for many years, and we've had every effort to try and get retailers there. But I think that the apartments would be great to have housing next to the school, and also to allow for lesser traffic, which is generated by the multifamily, which I know is a concern that the developer has expressed. So if anybody needs any additional information, my number is 775-470-8875. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor, that concludes our final public comment, and I'm looking for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
For the question, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Motion carried. Have a good night.